Reborn into the absolute weakest race, he became a lowly goblin. But this species hides an insane passive ability. He levels up simply by mating. You heard that right. His power explodes with every child he sires. And he can crossbreed with any species, humans, other goblins, and even gorgeous elves. But hey, do not get your hopes up just yet. In typical Isekai worlds, you would never score an overpowered cheat like this. And you better pray you do not awaken with literal titans hunting you. Besides, this broken ability did not turn his new life into a sweet fantasy. Our protagonist has already been dragged through hell, brutally tortured, and crushed harder than the Patriots in their last Super Bowl. The agony completely shattered his spirit. Now, a blazing hatred for humanity consumes his soul, even though he used to be one. Let us rewind to the beginning, so you can taste this epic revenge. After their chief perished, complete chaos consumed the goblin horde. These savages were literally tearing at each other's throats, all to claim the ultimate title of chief, and steal the helpless prey their dead leader left behind. Lust filled the cave air, yet one mutant goblin stood apart, swearing to act as the absolute guardian of that trembling captive. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoes. He dashes forward, only to find a vile pack of goblins cornering the defenseless girl. You already know exactly what nightmare was about to unfold. Wait. What? Furious at this anomaly, the pack viciously attacks. But our boy easily slaughters his own kind, wielding a heavy weapon like a true warrior. Terrified by his brutal strength, the surviving monsters scatter in sheer panic. The traumatized girl tearfully thanks her savior. But the massive twist? He was not always a monster. He used to be a human named Linten, until the legendary Truck-kun took him out. It is always you, huh, Truck-kun? Trapped in a goblin body, he awakened a mysterious system interface, though it has not reached 100% initialization yet. His companion explains this dark fantasy world. Divine gods forged this realm, birthing both powerful humans and terrifying beasts. Yet, our guy reincarnated as the absolute lowest, most despicable trash monster. Even among bottom-tier goblins, his starting stats make him painfully weak. But do not forget his legendary cheat skill he levels up through breeding. And looking closely, his female companion already sports a growing belly. Since female goblins do not exist, they capture and mate with other races. The massive problem? His human soul screams that this is utterly twisted. The girl softly insists he is totally different. She knows he desperately wants to escape these monsters. She reveals royal knights are approaching. If she vouches for him, he could live peacefully in human lands. But suddenly, the chilling sound of marching goblins echoes. "Run!" he roars, desperately pulling the curvy girl alongside him. A hideous goblin bursts into view. It frantically scurries around, screeching about human invaders and needing a breeding partner to evolve. Even facing death, the vile beast is driven purely by primal urges. One devastating strike sends that filthy monster straight to the underworld. It seems the human reinforcements have actually arrived. Tears of joy flood her eyes as she happily gasps that the royal knights have arrived. But wait a second, our weak little goblin has quite the round belly, doesn't he? Suddenly, he freezes in his tracks. Right before his eyes, a mysterious man unleashes a devastating skill, instantly vaporizing several of his brothers in a single strike. This guy's power is absolutely terrifying. His blazing fury? Simply because those pathetic goblins ruined his brand new cape. But looking at his absurdly high status window, is this overpowered monster even human? "They are here!" the girl screams. But our chubby hero is completely lost in thought. Suddenly, a chilling sense of danger snaps him awake. The knight's ruthless blade is inches from slicing her in two. He dashes in for a clutch rescue, but she tumbles into a hilariously suggestive pose. At first, Potbelly thought the suffocating darkness was playing tricks on him. But the terrifying aura radiating from the figure proved it was no illusion. The girl introduces herself as Kaya, but he simply smirks, already knowing her identity. But the ruthless knight insists she is already tainted by the horde. Tears stream down her face as she violently denies it, swearing her savior kept her completely pure. Desperately pointing at the chubby goblin, she begs them to recognize her protector. Ignored by the cold knight, the little guy scrambles for his life. He shoves her to safety and grips his staff, bracing for certain doom. He expects a brutal end, but a blinding golden flash suddenly shatters the deadly strike. A commanding female voice suddenly orders Nightloader to stand down. Falling to her knees, Kaya desperately begs the majestic saint for salvation. The radiant saint gazes down, asking if this unusual creature understands human speech. His heart races. This is his absolute golden ticket out. He frantically nods. Spilling his deepest secrets, he reveals his reincarnated human soul. Gazing at her divine aura, he desperately hopes to earn her sacred blessing. Loader watches in sheer awe, while the serene saint declares this bizarre creature to be a divine gift from the Holy Mother. The blonde saint asks if the beast truly left her unharmed, and Kaya tearfully confirms it. Intrigued, the holy group decides to take him back for deeper analysis. Moments later, the saint presents her offer, and he accepts without a single second of hesitation. With a graceful snap, she shatters the oppressive magical barrier. As they walk, she coldly signals Loder to act. The chubby hero opens his mouth to pour out his gratitude, but her abrupt response completely shuts him down. A cold blade suddenly pierces right through Kaya, striking for brutal murder instead of assault. Just what kind of twisted nightmare is unfolding? The very person he bled to protect was just betrayed by her own comrades. The wicked Saintess, flashing her heavy assets, sneers that he better repay her properly once they return alive. Exactly 1 week after the massacre, Loder stands proudly in the town square. He declares the goblin threat completely wiped out. The mindless crowd erupts into bloodthirsty cheers. What a massive lie. He claims the beasts murdered Kalia, but assures them justice is served. Saint Ivelia preaches that the sanctuary protects the faithful. It is the perfect brainwashing to control the masses. With every blind prayer, the sanctuary's twisted power grows even stronger. His first attempt at life failed instantly. Suddenly, a broken voice echoes through the dark dungeon, calling out to Saint Ivelia. She glares down at him with absolute disgust. Our former fat guy is battered beyond recognition. Fueled by pure rage, he screams, cursing her name with every breath left in his lungs. She merely smirks, mocking his stubborn will to live. Then, she drops a nightmare of a truth. She plans to test lethal poisons right on his goblin flesh. The betrayal burns like acid. He roars that she manipulated everyone, even orchestrating Kalia's murder. Her only response? A cold, ruthless stab to his body. Kalia had to die, she claims, because the fool fell for a goblin and dared to defend his life. In her eyes, that was ultimate treason against humanity. To Ivelia, goblins are filthy parasites. She demands he be grateful his worthless body is fueling her human experiments. Is this really how his miserable life ends? Was his biggest mistake reincarnating with a merciful human heart? They tortured him daily for sick entertainment, until his dying breath. If the heavens ever granted him a second chance, he would never trust humanity again. He would carve his vengeance into every last one of them. But then, his vision flashes, and he awakens in a completely different place. A glowing blue screen appears. The system bluntly calls him the most pathetic transmigrator in history, but it offers him a chance to restart. At least the system does not lie. The truth finally hits him. His system required his brutal death to awaken. Now it offers to send him back exactly 1 week, keeping all his agonizing memories intact. This is his golden ticket to vengeance. With his own 2 bare hands, he will drag Loder and Ivelia straight down to hell. He opens his eyes back in the filthy goblin nest. But this time, he has the system's power backing him up. A stark warning flashes. If he dies now, it is game over permanently, and the human hunting party is approaching. He has unlocked a daily decision simulation skill. With no time to waste, he instantly fires it up. The simulation shows a grim reality. Loder has already discovered their cave, and our protagonist desperately needs an escape route. 3 choices appear. Option 1. Warn the miserable goblin horde. Option 2. Abandon them and sprint for his life. Option 3. Hide like a coward and pray Loder misses him. He scoffs at the first choice. Even if he rallied every single beast, they would be utterly slaughtered by the knights. Still, to test the waters, he selects the option offering the highest system points. The simulation plays out violently. He dies a gruesome death, crushed by humans for overestimating the goblin horde's pathetic strength. However, the massive risk paid off. He secures 10 precious system points. He always knew his own kind were useless fodder. But with currency in hand, he eagerly slams open the system's exchange shop. A dazzling array of weapons fills the screen. But with only 10 meager points, he buys a sleek elven dagger, granting him a 10% speed boost and 15 extra strength. Our reborn warrior demands to know Kalia's location. The system coldly replies that his rebirth triggered a butterfly effect. History has shifted, and Kalia was never captured. His mission is crystal clear now: survive and escape. Near the dark cave entrance, heavily armed guards complain about the foul stench of goblins. Linten smirks in the shadows. Pinching his nose, he perfectly mimics the terrified screams of a human girl. The bloodthirsty guards rush forward. They are eager to butcher any survivor on Loder's strict orders. One sneaks into the darkness with a wicked grin, whispering false comfort, until a vicious strike shatters his skull. The symphony of revenge has officially begun. The ambushed soldier collapses, convulsing in pure agony. Impatient, the second guard marches deeper into the shadows. He barks at his comrade to hurry up, completely blind to the bloody massacre awaiting him. A predatory smile stretches across Linten's face. The trap is sprung. He launches himself like a shadow. His razor-sharp dagger flashes, leaving the terrified human frozen in utter shock. Without missing a single beat, Linten drives a bone-crushing punch straight into the soldier's face. The heavy armor is useless as the man crumples. Fueled by blazing rage and unholy agility, our reborn goblin mounts his prey and unleashes absolute hell. The elven blade is terrifyingly lethal. He carves a devastating gash through the soldier's defenses. Panic consumes the bleeding guard as he crashes hard into the dirt. Staring death in the face, the desperate soldier gasps. He stammers, asking if this monstrous beast can understand human speech. He immediately drops his pride and begs for mercy. Whimpering like a dog, he pulls out a crumpled family portrait. He pleads that his wife and children are waiting for him at home. Linten's eyes narrow, pausing his lethal strike. The pathetic guard catches that brief hesitation, realizing the goblin perfectly understands every word. Changing tactics. The guard flatters Linten's intelligence. He desperately claims innocence, swearing he was forced into this by the Holy Order. He pushes his luck, offering disgusting bribes of gold and young women. But behind his cowardly pleas, his hand slowly inches toward his fallen sword for a dirty sneak attack. Assuming the greedy monster took the bait, the guard lunges forward like a cornered rat. He screams out, calling Linten a mindless beast. But his pathetic ambush ends in disaster. Linten is 10 times faster. In one smooth, brutal motion, the glowing dagger slices through the treacherous rat before he even closes the distance. First blood has been drawn in his epic quest for vengeance. Our reborn protagonist is absolutely determined to conquer this final chance at life. In a twisted world where humanity betrayed him, he will show zero pity. Staring down at the fresh corpse, absolute confidence courses through Linten's veins. The annihilation of his enemies is inevitable, but the celebration is cut short. Lauder's booming voice echoes down the tunnel. Knowing the ruthless captain is closing in, Linten grins, stripping the dead guard's armor to set the ultimate trap. Gripping the stolen guard uniform, Linten vows that Loder and Ephria will soon face his wrath. Meanwhile, the arrogant captain and the twisted saint reach the exact spot where the guards fell. Loder questions if mere goblins could actually slaughter trained soldiers. Ephria suspects that a tiny monster capable of crushing 2 guards must be a rare mutant. The captain warns his companion that if this truth leaks out and spreads through their village, the resulting panic would be absolutely catastrophic. Crushing the fallen guard under his boot, Loder sneers, calling him pathetic for dying to one goblin. Beside him, the sadistic Ephria practically glows at the thought of a mutated little monster. She claims this hunt will be incredibly fun. Her dark eyes gleam, deeply thrilled by the twisted idea of capturing a unique goblin. The twisted saint declares that once caught, she will completely break him for her own amusement. Meanwhile, deep within the dark forest where the boy escaped, Linten finally breathes, thrilling in the success of his master plan. After escaping that hellish cave, devouring his meal, he vows to crush his enemies the brutal goblin way. Activating veracity to amplify his stats and dominance, his dark eyes burn with pure, endless hatred. Linten swears that in this life, he will make every man beg for death, while every woman will desire him and weep at his feet. Suddenly, a rustling bush makes him wonder if Loder's group is still hunting him. Linten instantly spots a hooded figure emerging from the shadows. He launches a vicious strike, refusing to give this hidden intruder any chance to counterattack. Startled, the hidden figure trips over a rock. Linten halts his blade, completely stunned to see another goblin. He cannot believe his eyes. The shock doubles when the goblin actually speaks, expressing herself just like he can. Yet, he refuses to lower his weapon. This stranger was hiding. Then, an even crazier revelation suddenly strikes him. Linten cannot fathom why this goblin has clear feminine features. Goblins are strictly male, forced to reproduce only by capturing females from other distinct species. The terrified female begs for her life, claiming she only came to gather water. This excuse instantly makes him highly suspicious. Linten cannot process a mere low-tier monster speaking in complete sentences. He quickly scans her system status, and the resulting terrifying truth makes his blood run ice cold. If a male mates with a female of the same species, he will awaken as an absolute goblin god. Linten is utterly amazed. He realizes that claiming her could be the ultimate cheat code, granting him the overwhelming power needed to obliterate his enemies. Trembling with absolute terror, the fragile girl tells Linten her brutal chief forced her out to fetch water. If she returns empty-handed, he will beat her half to death. Suddenly, she freezes, finally realizing a male goblin is speaking coherently and actually trying to calm her down. Linten sharply warns her that her loud sobbing will lead Loder and his deadly squad straight to their hiding spot. Still completely shocked, she asks if he can truly speak just like she does. He firmly says, yes. Linten recalls that regular goblins cannot form coherent words, explaining her lifelong silence within her tribe. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the timid girl calls him incredibly kind. She reveals the other vile monsters constantly beat and mock her, then nervously invites him to follow her back to the hidden goblin village. Linten immediately senses a golden opportunity to level up. His eyes sharpen as he asks about this nearby tribe, though he maintains his absolute caution. With Loader's elite squad potentially still hunting him, securing a fortified safe haven is his absolute top priority right now. Yet, fueled by a burning thirst for vengeance and ultimate power, he agrees to accompany her to the goblin village. He admits he was just searching for loyal subordinates to recruit into his army, ordering her to lead the way to her tribe. Soon, the hidden village appears. The resident goblins quickly notice an unfamiliar face approaching their territory. They watch from a distance, highly curious. They quickly begin mocking Linten's stolen human clothes, viciously branding him a freakish, weird creature. Linten spots the perfect opening to launch his grand conquest over this primitive tribe. Determined to gain their trust, he boldly declares he wants to join their ranks, demanding an audience with their leader. The goblins laugh, claiming the mighty chief is not someone a stranger can easily see, simply on a whim. Deeply annoyed, the girl fiercely snaps at them, defending Linten as a good person and warning them not to do anything incredibly rash. Suddenly, an intimidating voice cuts through, demanding to know why the whole tribe is gathered here, making such a massive noise. Linten's eyes flash with ambition as the massive goblin chief finally emerges. The furious leader storms forward, roaring to know who dares to cause trouble in his absolute domain. Linten swiftly scans the chief's stats, looking completely surprised. A high-level goblin actually exists right here. The hulking chief glares at the girl, interrogating her about bringing this strange outsider. Trembling, she admits she brought him because he had absolutely nowhere else to go. The leader grins with sinister pleasure and thanks her. Then, without any warning, the brutal chief commands the goblins to slaughter Linten and eat him alive. The girl completely panics as the monsters close in. Unfazed, Linten swiftly yanks out his lethal dagger. He raises the gleaming blade high for the chief to witness, boldly declaring he possesses the knowledge to forge these divine weapons. If accepted into their tribe, he promises to skyrocket everyone's combat power. Intrigued, the chief fiercely orders them to stop. The imposing leader steps closer, visibly starving for more power. He says Linten does not seem to be lying and demands to know what weapons he can create. Smirking, Linten sets his masterful plan into motion. Linten declares that with raw ore, he can forge basic iron weapons. Given enough time, he can create something legendary to seal their fate. He assures the chieftain these blades will let them slaughter monsters, and even humans. The goblin horde erupts into a frenzy. They screech about feasting on meat, conquering the forest, and devouring fresh elves. Swayed by greed, the chieftain grants Linten a chance. He commands the tribe to scavenge iron ore for 3 days, letting Linten forge these promised weapons. But if he fails, they will execute him. The chieftain points a wicked finger at the girl. She goes too, and if Linten cannot deliver, she dies with him. The ruthless leader turns and leaves. Linten pulls the trembling girl close, muttering about the old bastard's cruelty to sacrifice his own kind. He whispers that forging these weapons is the only way to buy time and awaken his strength. With his resolve hardened, Linten moves out. Flanked by a few savage goblins and his new companion, he ventures into the wild to hunt for ore. Suddenly, the girl begs them to stop. She collapses from pure exhaustion after marching for an entire day. Annoyed, a vile little monster viciously kicks her. The furious goblin strikes her down, calling her ugly and threatening to end her miserable life if she stops searching. She cries out, promising never to complain again. The pack swarms in, beating her, mocking her weakness, and laughing about tearing her apart. Out of nowhere, our main character hurls a heavy stone. It brutally crushes the skull of the monster kicking her. Shielding his new friend, Linten roars that they are here to hunt for iron ore, not shed blood. His patience has completely run dry. He already showed them what to find. If they want to survive this hunt, they had better submit to his command. Otherwise, his dagger will eagerly drink their blood. The little monsters freeze, trembling in pure terror. Stepping away from the girl, they mutter about his deadly iron weapons. But they snarl a dark threat back at him, warning that the chieftain will show absolutely no mercy. Linten feels his stomach knot in dread. They are right. Even if he succeeds in 3 days, his brutal execution is only a matter of time. He looks at the girl, remembering a crucial fact. If a male mates with a female of his species, he can evolve into a legendary divine goblin. Seeing her shiver, he gently calls her Lua and tells her not to cry. Stepping closer to soothe her shattered nerves, Linten gently cups Lua's face. He asks if she truly wants to stay by his side. If she agrees, he will become her absolute shield. He promises endless food, a warm home, and absolute safety from abuse. Determined to awaken his power, he vows to always keep his word. But right now they are hopelessly weak, and he desperately needs her help to evolve. Thrilled by the hope of escaping those vile monsters, Lua eagerly asks him how they can possibly gain such overwhelming power. Linten reveals the truth. If she willingly bears his children, his power will rapidly multiply. Only then can he fulfill his solemn vow to protect her. Flushed with embarrassment, Lua nervously admits she has never mated before. Linten gently reassures her. If she accepts, she has nothing to fear. He will handle everything. Then, something totally unexpected happens. Linten leans in and deeply kisses Lua. He holds her hands tenderly, making it feel like a playful game. Desperate to help her only friend grow stronger, Lua intensely begs Linten to let her bear his bloodline. As their union begins, the mysterious system suddenly alerts the reincarnated warrior. It announces they will birth 7 children, massively shattering his current level cap. The notification rings out. He gains +9 attack, +100 health points, and +10 defense. Instantly, Linten's entire physique explosively mutates. After the upgrade, he checks his awakened strength stats. Rippling with pure muscle and absolute thrill, he declares this is not just a level up. His biology has evolved, granting them the ultimate power to crush the Goblin Priest. He rips off his now torn garments. Pulling Lua into his strong embrace, he softly declares that she is his forever, and no one will ever harm her again. Lua gazes up with deep adoration, calling her savage protector incredibly kind. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams tear through the forest. The ore-hunting goblins flee in terror as a massive magical wolf erupts from the shadows, hunting a terrified monster clutching a dark stone. Linten is shocked they actually found iron ore, but they also unleashed deadly chaos. Honoring his vow as a protector, he commands Lua to stay back. Linten boldly charges the beast just as its jaws snap shut toward the screaming goblin. Linten explodes into motion. Channeling his newly awakened power, his sharp dagger slices flawlessly through the magical wolf's neck, rescuing the trembling ore carrier. The tiny monster freezes, staring in absolute panic. Linten drops the massive predator with one brutal strike. As the corpse crashes down, he eagerly absorbs its radiating magical energy. He praises the shivering goblin for unearthing the ore. Noting its flawless quality, he immediately orders the pack to hunt for more. Upon their return, the true forging will begin. With their bags stuffed full of precious ore, the group marches back to the grim village. Arriving at the tribe, absolute awe strikes the goblins. Linten has actually forged a devastatingly effective weapon with his own bare hands. Without hesitation, our main character delivers a brutal demonstration. He proves his deadly creation can easily slaughter ferocious beasts. Linten proudly displays his masterpiece to the chieftain, a lethal spear forged from pure forest iron. The entire horde goes wild, and one little monster, a transformed goblin scout, steps forward. He tells the entire tribe how the human boy slaughtered a magical wolf, saving their lives. Seizing the moment, Linten raises his crafted spear high. He locks eyes with the horde, asking if they crave such devastating power. The horde roars, yes, but the jealous tribe chief glares, deeply threatened by the boy's success. Slamming his heavy staff into the dirt, the chief demands silence. The treacherous priest admits Linten's strength is no lie. He offers fake praise for the iron weapons. But the sly elder is far from finished with his schemes. Desperate to crush the boy's heroic image, the leader issues a brutal ultimatum. To stay in the tribe, Linten must forge 50 more spears in exactly 2 days. The chief smirks, demanding this impossible quota in a ridiculously short time frame. Furious whispers erupt as the goblins compare their cruel leader to greedy humans. Meanwhile, Linten hides a wicked smirk. His master plan is flawlessly unfolding. To the cruel leader's absolute shock, our boy delivers all 50 spears perfectly on time. Linten declares the massive weapon order complete. The goblin horde erupts into wild cheers, amazed that he conquered this impossible trial. Forcing a fake smile, the leader offers more hollow praise. He announces a grand meat feast to celebrate Linten, whipping the starving monsters into absolute frenzy. Everything is falling perfectly into the boy's grand design. The camp vibrates with excitement. Amidst the chaos, Lua hands Linten a special cut of roasted meat, a personal offering directly from the high priest. He accepts the sinister gift and takes a massive bite. But suddenly, the festive atmosphere shatters. Linten staggers, his face turning pale. Panic strikes Lua's eyes as she watches the boy violently choke on the swallowed meat. The wicked chief steps forward, paralyzing the poor girl with pure terror. He sneers at Linten, mocking the boy's pathetic trust. The old rat gloats, claiming he saw the boy's dangerous ambition. Challenging his ultimate authority only leads to a gruesome death. Grabbing Lua by the head, the chief holds her hostage, knowing Linten is too paralyzed to fight back. He taunts the boy, questioning his feelings for the frail female. Sensing Linten's deep attachment, the sadistic leader brands her a traitor. He orders the boy to watch her throat get brutally slit. He is determined to make her a bloody example, teaching Linten a devastating lesson. The chief vows to permanently end the boy's arrogance. Poor Lua trembles helplessly, trapped right beneath the vicious priest's razor-sharp claws. But in a blinding flash, Linten surges upward. He violently severs the stunned chief's arm. The entire camp gasps as he rescues his companion. The arrogant leader turns ghostly pale, completely baffled by how a poisoned human could move with such explosive speed. Dripping with dark sarcasm, Linten mocks him. He calls the treacherous fool stupid for walking blindly into his trap. Linten reveals he knew about the deadly poison all along, only acting sick to drop the enemy's guard. Realizing he was completely outsmarted, the one-armed elder explodes into a blazing frenzy. Bleeding heavily, he desperately attempts to slaughter Linten. The monstrous leader charges forward. Unfazed, our boy squares up. With phantom-like agility, Linten effortlessly slips past the clumsy strike and lands another devastating blow. Now the broken chief looks completely finished. Armed with his razor-sharp dagger, Linten prepares the final judgment. Dodging a pathetic last strike, our boy unleashes a brutal counterattack, cleanly decapitating the treacherous rat. Just like that, the old goblin's cruel tyranny ends. Witnessing their leader's decapitation, the little monsters fall into absolute panic. Linten steps forward, his terrifying aura making the entire horde shrink back in sheer dread. His cold voice cuts the chaos, demanding absolute submission. From this bloody moment forward, Linten declares himself the supreme leader of the tribe. He commands the trembling goblins, promising to lead a merciless crusade against elves and humans. Raising his blood-stained dagger high, our boy guarantees endless meat under his iron-fisted rule. Mesmerized by his vows, the savage horde erupts into fanatical cheering. Pointing at the headless corpse, Linten offers the fallen elder as a grotesque celebration feast for his hungry soldiers. Like starving beasts, the monsters instantly swarm the dead traitor. They violently devour their former master, while executioner Linten watches with cold, calculating eyes. Conquering this goblin tribe is just the absolute beginning of his bloody revenge. Next, he will force the elves to raise an invincible generation for his tribe. But lurking in the shadows, a hidden presence watches. A beautiful elf spies from the forest's edge, completely horrified by the gruesome scene. Deep in the woods, a mystical treehouse stands tall, decorated with hanging goblin corpses as a grim warning. Suddenly, an attendant's face lights up as her runaway princess finally returns. The horrified spy was actually the royal elf princess. Her attendant begs her to wait, claiming the matriarch is occupied. But the frantic princess insists her dire report cannot wait. The frantic princess violently shoves open the doors to her mother's chambers. She shouts about an apocalyptic threat brewing in the magical eastern forest. But the sight inside stops her dead in her tracks. Inside, Kasana finds the voluptuous queen shamelessly surrounded by a harem of handsome male elves. The young princess freezes, utterly mortified to catch her mother playing games while doom approaches. Before a blushing Kasana can retreat, the annoyed queen commands her to halt. She lazily asks what could possibly be so urgent to justify such a rude interruption. Kasana stands firm, repeating that she holds a critical report regarding the lowly goblin tribe lurking in the forest. Dripping with arrogance, the queen simply scoffs. What could possibly be so urgent about such weak and filthy creatures? Kasana reveals she found a massive black bear completely devoured in the magical forest. There was no way ordinary goblins could have taken down such a beast. She adds that just days ago, she witnessed the old goblin chief get ruthlessly executed by a mysterious young man. She suspects a dark connection. However, her mother ignores the warning, only caring that the monster tribe has a new chief. Still entirely unbothered, the queen orders Kasana to gather the elf soldiers. She commands an operation to neutralize the threat, but warns them not to slaughter the monsters all at once. Sensually stroking a male elf, the breathtakingly curvy leader explains her reasoning. Goblin hearts are incredibly valuable ingredients for the tribe's magical potions. Kasana averts her gaze, her cheeks burning with intense embarrassment. She quickly states that she understands the crucial need to keep a few of the little monsters breathing. The wicked queen smirks, telling her daughter she has worked hard. As a reward, she offers a handsome elf to satisfy her desires, or even a whole group if she pleases. Completely flustered, Kasana storms out of the room. She declares she will scout the forest tonight and return with a full report. Deep within the goblin camp, the drums of war begin to beat. Using snapped branches as markers, they draw a crude map, informing Linten that the Forest of 1,000 Wonders holds roughly 30 treehouses. A wicked grin spreads across his face, immensely pleased with their scouting. Linten promises his top soldier that once they conquer the elves, 2 beautiful elf girls will be his reward. The little monster practically vibrates with pure excitement. Fired up by the glorious promise, Linten's right-hand man rushes off, ordering the horde to immediately sharpen their weapons. Linten's mind races as he sets his grand strategy into motion. Crunching the intel, he calculates 2 elves per house, totaling 70 enemies, including 10 working the mines. Knowing they need explosive power, he makes a bold announcement. From this moment on, the Horde will hunt directly in the dangerous magical forest. The goblins erupt into a frenzy of bloodlust. Hunting there will allow Linten to skyrocket his stats, maximize agility, and absorb a massive variety of deadly skills. Bathed in the forest's mana, the rest of the goblin horde will rapidly evolve as well. Tirelessly, Lua and Linten slaughter their way through magical beasts. They relentlessly stack new skills, steadily pushing their combat power to terrifying new heights. The horde adapts, executing brutal group attacks to tear down massive beasts and share the glorious stat gains. Utilizing the tribe's absolute devour skill, they absorb countless abilities. Their overall level rockets to 18, bringing their total power to 250. Linten analyzes the numbers, estimating each elf holds roughly 200 strength. The math is undeniable. The goblin horde's raw power has officially surpassed the arrogant elves. Yet, marching into enemy territory requires absolute caution. Playing it safe, Linten commands the system to run a combat simulation of the invasion. At his command, the digital life simulation boots up. A massively upgraded Linten leads his bloodthirsty army straight toward the elf stronghold. He marches with absolute confidence. But blinded by arrogance, the goblin horde walks directly into a devastating ambush. Deadly traps spring from the shadows, wiping them out in seconds. Our protagonist is captured by the ruthless matriarch and publicly hanged in the Forest of 1,000 Wonders as a brutal warning. To put it simply, the invasion is a total massacre. The system mocks him, stating he thought he held all the cards while dancing in the enemy's palm. Staring in pure disbelief, Linten refuses to accept this catastrophic outcome. The horrific truth suddenly strikes Linten like a lightning bolt. The goblin camp has been watched this entire time, giving the elves the perfect window to set their trap. A brilliant, deadly strategy. Pivoting instantly, the new leader reminds his warriors that goblins possess razor-sharp senses. He orders absolute silence to hunt the spy, and within moments, his enhanced instincts detect a hidden presence. Channeling his surging magical power, our boy locks his terrifying gaze onto a shadow behind a massive tree. Under the beautiful moonlight, completely unaware she has been exposed, the frantic princess and her elite guards attempt a rapid retreat, desperate to warn the matriarch of the impending assault. Suddenly, a volley of shimmering arrows slices through the darkness. With pinpoint accuracy, one glowing shaft violently pierces the princess right in her backside. Kasana unleashes a desperate scream, utterly shattered that her stealth mission has failed. A heartbeat later, her legs give out, and she crashes hard into the dirt. Absolute panic grips the beautiful princess as a cold numbness spreads. She realizes she has been completely paralyzed by the arrow, just like her fallen guards. The goblins roar in triumph, praising Linten's flawless shot. Watching her tremble, our boy wonders if the prisoner's body is reacting strangely to the venom. Dripping with dark sarcasm, Linten mocks the helpless princess, admitting he never thought capturing them would be this incredibly easy. The gears of fate are spinning flawlessly in his favor. Leaning in, he whispers to Kasana that she delivered herself at the absolute perfect moment. With a ruthless wave of his hand, the goblin boss orders his horde to drag every single paralyzed elf back to the camp. Back at the grim village, a screeching monster orders freezing water thrown on the captive to wake her for the boss. Kasana lies there, looking completely shattered and drained. As Linten slowly approaches, he reveals a dark secret. Goblin bodily fluid carries a potent effect designed specifically for females, triggering intense paralysis and unbearable arousal. It is the ultimate weapon against their matriarchal society. Now, the proud female warriors are furious and completely unable to move a muscle. Trembling with disgraced fury, the princess fiercely demands to know how such filthy creatures dared to capture royal blood while still plotting to destroy her entire tribe. Kasina glares at Linten. She claims that without the matriarch's divine mercy, the elves would have exterminated every last goblin. She warns that harming her means facing her mother's unforgiving wrath. Dripping with sarcastic confidence, our boy simply mocks the fallen princess. The reincarnated ruler throws Kasina to the dirt. He finds her pathetic delusions fascinating, especially how she keeps preaching about mercy. Linten leans in close. He tells her the noble elves she describes sound nothing like the ruthless monsters her underlings revealed. Her troops are foolish, but they cannot lie. He notes her tribe could have wiped out the forest's goblins, yet many survive. He refuses to buy her pathetic tale of mercy. Radiating the aura of a true conqueror, Linten silences the princess. She does not need to speak another word. Tonight, the goblin horde will march upon the elf territory. They will carve out the bloody truth for themselves. Our ruthless protagonist commands his soldiers. They can tear apart the two fallen prisoners and completely devour their precious abilities. The hulking goblin commander glares hungrily at the princess. He asks his leader what fate awaits this royal captive. Blind to the impending nightmare, Cassina violently trembles and begs for mercy. Instead, she becomes the very next sacrifice claimed by the future goblin god. After completely dominating the princess, Linten's stats skyrocket, unlocking devastating new abilities. Meanwhile, deep inside the elf tribe, the matriarch's hunger looks absolutely insatiable. Her exhausted subjects drop to their knees, begging for mercy. They cannot keep satisfying her endless cravings now that their special tonic has run dry. The wicked queen clicks her tongue in pure annoyance. She sneers that they should have captured far more goblins during their last bloody hunt. Drained subjects stumble blindly through the halls after fueling the matriarch's dark desires. When she demands news of Cassina, a trembling elf admits she never returned. That same soldier bravely offers a plan to the tribe's mother. They can hunt for the princess and slaughter remaining goblins, rapidly leveling up their warriors. A shadow of worry crosses the matriarch's flawless face as she finally agrees. She orders him to take an elite squad of soldiers. They must reinforce Cassina against the pathetic little monster tribe. Suddenly, an icy voice echoes, declaring the queen's daughter will never return. Panic grips her heart. But from the shadows, Linten emerges, unleashing a deadly volley of arrows. A royal guard takes a fatal strike straight through the skull. Driven by pure instinct, the desperate queen snatches the next lethal arrow right out of the air. Flanked by his terrifyingly loyal soldiers, Linten proudly declares her precious daughter is his captive. Dripping with dark sarcasm, our boy tells the matriarch that very soon, they will all become one big family. Refusing to bow, the courageous queen draws her gleaming blade to protect her kin. Her voice cracks with fury as she demands to know what Linten did to her daughter. He merely answers with a chilling, mocking laugh. Blinded by blazing wrath, the matriarch charges forward, swearing to sever his head. Linten evades her lethal strike with effortless grace. He reveals her pathetic elf tribe is completely surrounded, but promises gentle treatment if she surrenders now. Suddenly, the stunning elf matriarch freezes in her tracks. Paralyzed by goblin poison, Linten reveals the arrow was coated in monster fluid, a deadly neurotoxin for elves. He softly commands her to stay absolutely still. In that humiliating second, the prideful matriarch realizes the devastating truth. She has been captured without even putting up a fight. Linten smirks, mentioning her twisted obsession with upgrade tools and excitement tonics. He coldly states the goblins have the exact same plans for her noble elves. Staring down the cruel blade of her future master, the matriarch trembles. She is facing the monstrous new leader Cassina warned about, the very threat she foolishly ignored. The queen violently flinches. Blood-curdling screams for help suddenly erupt just outside her royal treehouse. Linten warns her that time is rapidly ticking away. He ruthlessly drags the tribe's mother to the window to witness the carnage, declaring it is time to negotiate cooperation. The queen's eyes widen in absolute horror. She cannot process the apocalyptic nightmare unfolding right outside her quarters. Her beloved elves scream in agony. They beg their mother to save them, terrified of being dragged into the goblin abyss. The matriarch's soul shatters with every passing second. Boiling with helpless fury, she demands to know what this monster did to her sanctuary. Linten coldly states the era of weak little monsters is dead. He reminds her of the dark days when her elf tribe held absolute power. They mercilessly slaughtered the goblins without a second thought. It is only natural the monsters would claim their bloody revenge upon growing stronger. Linten declares his grand ambition to breed legendary goblin warriors. That is the only reason these pathetic elves are still breathing. As for their fate, once their usefulness expires, he chuckles darkly, claiming it all depends entirely on the tribe mother's attitude. Her arrogant pride completely shattered, the queen finally surrenders. She drops to her trembling knees before Linten, begging for mercy to spare her children's lives. The stunning queen accepts her grim fate. She agrees her elves will bear the goblins' children, fueling their unstoppable rise to power. Back in the shadowy depths of the monster village, Cassina completely breaks down. She is utterly devastated to see her invincible mother dragged in as a captive. Tears stream down the queen's face as she apologizes to her daughter. She deeply regrets never believing their glorious empire could actually fall. The broken matriarch admits a brutal truth. Only defenseless women and children remain to preserve their bloodline, and every surviving elf girl has already been claimed by the goblins. Desperately trying to soothe her weeping daughter, the matriarch whispers their dark new reality. From this day forward, their only hope for survival lies within the monster tribe. Standing over his royal prizes, Linten offers a chilling promise. He will take excellent care of them all, ensuring they are fed 3 fulfilling meals a day. But if they harbor dark intentions, they cannot blame him when he mercilessly wipes them out. Prioritizing her, people's survival, the matriarch bows in understanding. But then, the elf queen makes an unexpected plea to Linten. Her voice trembles, calling the elves her children. She desperately begs him to show them mercy. Suddenly, Lua stumbles in, completely overwhelmed by swarms of crying hybrids. Linten smirks, realizing this stems from the elves' infinite maternal love attribute. Panting heavily, Lua cries out to her chieftain. She simply cannot manage these infants all by herself. Seeing an opportunity, Linten grants her desperate wish. He officially places the elven children under her care. He knows these hybrid babies guarantee unstoppable strength for the tribe's future. Hungry for even more power, our protagonist commands the system to open his status. Scanning the stats, Linten wonders if his qualification hit the absolute cap. Lately, all his rewards directly converted into raw attributes. He concludes he just needs more children to infinitely stack his power. Overlooking his tribe, a sinister grin spreads. Everything is going perfectly according to plan. Linten is absolutely certain his current strength is finally enough to slaughter Loader. Day by day, more pointy-eared babies with green goblin skin emerge. But the proud elven mothers feel completely shattered. They weep, begging the horde to take the terrifying monsters away. Linten demands a head count, and Lua reports between 30 and 40 successful births. Suddenly, Princess Kasana screams out, writhing in absolute agony. A fierce flash of concern hits Linten. The princess carries his royal bloodline. He violently rushes over as her labor screams echo. The elf queen frantically clutches her daughter's hands, begging the princess to hold on. Terrified for her eldest child, the matriarch turns to Linten. She desperately pleads with him to intervene in Kasana's very first delivery. Knowing the immense value of this heir, Linten steps up. With absolute authority, he orders Lua to prepare the princess for delivery. Watching the fearsome goblin step in, the matriarch anxiously questions if he actually knows how to deliver babies. He coldly replies he knows enough. But the stubborn princess thrashes, screaming she refuses his filthy touch. Annoyed, Linten fiercely orders her to shut up. Those children are his, too. He flawlessly delivers the newborn, declaring the princess completely out of danger. Relieved, Lua heavily praises his miraculous life-saving skills, but Linten stays completely humble, claiming it was nothing special. But the peace shatters. Terrified shrieks erupt from another cage. Linten finds goblins swarming a fresh elven mother begging for her life. His instincts scream. Gripping his dagger alongside the matriarch, Linten explodes into the cage. He violently halts the grunts from forcing themselves on the elf. He threatens deadly consequences if they touch any unrecovered females. To solidify his absolute rule, he commands a new mandate. Every nursing elf receives a double portion of spirit fruits. Stunned, the matriarch realizes he is completely different from ordinary, mindless monsters. Linten coldly states obedience brings better treatment. Leaving them be, he immediately fires up the system simulator to calculate his ultimate revenge. The glowing screen reveals that through immense effort, he shatters the elven tribe's resistance. He successfully claims every elven maiden, and they birth terrifying goblins with ultra-enhanced attributes. As his military might explodes, the time for slaughter arrives. Driven by pure vengeance, Linten infiltrates Brighttown alone and tracks down Loader's squad. The system screen flickers violently, generating 3 options with vastly different survival scores tied to their endings. Linten smirks at finding them, but quickly checks his ego. His combat power merely rivals Loader's, so he absolutely cannot underestimate the enemy's elite companions. Fueled by supreme confidence in his awakened attributes, Linten boldly locks in option 1. He will massacre them alone. The system narrates his brutal ambush, nearly crushing Loader, until the enemy captain's legendary master suddenly descends. It is the monstrous human sword saint. The saint rescues the pathetic lord and effortlessly obliterates Linten. The human nobles safely retreat to the royal capital, escaping justice entirely. Against a transcendent sword saint, escape is absolutely impossible. Linten realizes he must tread with extreme caution. He stares at the simulation in absolute shock. Why would a transcendent powerhouse lurk here? Glancing at the matriarch, his resolve hardens. He must urgently accelerate his plans and max out his strength. Seeing no other path to survival, he decides to gamble. Linten orders Lua to lock down the stronghold while he infiltrates human territory. Hearing this suicidal plan, the elf queen gasps in genuine fear. Linten reminds the matriarch his blood feud cannot wait. But then, the proud elven mother makes an unprecedented offer. She can cast ancient stealth magic on him. Smiling wickedly, Linten declares this is exactly what he wanted. Thrilled by this unexpected buff, he taunts the matriarch, asking if she actually cares about his safety. She fiercely turns away, coldly stating her true fear. Without his rule, the horde will tear her daughters apart. With her people weighing heavy on her heart, the queen issues a desperate reminder. All her children rest in that village. If he returns alive, their safety is absolutely guaranteed. Lua and the matriarch swear a solemn oath to protect the tribe while he is gone. With his mind set on vengeance, Linten steps into Bright City, blending into the busy crowds. Heavily armed soldiers march through the streets in tight, disciplined formations. The entire area is on absolute lockdown, crawling with elite security forces. Seeing the massive military presence, Lintian's eyes narrow in suspicion. Has the legendary Sword Saint already descended upon the city? He has been hunting for clues all day, yet there is zero whisper of her arrival. Still, this suffocating level of security definitely screams that something is wrong. Suddenly, a massive crowd surges in one direction. Following the tide, Lintian discovers people swarming the official Adventurer Guild board. Staring at the bright city rankings, Lauder sits at the absolute peak. Lintian's eyes turn icy. Did that fool truly get stronger just by claiming first place? It does not matter. Lintian refuses to waste another second. If he fails to uncover solid leads right now, his entire master plan for revenge will crumble to dust. Passing a rowdy tavern, a booming voice catches his attention. Someone is arrogantly offering an open tab, shouting that everyone will drink until they drop. Lintian freezes in his tracks. That sickeningly familiar voice. Stepping into the shadowy tavern, he spots Lauder downing ale without a single care in the world. One of Lauder's pathetic lackeys starts showering him with endless praise. He hypes up how Lauder and Ephra rescued him from the four-armed monkey beast. The female teammate immediately joins in, gushing over their captain's absolute brilliance. Suddenly, a rival from the Bashi team sneers, shattering the mood. Are you seriously bragging about a pest? Flexing over such a pathetic, low-level monster is just sad. Lauder's lackey violently slams his cup down. Boiling with rage, he orders the rival to shut his mouth and get the hell out of their sight. The Bashi member fires back with childish arrogance, claiming he would crush even a so-called hero team. Finally reaching his limit, the tavern owner slams the counter. He barks that the evil dragons have entered mating season and are already snatching up local cattle. If they are truly so mighty, they should go slay the beasts. Lintian pauses, his quiet drinking, instantly hooked. The owner continues his rant. If the dragon horde attacks Bright City, and capital reinforcements fail to arrive in time, the local adventurers will be completely slaughtered. The entire city will plunge into despair. But Lauder simply stands up, overflowing with supreme arrogance. He smirks, claiming there is zero reason to fear. He has personally summoned his master, the legendary Sword Saint. Together, they will obliterate the dragons. Dead silence falls over the tavern. The hardened warriors stare in absolute shock, stunned that Lauder can summon someone so mythical. The men suddenly erupt into wild cheers. They praise Lauder to the heavens, declaring that a victory will officially crown him the hero of Bright City. Basking in the glory, Lauder shouts that the next round is on him. A massive pre-celebration for the Sword Saint's arrival and the dragon's upcoming slaughter. Lintian's eyes gleam with lethal intent. This is his golden opening. When the beasts plunge the city into chaos, he will deliver his fatal strike. Without a word, he turns toward the exit. Lauder spots the lone figure walking away from a tavern full of free booze. Lauder calls out, mocking if Lintian is going to stay and drink. Lintian does not even break his stride. No. His rejection is freezing cold. He coldly states there will be other chances. Lauder's brow furrows in sheer confusion. What kind of absolute fool rejects a free drink? Bright City is draped in majestic banners, buzzing with intense anticipation for the Sword Saint's grand arrival. Soon after, Lauder kneels before his master inside a quiet temple. He urgently reports that the dragon horde is circling closer. A devastating city siege is completely unavoidable. At his heavy words, his master grips her legendary weapon and slowly rises. She coldly demands a status update on her secret orders. Lauder proudly confirms that all 10 dragon-hunting ballistas were flawlessly constructed to her exact blueprints. Her gaze turns razor-sharp. She warns him strictly. If a single thing fails today, his entire reputation will burn to ashes. Stepping outside, an ocean of citizens surrounds them. The crowd gasps in sheer awe, trembling before an aura so breathtakingly majestic and absolute. The Sword Saint calculates the tension, telling Lauder that this is a truly special moment. She demands to know why everyone is frozen and orders them to prepare for war. Like a nightmare on cue, a terrifying shadow eclipses Bright City. A colossal flying beast descends, violently clutching a screaming citizen in its razor-sharp claws. As panic shatters the streets, the Sword Saint's gaze turns deadly. A scout dragon, she declares coldly. Its appearance guarantees one terrifying truth. The apocalyptic dragon horde is mere moments behind it. She commands Lauder to rally his squad and secure the defensive walls. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a panicked goblin rushes to Lintian, confirming the dragon's arrival. The loyal minion reports that soldiers are frantically swarming the barricades, completely clueless and begging for orders on how to survive. Cold and calculating, Lintian states it is almost time to strike. The enemy is arriving, so, for now, they patiently wait. Like a true mastermind, Our protagonist and his elite goblins settle into the shadows to enjoy the bloody spectacle. A swarm of dragons dive bombs the glittering city. Suddenly, a blinding beam of pure energy erupts, violently tearing straight through a beast's massive wing. Lauder and Ifra stare in sheer awe, absolutely paralyzed by the terrifying power of those heavy weapons. Lowering the massive ballista after that flawless critical hit, the Sword Saint glares at a trembling soldier. "Did you understand the technique?" she demands. The soldiers lock and load the master's divine weapons. One by one, the airborne beasts plummet from the sky, perfectly pierced by lethal crossbow bolts. The warriors roar in triumph as their weapons tear through the dragons. But suddenly, a new terror draws every eye. An overwhelming aura hits the shining city. Civilians collapse to the ground, screaming as agonizing pain splits their skulls. Loder and Ephra drain of color. They already recognize this monstrous presence. The golden-purple mother dragon has descended. The soldiers freeze in absolute despair. They mutter that their weapons are useless against her, eyes locked on the city. Blazing with absolute fury, the mother of dragons gathers her mana. She unleashes a devastating sea of flames at the wall. The ballista crews break and scatter. Abandoning their dragon-killing crossbows, they scream that the city is doomed. But a miracle unfolds. A massive magic circle appears, and a commanding voice orders them not to panic. The Sword Saint steps forward. She vows to fight the mother dragon alone, ordering everyone to keep defending the city. Raising her blade, the master summons a colossal protective field. This supreme barrier does more than just block the flames. It completely repels the other beasts from striking the wall. High on a mountain peak, Linten watches carefully, awaiting his moment. He expects nothing less. Deflecting the mother dragon's flames is child's play for the saint, not with her insane stats. Still, he marvels at the massive dragon's explosive power and instant destructive strike. Linten analyzes the Sword Saint's terrifying stats. Now he understands how she casually erased that apocalyptic breath attack. He acknowledges that Loder's master is an absolute monster. Relief washes over him, knowing he will not face her for his revenge. Though weaker than the saint, the dragon's insane endurance evens the odds. Even with the master landing devastating sword strikes, bringing down this colossal beast will take time. With the saint completely distracted by the dragon, Linten smirks. This is the golden chance he has been hunting for. Eyes burning with resolve, he declares his revenge against humanity starts now. He commands the goblins to breach the city. As dragons rain fire upon the capital, the humans remain entirely blind to another creeping danger. Loder grits his teeth against the flying beasts, swearing that his survival is all thanks to his master's training. Thanks to her, the captain proudly claims the title of Dragon Slayer. Suddenly, a terrified resident sprints up, screaming that goblins are invading. The captain's squad continues fighting dragons. Loder insists the little green monsters are dumb, but surely not stupid enough to attack the capital. But reality hits hard when another resident sprints past, chased by several goblins. Seeing the vicious little monsters himself, the captain realizes his deadly mistake. Playing the hero, Loder orders his squad to handle the dragons while he and Ephra slaughter the goblins. One little monster locks eyes with the heroes and bolts. Furious, Loder commands them to stop, but this retreat is a trap. In a flash, Loder and Ephra are captured by the little monsters. It goes exactly as Linten planned. The captain's squad screams they will save him, but the swarming goblin horde completely blocks their path. From the shadows, the vengeful Linten materializes entirely unnoticed. Bound and helpless, Loder desperately screams a warning about the deadly danger behind them, but his warning comes too late. Linten's lethal dagger flashes, effortlessly executing two warriors before they can even defend themselves. Loder and the Holy Maiden watch in absolute despair. They cannot believe a mere goblin possesses such terrifying, godlike agility. Linten casually strolls forward. He flashes a sarcastic smirk, mocking the two elite prisoners for getting captured so easily. Boiling with rage over his slaughtered comrades, Loder thrashes against his bonds, roaring that he will exterminate every filthy goblin. Linten ruthlessly kicks the captain, ordering him to look around and stop talking nonsense. Our anti-hero commands the little monsters to drag Loder and Ephra through the sewers. Meanwhile, he leads the rest to the walls to annihilate the Beast Riders. Back in the sky-shattering clash against the Dragon Mother, the Sword Saint hears desperate screams from the capital, cursing the goblins for their perfect timing. The colossal beast mocks Loder's master, gloating over her ruined city. The Sword Saint's aura explodes. She locks into a relentless duel with the Dragon Mother, unleashing her full power to mock the Queen of Beasts. Loder's master asks if she is struggling, then delivers an earth-shattering strike, forcing the legendary monster into a deadly corner. Dominating the sky, the saint declares the Dragon Mother is finished. She wonders if her warriors cleared the ground. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the city wall. The fiery chaos rips the saint's attention away. Seizing the opening, the battered dragon mother laughs, praising the little monsters for their flawless timing. Realizing the Shining City's savior is distracted, the Dragon Queen escapes fast. As she flees, the furious mother of beasts leaves a chilling vow. She will never forgive the saint. But the almighty warrior seethes with pure rage. That colossal beast just slipped right through her fingers. Furious over the Dragon Queen's escape, the city's radiant savior makes a blood vow. Soon she will march upon Dragon Island and slaughter every last one. As the urban battlefield finally falls dead silent, the Sword Saint descends. Disgust twists her face. Loader's elite squad couldn't even exterminate a few lowly goblins. A battered soldier delivers the crushing news. Captain Loader and the holy maiden Ephria were taken alive by those wretched little monsters. The Sword Saint freezes in disbelief. But the soldier swears these were no ordinary goblins. Another survivor chimes in, his voice shaking. Those runts possessed the raw power of the great races. Even the mighty Loader was completely overwhelmed. Blinding fury consumes her heart. Desperate to reclaim her fallen comrades, she declares a one-woman crusade into the enchanted forest to eradicate the goblin threat. But a desperate civilian suddenly clings to her arm, dropping to their knees and begging her to stay. If the dragons or those monstrous runts return now, the entire city is doomed. The desperate plea spreads like wildfire. As loyal subjects of the Empire and the Temple, they demand their divine protector shield them first. Gritting her teeth, the Sword Saint finally yields. Protecting the masses must come before chasing a fallen hero's party. The burden of true duty anchors her down. Meanwhile, deep inside the Goblin village, a deafening roar of victory shakes the settlement. The tribe stares in absolute awe as their supreme leader, Linten, returns with human prizes. The once proud holy maiden is violently hurled into the dirt. A goblin enforcer snarls, warning the captives that defiance means brutal punishment. Loader's jaw drops in pure shock. These goblins have even enslaved high-ranking elves. Ephria whispers a chilling theory. A true hero hides among this tribe. Loader desperately asks if she can fight. She admits the venom is fierce, but her sacred constitution will soon awaken. Catching wind of her pathetic little scheme, Linten glides from the shadows, mocking her miraculous recovery. Ephria spirals into a blind panic. How does this monster know her name? And what sick game is he playing? With a sinister glare, Linten slowly stalks toward the trembling holy maiden. Centuries of burning hatred fuel our protagonist. He buries his razor-sharp claws deep into her thigh, ripping a blood-curdling scream from Ephria's throat. Bound and helpless, Loader is forced to watch the carnage. The desperate captain screams at Linten to take his filthy hands off his comrade. But disrespecting the tribe's supreme leader comes with a heavy price. A vicious blow from a goblin guard smashes the brave captain's face. Spitting blood, Loader glares at Linten with blazing fury. He vows the all-powerful Sword Saint will track them down and burn this entire village to ashes. An arrogant smirk stretches across our boy's face. That so-called master will simply become his next prey. He is quietly biding his time in the shadows. And no matter how hard that saint hunts, she will only find empty air. Setting his master plan in motion, Linten turns to Kwong. He places the second generation under the goblin's direct command, ordering a ruthless monster hunt deep within the forest. Knowing the human army will soon come knocking, our boy decides to forcefully accelerate his evolution and start a brutal interrogation. Crushing Loader's chest beneath his heavy boot, Linten asks a chilling question. Does the captain still enjoy secretly torturing goblins, just like he did in Linten's past life? Loader stammers in pure confusion, completely oblivious to the demonic kid's words. Linten clicks his tongue, his patience instantly evaporating. If words won't work, agony will. Driven by blazing vengeance, our boy mercilessly slices off the captain's ear. Loader howls in sheer agony, screaming that it hurts like absolute hell. Through grinding teeth, the captain defends his holy mission. Eradicating these cursed creatures is humanity's absolute justice. But Linten simply replies with a slow, sarcastic clap, shredding his claims. He exposes their righteous facade. They only hunt goblins as cheap stepping stones to farm stats for the hero's party. Linten reveals their darkest, most twisted secret. It is far easier to execute hostages alongside the monsters than to actually play the hero. He coldly demands the true body count of their so-called justice. Loader freezes, completely paralyzed by the horrifyingly accurate accusation. A battered Ephria is left reeling in pure shock. How does a lowly backwoods goblin know the deepest, dirtiest secrets of the hero's party? Consumed by pure hatred, Linten lays down the law. Unlike these self-righteous hypocrites, he doesn't need to pretend. He is a proud creature of darkness, ready to deliver hell on earth. Drained of all hope, Ephria weakly begs her captain for salvation. Her pride shattering, the holy maiden reduces herself to desperate begging. Loader thrashes against his bonds, absolute panic consuming him. Linten leans in, ready to spoon-feed the maiden her own toxic words. This nightmare has only just begun, so she better brace herself for impact. With a vice-like grip, our protagonist hauls her up by the throat. He forces the captain to watch the absolute horror that comes next. A sinister smile flashes as Linten tosses Ephria to the starving goblin horde. Let's see just how long this fragile maiden can survive their endless, brutal torments. Loader's mind snaps at the horrifying reality. He is truly going to be forced to watch his closest companion suffer. With no savior in sight, the grinning monsters close the trap. The leader has spoken, and the holy maiden is officially on the menu. A goblin approaches, declaring it is time to switch guard duty over the captive. The current guard nods, repeating Linten's strict orders to keep her breathing. Ephria hangs there, completely broken and drained from the relentless torture. Still, the guard smirks, confirming she is just alive enough to meet their orders. Loader desperately begs his companion to stay strong, barely clinging to life. The battered girl whispers for her captain not to worry, claiming she feels no pain. The vicious guard brutally shuts the prisoner up. Barking that captives have no right to speak, he viciously stomps onto the man's head. Meanwhile, the elegant elf queen cradles her baby, asking her daughter if Linten truly harbors a grudge against humanity. The girl frantically warns they are in grave danger. Catching her mother's hesitation, Lua steps in. She points out the boy's sworn vow to exact bloody revenge on humans, confirming his absolute, burning hatred. Completely starstruck by Linten's overwhelming presence, the elf queen praises his ruthless determination. He never lets a single insult go unpunished, making him the most extraordinary goblin she has ever laid eyes on. The elf blushes deeply, realizing his unmatched stamina extends even to the bedroom. A strange thrill washes over her, leaving her craving to be completely dominated by his charm. Elsewhere in the shadows, a loyal goblin kneels before the main character. He reports that the second-generation elf hunting party has finally returned. They arrived surprisingly early, carrying a massive haul of slaughtered prey on their backs. The frantic scout informs the boss of their arrival. He notes one hunter hit level 33, boasting monstrous stats that rival the main character himself. The main character narrows his eyes. Why return so soon? Was their bloody hunt truly that successful? The scout explains they wiped out every nearby monster, forcing them deeper west. There, they stumbled upon massive hobgoblins ruthlessly butchering the smaller tribes. The main character demands to know which Western clan was facing this brutal slaughter. Another scout steps forward, revealing it was the notorious Bloodfang tribe. Splitting into search parties, they discovered multiple conquered tribes bearing the enemy's gruesome mark. A dark, amused grin spreads across the main character's face. These enemies are all massive hobgoblins. Capturing their fierce leader would create the ultimate weapon for their grand resistance against humanity. Hearing this, the captured captain bursts into mocking laughter, calling them delusional fools. He sneers that the royal knights will quickly crush their pathetic dreams. The main character turns with a chilling glare. He scoffs that if the prisoner hadn't spoken, he would have forgotten the human even existed. The goblins creep toward the terrified captain, but Linten smirks, noting one human still remains. Panicking, the captain screams, begging to know their twisted plans. A savage goblin violently grips the captain's jaw. It mocks his agonizingly soft skin, declaring his turn has finally come. The captain thrashes in absolute madness. Ivelia remains dead silent, forced to watch the horrors unfold. Hours later, the captain completely collapses. He drops face down, utterly drained. As night falls, a goblin asks Linten about raiding the giants. Linten smirks, confirming the raid and their leader's capture. He even reveals their new legendary name, the Mad Sky Tribe. The goblins erupt into deafening cheers, praising his absolute power. They chant their new name endlessly into the night. An elf trembles, realizing how strong these conquerors are. But the main character just smirks, entirely unbothered. He oozes absolute confidence, hiding a devastating trump card. In the shadows, Ivelia hangs bound and stripped of her armor. By dawn, he perches on a perfect vantage point. It is finally time to test his army's true strength. His target? The fearsome Bloodfang tribe deep within the enchanted forest. Despite their massive numbers, he remains utterly fearless. The enemy leader approaches, striking pure terror into the weaker goblins. Truly impressive. This Bloodfang chief is a legendary goblin hero. Sizing him up, our main character remains completely unimpressed. With a 900 combat power, a dozen warriors could kill him. But capturing this beast alive? That poses a challenge. Paralyzing poison is useless against that mountain of muscle. He needs Ivalia's holy binding magic. That spell guarantees absolute victory. He heads straight for his captive. Back at the Mad Sky base, a loyal goblin reports his grim task is complete. The human captive is completely broken. He praises his minion for the flawless execution. The shattered girl begs for death, praying for divine redemption. As he gently wipes her wounds with a warm cloth, she blindly asks who is there. Slowly turning around, her eyes lock onto the main character. Pure panic sets in, and she violently screams at him to stay back. Trembling violently, she shrieks about losing her mind. She sobs in agonizing pain, calling that unseen tormentor a literal demon. He slaps her back to reality, then pulls her into a warm embrace. Whispering that her punishment is finally over, she weeps, desperate for hope. Pulling back, he declares he always keeps his word. But now, she must choose her ultimate faith. She weakly questions his meaning. She must choose: pray to a silent god, or submit to him. Becoming his loyal pet is the only escape from endless agony. He gently strokes her hair as she shivers violently. Ivol, very good, Ivelia, Linten purrs, gently tracing the soft contours of her face. Linten declares himself her absolute master, branding her as his loyal puppy. Without hesitation, Ivelia drops to all fours. She barks playfully, eagerly claiming him as her master. Sweeping her into his arms, he carries her toward a steaming natural spring. He strips away her ruined clothes, gently washing away the battle's grim dirt. Melting into the soothing warmth, she vows to do absolutely anything for him. He praises her perfect obedience, his hands continuing their hypnotic work. Suddenly, Linten demands to witness her ultimate technique. He wants the holy light imprisonment. Blinking in total confusion, she asks what on earth that is. Freshly bathed, he hands her an ancient tome. Realizing this holds the divine prison technique, Ivelia closes her eyes. A deep, resonant prayer slips from her lips. Holy aura surges. She levitates as massive divine energy channels through her veins. In a flash of blinding brilliance, a colossal cage of light materializes. Linten marvels at her overwhelming power. Together, they casually stroll into the tribe's dungeon. Detecting their presence, the battered captain screams. He orders Ivelia to strike Linten and heal his broken body instantly. But Linten simply chuckles, revealing she surrendered willingly. The captain refuses to believe this nightmare. As the Holy Church leader's sacred daughter, she could never break so easily. Linten coldly orders her to kneel, demanding she confess her total, absolute free will. Ivelia obeys instantly, flashing him a devoted smile. Watching this absolute betrayal, the captain loses his mind. Slamming against the iron bars, he drools with venomous hatred. He promises Linten's arrogance will trigger the absolute extinction of the entire goblin race. Goblins exist only to be slaughtered by humanity. He vows the mighty Holy Church will wipe their disgusting kind from the face of the earth. Linten had no idea Ivelia's status was this legendary. Smirking, he casually thanks the captain for the free intel, ordering his goblins to make his torture agonizing. Calling Ivelia to his side, they leave the screaming man behind. It is finally time to handle far more important business. Stepping into the shadows, Linten declares his next target: conquering the Bloodprey tribe. Meanwhile, deep inside the enemy lair, a scout reports their sinister preparations are complete. Quivering with dark anticipation, the rival chief rises. He roars their brutal plan: invade the southern territory, enslave the beautiful elves, and claim their twisted rewards. The bloodthirsty goblins go absolutely wild, screaming praises for their chief's ultimate power. Suddenly, a terrified guard shrieks. An intruder has breached their defenses, hunting the chief. The chieftain spins around, sneering with pure malice. Where did this pathetic trash come from? The main character steps boldly forward. He declares himself a heroic-level bloodprey goblin, with human-like intelligence, fiercely demanding an audience. Enemy grunts instantly mutter that he must be some freakish mutant. He smirks, claiming he is simply sharper than the average grunt. Skipping the pointless small talk, he proudly announces himself as the supreme leader of the Mad Sky tribe, here to forcefully claim their chief. The surrounding horde faces two simple choices: bow down completely, or perish right here. The rival chief snarls, asking if he leads that infamous elf-breeding tribe. The main character praises the chief's excellent genes, commanding him to follow quietly. The hero goblin arrogantly calls him an idiot, roaring for him to shut up. The massive chieftain instantly palms the protagonist's entire head. Lifting him high into the air, he gloats that killing him right now will make the entire Mad Sky tribe his own. The bloodthirsty horde roars to crush his skull. Yet, the main character does not even flinch, sighing that words are entirely wasted. His eyes go cold. If he had not needed this bloodfang chief alive, the massive fool would already be a corpse. In a sudden flipping strike, the protagonist brutally severs the massive goblin's hand. Agonized screams rip from his throat. Crashing to the dirt and clutching his bloody stump, the chief shrieks for his underlings to obliterate the intruder. The furious horde charges blindly. Linten snaps his fingers. "Come out now." Instantly, a cold steel knife violently punches through a goblin's chest. Mad Sky assassins shimmer into view, instantly dropping their terrifying invisibility skills. The enemy forces panic, screaming about their completely soundless arrival. The loyal servant flashes a deadly grin, whispering, "Silent steps." His voice thunders, ordering the total annihilation of the enemy horde per the chief's absolute command. Pure panic erupts as Mad Sky warriors instantly swarm the camp. The chilling truth finally hits them. They have blindly walked into a masterfully crafted trap. The arrogant negotiation was nothing but a brilliant, fatal decoy. Realizing his horde is completely outmatched, the crippled chief attempts a desperate retreat. But driven by pure, blinding rage, he violently spins back around, screaming to crush the main character first. The main character stands completely unbothered, his arms casually crossed. He simply commands, "Evla." She unleashes Holy Light Prison. A glowing celestial cage instantly snaps into place, completely trapping the deeply confused hero goblin in his tracks. His mind reels in sheer panic. This is pure light magic, a divine power entirely impossible for goblins. But then, a truly horrifying sight shatters his reality. Evla drops gracefully to her knees, devotedly calling him master. He gently praises her as a good girl, noting her immense power spike since switching to his side. She softly thanks him, while the violent battlefield slowly goes quiet. The captured hero hung bound in blazing light magic, violently cursing the boss. Unfazed, Linten coldly orders the pathetic prisoner to be a good little breeder. Back at the tribe, the monstrous goblin chief sits chained to a boulder. The main character smirks, admitting this beast took serious effort to tame. Wiping his blade clean, he declares the job finished. The once terrifying chief is absolutely no longer a threat. The captain stares in awe at the captured hero-class goblin, wondering how Linten pulled off the impossible. Meanwhile, Linten casually turns to address Lua. Linten orders her to let lesser goblins handle the artificial reproduction task. She only needs to oversee it. She completely agrees. He entrusts Ivea to Lua's strict care. Lua immediately nods. He then commands the Elf Queen to prepare, for an epic reunion awaits. She questions if this is truly an ally. Yes, an undeniably crucial ally. Lua's extreme arrogance confirmed it. The human forces were marching fast, and facing their overwhelming power could mean total annihilation. It was finally time to visit the legendary Dragon Mother. With Dragon Island sitting over 100 kilometers away, the fastest travel method was simple. He just needed to bait a wild dragon. The main character dumped bloody oxen carcasses along the shoreline. With the metallic stench of fresh blood painting the wind, a hungry beast would quickly arrive. Slicing open a beast, he crawled inside the bloody meat, hiding like a freezing survivor. A colossal dragon swoops down, snatching the dead oxen in its razor-sharp claws. Blasting toward Dragon Island at blinding speed, it hurls the bloody prey straight down into a dark abyss. The heavy carcasses brutally slam against the earth. Miraculously, the main character survives the fall without being completely crushed. Clawing out of the rotting flesh, he quickly realizes these beasts hunt for a larger pack. Now, his real mission begins. He must locate the terrifying Dragon Mother. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes from the shadows, murmuring about a bizarre ingredient mixed into the fresh meat. Panic strikes him. A majestic purple dragon steps into the light, eyes narrowing in recognition. She remembers him. He is the insane goblin boss who ambushed the Tribe of Light. Why dare sneak into her lethal domain? Did this tiny creature think he was invincible? Sweating bullets, the main character frantically begs her to wait. He boldly proposes a strategic alliance. The giant beast finds this wildly amusing. A lowly goblin bartering with royalty? Her scales glow brilliantly, shifting into a stunning human form. Flashing a dangerous smile, she whispers that a good proposal might just save him from being eaten. He points out her burning grudge against the Sword Saint. Since he freed her from captivity earlier, a mutual revenge alliance is the perfect way to repay that debt. She is genuinely impressed. For an inferior creature to challenge the legendary Sword Saint, this reckless bravery definitely sparks her dangerous curiosity. Towering twice his height, she leans in closely. How does a mere goblin plan to crush that monstrous woman? He smirks confidently. It is simple. Have her mighty dragons endlessly bombard the Village of Light. She raises an elegant eyebrow. If her beasts fight, what exactly will his goblin army do? What could a pathetic swarm of little goblins possibly achieve against that absolute monster? What is his master plan? Sliding a sharp nail under his chin, she whispers that a head-on clash means instant death. He chuckles. Physical damage is useless. They must completely shatter her mind. Utterly destroying her spirit is the only true path to victory. The Dragon Mother laughs out loud, perfectly grasping his twisted warfare. Using cannon fodder goblins to cause pure chaos while her dragons stay perfectly safe? It is an incredibly sweet setup. The main character extends his hand, sealing a dark pact. She accepts immediately. Meeting a goblin with such a devious intellect is a rare, thrilling surprise. The longer she stares into his confident eyes, the more intrigued she truly becomes. Licking her lips hungrily, she whispers about giving him a special, intimate reward. The main character freezes in pure terror. It is mating season for female dragons. She realizes his fragile body would snap under her affection. Since romance is completely off the table, she decides to offer him a much safer, alternative prize. Gazing across her massive horde, she ponders which terrifying monster to pick. Meanwhile, at the Crazy Sky Tribe, Loader hangs crucified in the central plaza. Heavily armed goblins patrol endlessly beneath his bleeding feet. Hours drag into days, yet the royal guards still have not launched a rescue mission. If he does not break free soon, his sanity will completely shatter. Yet, staring at the guards, he sees absolutely no escape. A desperate thought strikes him. Goblins lack vertical height. Reaching a higher spot might just guarantee his survival. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow eclipses the sun. A massive, flying dragon descends. Pure dread grips his soul as he screams at his goblin captors, begging to be released, before agonizing dragon fire turns him to ash. Total panic erupts. One elf questions its arrival, while another points a trembling finger, revealing a mysterious rider on its massive back. The colossal beast crashes down, shaking the earth. Sitting majestically atop its neck is none other than the main character. Leaping gracefully to the ground, he throws back his hood and declares his glorious return. As the goblins stare in stunned silence, he commands the fearsome dragon to hold its position. The horde erupts, chanting Linten's name. They joyfully celebrate his unbelievable power with absolutely deafening cheers. Loader watches, absolutely dumbfounded. How could a mere goblin tame a dragon? Terrified, he desperately prays the Night Order arrives immediately. Meanwhile, within the City of Light, elite knights storm the command center. Kneeling before the majestic sword saint, she immediately cuts them off. Time is bleeding away, and useless formalities must be completely abandoned. They must forge a flawless rescue operation before it is entirely too late. A blue system screen flashes. The main character enters a brand new storyline. 3 choices appear. Continue grinding monsters, birth more goblin soldiers, or instantly fast-forward time by exactly 1 month. His mind races. This third option guarantees the Sword Saint cannot ambush him. Without hesitation, he rapidly selects the massive time skip. Securing 20 vital points, reality suddenly blurs. The system massively accelerates time, officially declaring the corrupted forest can no longer provide him with any useful experience points. Those 20 points triggered a massive multiplier, boosting the reward by 20 times his life score. Instantly, an entire month vanishes completely. His eyes snap open. A system notification chimes, signaling the time skip has finally concluded. Rolling out of bed, a dizzying sensation grips him. Skipping an entire month feels incredibly unnatural. Suddenly, golden text fills his vision. The system warmly congratulates him for shattering level 50 and achieving a massive 1,000 total score. While his base stats skyrocketed, his true combat power remained disappointingly stagnant. The door violently slams open. Lua bursts inside, screaming in sheer agony that every single newborn goblin has perished. The devastating news shatters his soul as they frantically sprint outside. Heartbroken elves cradle the lifeless bodies, weeping endlessly. Trembling with extreme sorrow, the main character fiercely demands to know how this tragic disaster happened. Gripping a sobbing elf, he desperately demands answers. Crying, she weakly admits having absolutely no idea what went so wrong. Only 3 frail newborns remain. Louder erupts into malicious laughter. He mocks the goblins as brainless fools for dreaming of raising a powerful generation. Linten narrows his eyes. It sounds like this traitor knows exactly why the newborns perished. Louder sneers. The higher a goblin's level, the harder it is for pups to survive. A reproduction skill can never conquer the world. Linten coldly thanks Louder for the crucial intel, even if this truth arrives far too late. Turning his back, Linten tosses the traitor to the furious goblins. Just do not finish him off too quickly. The horde grunts their brutal gratitude. Louder screams in terror, vowing to become a vengeful spirit and curse him forever. Linten realizes it is too late to breed new heroes. Yet, they desperately need overwhelming power to defeat the Sword Saint. Without an army, victory is impossible. He desperately ponders how to evolve his surviving goblins quickly. Suddenly, the colossal dragon abruptly lands behind him. She approaches Linten like a giant, affectionate cat, rubbing against him. What on earth is going on with her? The majestic dragon is entering a startling transformation phase, driven by intense mating heat. This situation is highly unique for him. Her stunning humanoid transformation finishes. So this is the special event. The ultimate gift the mother dragon left for him. The stunning female dragon aggressively advances on Linten, making him utterly nervous. She pounces, tackling Linten straight to the dirt. With a dangerously love-struck face, she straddles his lap and hungrily licks her lips. The system chimes. A hidden achievement successfully unlocks. and a massive surge of raw power violently skyrockets his stats. Linten gasps, recovering from the intense growth session with the dragon. She is just one woman, but insanely fierce and insatiable. The terrifying power of dragons. He has already become a heroic existence. He could level up just by drinking her blood, but she insists on a far more intimate method. Suddenly, she looms behind him again. Her eyes burn fiercely, whispering she is still not finished with him. Linten screams in pure desperation. He begs her to complete her actual mission first. She must share her dragon blood with the goblin horde before returning. She charges ferociously at the goblin horde. The bewildered monsters scatter in total panic. She looks ready to chop them into bloody shreds. As night falls, the traumatized goblins cautiously huddle around a campfire. Drinking true dragon blood triggered massive evolutions, but they can evolve even further. Linten rests quietly off to the side on the sleeping dragon's massive paws. He stares at his hands, absolutely stunned by the dragon's power. Not just him, either. Every single goblin has broken through to the hero class. Yet, their combined power still falls agonizingly short of his expectations. It is time to seriously upgrade their arsenal. Linten commands the system to open the dimensional shop. While meticulously scrolling through the items, he knows that as the absolute leader of the hero tribe, he must maintain overwhelming strength to keep his authority. The system displays 180 points to spend, plenty for advanced, practical gear. His eyes lock onto a deadly elemental crossbow that absorbs ambient magic to unleash devastating elemental arrows. Compact and perfect for long-range lethal attacks. He also spots a legendary skill called Unarmed Defense, allowing him to seamlessly parry 3 weapon strikes barehanded. Priced at exactly 80 points, this skill is powerful. The exact trump card needed to survive a bloody showdown against the fearsome Sword Saint. He instantly decides to purchase both. The system confirms the flawless exchange, instantly placing both the legendary item and skill into his inventory. Linten eagerly wonders out loud how these lethal weapons will function in battle. He desperately wants to test them on a live target immediately. His piercing gaze lands on Louder, calling out to him. Louder pales with pure, desperate terror, already sensing his grim fate. Linten smiles coldly, declaring him the absolute perfect candidate. Louder frantically asks what he plans to do now. And just like that, the traitor becomes the very first victim to taste the overwhelming might of heroic class Linten. Deep within the terrifying magic forest, a human witch screams for help. Her companion scoffs, bored by insignificant creatures. She would much rather be hunting ancient dragons with the legendary Sword Saint. A third adventurer smirks, declaring the Mother of Dragons is a massive suicide mission anyway, making this extermination job incredibly easy. He smirks, declaring they cannot waste this golden chance Louder provided to earn effortless glory. Suddenly, the trembling witch spots a shadow ahead, screaming a frantic warning. Weapons draw in a flash of steel. A monstrous spider plummets from the canopy, instantly igniting a deadly battle. While the little witch cowers in absolute terror, the elite archer casually unleashes a flawless shot straight through the monster's skull and shrugs. It is just a pathetic level 3 bug. No need to make a massive deal out of it. But the veteran warrior suddenly roars for silence. Something far more terrifying is approaching. A colossal goblin erupts from the brush. A heroic species. The party gasps, muttering he looks like the chieftain. Finding the target is laughably easy. They tighten their grips, already arrogantly celebrating an effortless early victory. The ultimate glory is practically theirs. The warrior orders an all-out charge, demanding cover fire as the monstrous beast unleashes a sky-shattering war roar. Wait! An overconfident knight suddenly steps ahead of the captain. Leave this ugly monster to my blade. They slaughtered countless trash goblins on the way, but this will be his very first heroic kill. The captain nods grimly, ordering him to finish it quickly. The human knight demands attention. Lowering his stance, he obliterates a goblin in one flash. Storm Spear. He launches the lethal weapon at the largest beast, screaming for its death. Suddenly, the battlefield freezes. The monstrous goblin casually catches the lethal strike barehanded. How is this bloody nightmare possible? The beast prepares to counter. The captain screams to deploy the magic barrier. The stolen spear crashes and violently detonates. Shockwaves violently rattle them. The impenetrable barrier bears a smoking hole. They stand utterly paralyzed. Brute force alone almost shattered it. Needing distance against a physical menace, the archer desperately notches an arrow. One flawless shot is all she needs. Or so she foolishly believes. A brutal hand punches through her abdomen. Choking on blood, she spots a shadow-class assassin goblin cackling wickedly. The archer instantly collapses. Panic erupts. The frantic swordsman screams to tighten the formation and shield the fallen archer. The terrified witch violently points into the shadows. The captain turns. A massive horde of elite mutated goblins swarms them. Blood-curdling screams echo through the dense forest. But this time, it is not a cunning trap. The adventurers genuinely beg for life. The horde erupts into wicked cheers. Fresh meat. A greedy goblin claims the terrified witch, but another violently intercepts him. All bloody spoils belong to the tribe. The supreme chief demanded captives, but one escaped. A massive, four-armed goblin furiously roars back. They slaughtered countless humans today. Their raw power dictates how they divide these bloody spoils. Flames of rebellion ignite. The beast screams his squad is supreme and the weakling tribe must bow. A lesser brute declares their big brother is absolute. Staring at his sinister reflection in a bloodied blade, he decides to march the captives back first. Back at the sprawling settlement, chaotic whispers spread. The victorious heroes return. They drag broken human captives. Incredible victory. Their leader is Gobu Tion. Linten sits silently. A trembling elf asks if he still controls the horde. Zero response. The four-armed beast hoists the battered human captain. The monster maliciously claims this feast. Linten instantly steps forward, commanding the beast to drop him. This captive holds crucial intelligence. The towering goblin glares, sneering at Linten's smaller frame with an arrogant grin. To take him, Linten must trade a beautiful companion. The elven women flinch in absolute terror. Linten casually raises a hand. Blazing fury ignites in his eyes. He coldly asks if this fool comprehends his death sentence. The main character is Sovereign. The four-armed traitor scoffs, pointing at a menacing red-haired goblin named Go Kwang. He boldly declares Go Kwang's power eclipses Linten's. Linten locks his deadly gaze, questioning if the redhead orchestrated this pathetic mutiny. With an icy smirk, Linten promises total forgiveness if the redhead executes this loudmouth immediately. The multi-armed freak erupts into hysterical laughter, boasting Gu Kwang would never bow. Gu Kwang will conquer the tribe. Suddenly, a vice-like grip clamps down on the screaming traitor's skull. Panic floods him. To his absolute horror, Gu Kwang crushes his head. Before pleading, crimson blood violently detonates everywhere. Linten and the elf watch silently. The headless corpse slumps heavily. The surrounding horde recoils in sheer terror. Stepping over the corpse, the crimson-haired warrior respectfully addresses Linten. Since his monstrous evolution, his mind forcefully awakened. He is no arrogant grunt. He immensely respects Linten, but only bows to crushing power. Calling him father, he recalls Linten violently crushing the former chief for the throne. Now, he hungers to try. He broke through to level 50. His terrifying total combat power is 1,200. Linten smiles knowingly. The brat has audacity, challenging a god with mere 1,200 power. Unleashing a blazing aura, Linten praises his growth but darkly asks if he wishes to die. His devastating aura erupts like a legendary Super Saiyan. Bloodthirsty goblins violently chant for Gu Kwang. They scream for him to obliterate the boss and ruthlessly claim the women. Linten slowly closes his glowing eyes, completely unfazed. A massive portion foolishly and eagerly follows Gu Kwang. But before this earth-shattering clash begins, the absolute ruler confirms one rule. Summoning a sun-like fireball, he decrees, any elite wishing to live must stand behind him now or face annihilation. The awestruck human captain assumes Linten is a high priest. A desperate spark ignites. During this bloody internal conflict, he finally sees his chance to escape. Fighting them here is pure suicide. Once the current leader falls, he can finally escape. Meanwhile, several goblins rally to the main character's side. Kwang makes his ultimate choice right before our hero. Craving absolute power, he slowly draws his deadly blade. He charges blindly forward, but the main character smoothly dodges the lethal strike. The captain goes completely pale. The red-haired goblin's aura is incredibly fierce. He is vastly stronger than during their forest encounter. The main character praises Gabu Kwang's explosive growth, readying his blade. Scorching flames instantly engulf Lintian's sword. He challenges Gabu Kwang to withstand this single, devastating strike. The goblin panics. He has never faced such an overwhelmingly fast, blazing weapon. Knowing dodging is totally impossible, Gabu Kwang roars, swinging his blade head-on to shatter the fiery assault. Lintian's eyes gleam with genuine surprise. This goblin's resilience is incredible. Fueled by sheer desperation, Gabu Kwang charges forward. Roaring, he towers at twice Lintian's size. The main character simply unleashes a cold, sarcastic laugh. Gabu Kwang's blade obliterates the ground, triggering a massive explosion. The captive humans watch in absolute terror. Lintian's goblin subordinates hold their breath, terrified. Gabu Kwang freezes in utter disbelief. The main character caught the devastating sword strike with just one bare hand. Lintian praises the goblin's brute force, but coldly states it falls incredibly short. Flawlessly executing unarmed defense, he draws his deadly crossbow. Gabu Kwang's eyes widen in terror as the lethal weapon locks onto him. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream echoes everywhere. Lintian asks if he desires another taste of death. Utterly shattered and covered in his own blood, Gabu Kwang completely surrenders, dropping to his knees. Despite the victory, Linten genuinely respects Gabu Kwang's fearless courage. The rebel goblins completely break, violently throwing themselves to the dirt. Trembling before Linten's overwhelming power, they desperately beg for their worthless lives. Linten coldly brands them pathetic cowards. As they swear eternal loyalty, he commands Gabu Kwang to rise, enveloping the giant goblin in radiant healing magic. Eve Leia provides the healing magic. Linten smirks, praising the red-haired warrior's incredible guts. As long as Gabu Kwang pledges absolute loyalty, his life is spared. However, traitors receive zero mercy. The main character coldly orders his vanguard to execute the remaining rebels instantly. Gabu Kwang thanks Linten for his mercy. Eyes burning with murderous intent, he promises to slaughter the miserable traitors immediately. The desperate goblins beg for mercy, but Gabu Kwang effortlessly crushes them into dust. Linten fiercely orders his loyal horde to devour the fallen and absorb their strength. The faithful goblins roar to the heavens, celebrating his absolute dominance. Watching this bloodbath, the stunned captain curses Lauder's stupidity. This terrifying being is absolutely no ordinary monster. This is a demonic overlord. Linten slowly approaches Lauder's crucifixion post, sinisterly apologizing for ruining their pathetic little rescue mission. Did Lauder actually believe those worthless knights could save him? Linten mercilessly mocks his naive fantasy. Grinding his teeth in furious despair, Lauder venomously blames the useless sword saint. He curses her as a pathetic coward who hides securely behind the city's walls. Manic laughter erupts as Lauder screams that the entire kingdom is completely pathetic. Surprisingly, his shattered mind still faintly clings to a desperate sliver of sanity. The captain admits they severely underestimated Linten's terrifying might, but warns him not to celebrate prematurely. The legendary Sword Saint will arrive the exact moment she annihilates the terrifying Dragon Mother. Crouching down, Linten smiles chillingly. He asks if they genuinely believed the dragons attacked the City of Light by mere coincidence. Everything is perfectly aligning for him. Letting out a broken laugh, the captain realizes the horrifying truth. The Holy Squad and the entire City of Light were merely his oblivious pawns. Having spilled all their military secrets, the crushed captain begs for a swift execution. He absolutely refuses to endure the agonizing hell that Lauder is suffering. He pleads for the sweet release of death. Staring at the broken knight in deafening silence, Linten coldly agrees to end his pathetic misery. Meanwhile, desperate screams echo, violently awakening the legendary Sword Saint. Jolting up in her bed, she sharply demands to know the cause of this chaotic panic. "The dragons are defeated," she asks if the knights returned victorious. Trembling, the pale messenger violently stammers out a response. She commands the terrified soldier to speak immediately. Crying, he reveals that only one single soul from the elite squad survived. The rest were completely slaughtered. Leaping from her bed in utter disbelief, the Sword Saint quickly casts aside her alluring nightwear, immediately equipping her glorious, shining battle armor. She rushes to the infirmary to see the survivor. He remains in an absolutely agonizing, life-threatening condition. Gripping his bed, she urgently demands answers. What nightmare massacred her kingdom's most elite knights? Coughing blood, the adventurer reveals an impossible truth. An awakened heroic goblin bloodline ambushed them. He tearfully begs her to rescue the captured survivors immediately. His vision fading, he desperately warns her that these monstrous goblins are pure anomalies. With those chilling last words, he instantly loses consciousness. Frantic healers desperately try to stabilize his pulse. Panic erupts, knights refusing to believe mere goblins caused this massacre. A furious commander draws his blade, screaming about useless bloodlines. He swears to exterminate those green pests like worthless worms. However, the Sword Saint's commanding voice instantly halts him. Her eyes narrow with pure strategic brilliance. The escalating dragon assaults threaten the capital constantly. Even with divine strength, she cannot defend the entire kingdom alone. Taking absolute command, she immediately dispatches half the elite troops and summons emergency reinforcements to heavily fortify the sacred City of Light. Waiting for the perfect opening, she swears to personally annihilate both the monstrous goblin horde and the Dragon Mother. The hot-headed knight desperately protests her strategy. A trembling mage nervously questions if engaging these anomalies is a guaranteed suicide mission. Suddenly, a chilling voice slices the heavy tension. A massive figure declares reinforcements are unnecessary, coldly mocking that arrogant stupidity sealed the Order of the Silver Blade's tragic doom. It is Kasimov, the absolutely terrifying captain of the dreaded Death Knights. He tells her to leave the rescue and goblin hunt entirely to him. The Sword Saint scoffs, reminding him a whole squad died. Does he seriously think he can survive alone? He smirks, claiming he once fought 4 monstrous Titan warriors alone and lived. Even if these filthy goblins possess a heroic bloodline, There is absolutely no way they can scratch him. He rips off his mask, exposing a face half melted by a massive burn scar, and promises victory. Back at the village, the main character commands his system to restart the life simulation. The system reveals the Sword Saint ordered Kasimov to annihilate the village. Even if the main character wins, the casualties would be catastrophic. The main character narrows his eyes. Is Kasimov truly strong enough to reduce the entire village to ashes? A blue screen pops up. The system instantly locks in 3 critical mission options. Relocate the village, brace for the siege, or capture Kasimov first. He confidently chooses the third, locking in the mission to fight Kasimov. The glorious bounty is 20 points. But first, the main character must uncover who Kasimov really is. Back in the village, a manic laugh pierces the air. Lauder is wildly celebrating Kasimov's arrival, boasting that the goblins are utterly doomed. Their absolute end is here. This monster already slaughtered multiple Titan warriors. The main character glances back, noting Lauder's blind faith in this man. He calmly asks what these Titan warriors actually are. Lauder explains they are ultimate biological weapons. Forged with Titan genes, these beasts can literally tear giant monsters apart with bare hands. Everyone is completely doomed. Lauder cackles wildly, mocking them. The main character notes Kasimov must have nasty tricks, but Lauder keeps screaming they will be skinned alive. Linten frowns, warning that extreme caution is their only option right now. They should send a scout to test Kasimov's power first. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, Kasimov gallops on horseback, tracking the adventurers and goblins. The dense woods are dead silent. Something feels incredibly wrong. He finds the mangled corpses of the Silver Squad, spitting on the useless idiots. The heavy stench of fresh blood wildly excites his twisted mind. Maybe this time, he can enjoy a total massacre his own way. Suddenly, desperate cries for help echo behind him. He whips around, scanning the shadows. Kicking his horse, he charges straight toward the panicked screams. Bursting through the brush, he finds a naked blonde woman shivering in pure terror. He demands her name, but she stays frozen in silence. As she turns, Kasimov's eyes widen in shock. He recognizes her face. It is Avelia, sobbing his name and desperately begging for salvation. He shouts in pure disbelief that she survived. Riding closer, he sharply demands to know if Lauder is alive. Through heavy tears, she confesses she escaped the goblins, but Lauder is already gone forever. Kasimov coldly commands her to pinpoint the goblin tribe. She trembles, warning that they are terrifyingly close. Kasimov's eyes narrow with dark suspicion as he rides toward the camp. Avelia screams in despair, begging him not to leave her. But he is already galloping away, yelling at her to survive alone. His mission comes first. Kasimov's unique class grants massive attribute bonuses when fighting completely solo, and even more immense power when he slaughters enemies. With Lauder dead, Kasimov flashes a sinister grin. Perfect. 0 dead weight. He just needs to launch a bloody ambush and stack those god-tier bonuses. Tearing through the woods, his horse snaps a hidden tripwire. The beast crashes hard, launching Kasimov straight into the air. Kasimov flawlessly flips midair, landing without a single scratch. He glares back at the ambush, only to realize his attacker is Avelia. He viciously demands why she hasn't run away yet. Instead, Avelia raises her staff, blasting him point-blank with a devastating Holy Light critical strike. He roars in burning fury, demanding what she is doing. Her eyes turn dead as she replies that her master ordered his absolute destruction. She mercilessly casts Sacred Impact, blasting him squarely again. Toxic purple smoke violently erupts around Avelia as Kasimov unleashes his nightmare skill, Soul Devour. He brutally grabs her hair, snarling about what kind of mind control spell made her strike him, but she remains completely, chillingly silent. He runs his tongue across her shoulder. He promises absolutely no mercy now. Slicing up mindless monsters was getting painfully boring anyway. Now, he is fully obsessed with peeling her skin off. He presses his razor-sharp blade against Avelia's throat, smirking. What a perfect chance to rack up slaughter bonuses. Suddenly, an icy voice echoes from the shadows. The stranger finally understands why this arrogant fool dared to attack alone. The main character materializes right behind Kasimov, holding the killer's very own sword. He casually mocks Kasimov's broken class stats. That cursed blade possesses Mortal Harvest, terrifyingly boosting critical damage by 90%. One successful sneak attack would have been entirely fatal for our hero. Kasimov freezes in pure, unadulterated shock. How did a filthy, low-level goblin snatch his weapon in an instant? Avelia immediately rushes to the main character's side, loyally calling him master. Kasimov screams in disgust, furious that she degraded herself into a goblin slave. The main character gently pats her head, praising his flawless servant. Glaring back, our hero sighs in heavy disappointment. He expected a formidable warrior, but Kasimov is just a pathetic psycho obsessed with cheap thrills. Now, The real slaughter is about to begin, Kasimov scoffs. Even if he can't comprehend how this trash uncovered their hidden stats, he could effortlessly crush a filthy goblin. Even stripped of his sword and passive skills, he is more than ready to send our main character straight to hell. Drawing a dagger, Kasimov lunges with killing intent. Yet, our hero refuses to dodge. In a flash, two heavily armed goblins materialize right behind our main character and Aya. With a cold smirk, he declares they will see who descends to hell first. Suddenly, the dragon unleashes a blazing torrent of fire straight onto Kasimov. He is completely incinerated in a single strike. The fool literally speedran his descent to the underworld and shattered every record. Meanwhile, deep within the Tianquang tribe, a creature howls that the chief has returned. Another screeches that he brought fresh prey. He ruthlessly tosses the remains before a ragged, bound captive. With a mocking sneer, he asks if this pathetic sight is the all-powerful Reaper. He mocks that such blind arrogance only leads to a gruesome death. The captive mutters that the other warrior has already fallen. Roaring about the holy sword, he curses her as a miserable witch. Sending mere men to defend the city was a fatal strategy. The savage leader plans to focus on evolving rare-tier goblins now. This fallen corpse will serve as the perfect, nutrient-rich fertilizer. He turns to Gobshin, gifting this prime kill as his first feast. He coldly orders him to share the pathetic leftovers with the horde. The goblin swarm surges forward, screeching their dark gratitude to the terrifying chief. Gobshin was chosen specifically for his high odds of a rare evolution. As the monster tears into flesh, the chief notes his sadistic, hypocritical nature makes him absolutely perfect. Plucking a piece of fruit, the monstrous mastermind shifts his deadly focus toward the holy sword herself. He already analyzed the system. She commands only 3 remaining night squads, and her precious silver blade has already been shattered. Once the devastating news of Kasimov falling reaches her, it will utterly shatter the holy sword's morale. She will be forced to make a desperate move. Sensing the turning tide of fate, he decides there is no better time to use the simulation system and peer into the future. He commands the emulation to commence. A sinister laugh escapes his lips. The holy sword truly is an ambitious, unyielding saint. But in this twisted game, he will be the ultimate victor. Turning away, he orders his underling to rally the entire goblin army for tomorrow's catastrophic masterstroke. The vile horde screeches in absolute obedience. With deadly resolve, the leader prepares for total annihilation. Elsewhere in a distant fortress, a hushed voice asks how the warrior was discovered. A refined gentleman reports finding him outside the city walls. A woman gasps it took just 1 day, while a knight demands how lowly monsters slaughtered Kasimov. The woman highlights their repeated, crushing failures to eradicate the goblins. The sudden appearance of that terrifying dragon cannot be a mere coincidence. Her eyes narrow as the dark truth hits her. A sinister alliance has been forged between the dragons and the goblins. They are using innocent citizens as bait for a massive, inescapable ambush. They must strike back immediately. She fiercely barks out her orders. The Battle Roar squad must march to the capital right now for emergency reinforcements. Sometime later, the desperate cavalry charges forward. Through thundering hooves, a man yells that even at top speed, reaching the capital will take 4 agonizing days. He questions who will defend the city if the vanguard leaves. He begs to ride alone, offering his life to reinforce the capital and protect the saint. The female commander sternly cuts him off. She reveals the grim reality of her tactical plan if they ride straight into a deadly goblin ambush. Riding as a massive unit ensures at least one rider escapes the slaughter to deliver the warning. She firmly adds that if the saintly forces can crush the goblin vanguard, then the dragon outside the city walls becomes irrelevant. The true nightmare is an undefended city facing an attack. The knights gravely nod in agreement. Her sacred duty is to safeguard this exact operation and ensure reinforcements reach the city intact. They have absolutely no time to lose. The sheer, crushing weight of the mission finally dawns on him. Suddenly, the knight forcefully reins in his horse. A soldier gasps in horror. The bridge is completely obliterated. The panicked girl suggests an immediate detour, sensing a trap, but the captain fiercely rejects it. Taking a blind detour is exactly what the enemy wants, leading them straight into a fatal ambush. He reasons the destroyed crossing is ironically the safest path. He roars an order to chop down trees and rebuild the bridge before nightfall strikes. Tense hours bleed away in the dense forest. At last, the makeshift bridge stands ready. The captain barks that time is running out, but a chill runs down the girl's spine as unnatural darkness swallows the sky. The night freezes entirely. A catastrophic shadow eclipses the sun. A colossal dragon rises above the gorge. A terrified scream shatters the silence. A goblin is riding the legendary beast. Absolute panic erupts through the ranks. The horrifying rumors are true. The dragons and goblins have forged an unholy alliance. The goblin leader bursts into a maniacal, bone-chilling laugh. He mocks their pathetic efficiency in rebuilding the bridge. Did these fools honestly believe they escaped his trap? The enraged knight draws his blade, demanding to know if this monster orchestrated the entire sabotage. He swears a blood-curdling vow to sever the goblin's head himself. Instantly, the dragon unleashes apocalyptic fire. Boiling flames engulf the bridge as agonized knights scream. The inferno spreads with terrifying speed. Trembling in absolute horror, the girl curses the monstrous goblin horde as the bridge burns to ash. Through roaring flames, the knight swears he will drag the leader to hell through endless torture. The goblin simply tilts his head. Is that all? With a wicked glint in his eye, he dares them to survive his elite goblins. And the true mother of dragons, fast approaching. We are completely surrounded by goblins. A soldier screams in absolute terror. Another asks if the dreaded wyverns are coming next. The female lieutenant warns her commander that a wyvern attack means instant annihilation. But the captain grits his teeth, vowing to save the city. Roaring over the chaos, the captain orders Bane to fall back. He promises to hold the monsters off, commanding the warrior to sprint and sound the alarm. Grasping his commander's absolute resolve, the warrior nods heavily. "Damn you monsters," he roars, charging through the horde, realizing they intentionally gathered to block them. Tearing a path through the beastly swarm, Bane pushes his speed to the limit. He mutters that the Holy Saint will completely wipe out this goblin trash. However, watching the warrior escape, the lieutenant notices a chilling detail. She realizes the goblin horde intentionally opened a path to let Bane slip away. It is a calculated trap. Her leader's eyes widen as the dark truth clicks. The mother of dragons was never coming here. This entire siege was a brilliant, twisted decoy to lure that foolish saint away. Horror washes over him as he realizes the city's impending doom. Driven by pure, blazing fury, the commander charges, ordering his men to shoot down the dragon rider. Even knowing the capital is already lost, he roars his final command. They must hold this blood-soaked ground until the saint finally returns. Steel sings as the two forces violently collide once more. The desperate captain finds himself locked in a death match against a colossal orc. He curses through gritted teeth, entirely overwhelmed by the monster's crushing physical strength. Then, the horrifying realization strikes him. The beast is wielding Kasimov's legendary blade. From above, the goblin leader mocks the struggling captain's pathetic weakness. Murmuring that time is running short, the dark mastermind slowly draws his own deadly weapon. Leaping down from his monstrous mount, he plummets toward the battlefield like a meteor. He coldly declares he will slaughter every knight before their precious saint can intervene. In a mere fraction of a second, an overwhelming shockwave leaves several elite knights gasping in the dirt. Coughing up blood, the captain curses his own powerlessness. He realizes too late that he severely underestimated this goblin army's terrifying evolution. Before he can react, a crushing blow smashes into his skull. The ruthless goblin leader announces their window of opportunity is closing. He orders his forces to quickly devour the survivors, while the massive orc bows and thanks its boss. Moments later, the Holy Saint and her grand army rush onto the battlefield. Her breath catches in her throat as a suffocating dread washes over her. Only the shredded armor of the royal knights remains. Bane curses the heavens, screaming for bloody vengeance, while the saint stares in horror at the utterly devoured corpses. Trembling, she asks if this absolute massacre means the dragons have truly formed an alliance with the goblins again. Bane reports that he witnessed a single, terrifying goblin commanding the mighty dragons, identifying him as the absolute leader. The saint's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. He explains how the mastermind ordered a devastating dragon breath to obliterate their bridge. He realizes the commander and his men were completely butchered by the beast forces. However, surveying the scorched earth, the saint notes the lack of massive burn marks. She states the tracks belong entirely to goblins, meaning the dragons were never here. Suddenly, a horrifying puzzle piece clicks into place, and all color aggressively drains from her face. It was a bait strategy, she gasps, stumbling backward in absolute terror. She wildly orders her entire army to return, realizing the capital city is the true target. The warrior's face twists in pure horror, praying this is just a nightmare. But miles away, the once glorious capital is already engulfed in apocalyptic destruction. Arriving at the blazing ruins, the saint stands paralyzed in the center of the living hell. Dropping to her knees, she stares blankly at the ashes, whispering, "This cannot be real." Through the thick, choking smoke, her devastated eyes land on a terrified child, sobbing uncontrollably for his fallen father. She reaches out to comfort the weeping boy, but he aggressively swats her trembling hand away. A grieving mother glares at her, spitting that they only pretend to protect the weak. "When the monsters slaughtered us, where were you?" the woman screams in pure agony. The crying child looks at the devastated heroine and calls her a terrible person. The furious survivors reject her hollow apologies, bitterly questioning what kind of useless saint allows her people to be butchered. They desperately needed a savior, but she brought nothing. Utterly shattered by their hateful words, the Holy Maiden cannot speak a single syllable. She simply absorbs their burning resentment, completely broken. Everywhere she walks, venomous whispers brand her as a useless, pathetic fraud. Watching from the shadows, an unseen woman smiles, noting his wicked plan worked flawlessly. Without even crossing swords, the goblin mastermind completely annihilated the saint by crushing her very soul. The mysterious observer chuckles, eagerly anticipating her meeting with this dark genius. Night falls. The victorious goblin leader strides powerfully through his roaring territory. As his underlings bow in awe, he demands a full report from Gobi regarding the day's bloody operations. With a sinister grin, Gobi eagerly reports that their surprise invasion of the human capital was an overwhelming, flawless victory. He proudly explains that pathetic human nobles threw away their pride, willingly surrendering themselves as prisoners just to cling to their worthless lives. Following his master's exact orders, Gobi delivered a golden pass to Kyria, safely escorting her entire family out of the blazing war zone untouched. The Dark Mastermind praises his loyal subordinate's perfect execution. He commands that moving forward, Gobi and Gobshana must heavily prioritize hunting and devouring magical beasts. Staring into the night, he remembers Kyria was the sole human who believed in him during his past life. Now, he smiles, knowing the sacred sword is entirely defeated. High above a distant, moonlit forest, a majestic flight of dragons rules the night sky. Standing tall, the goblin leader respectfully thanks the breathtaking mother of dragons. She purrs that hearing the holy saint collapsed in sheer despair is incredibly satisfying. However, she slyly questions if he expects her to continue lending out her precious children. Leaning in close, she whispers, demanding to know what grand reward he will offer her in return. Flying across the continent every single day is quite an exhausting chore. The goblin mastermind tries to point out his next target, but the stunning dragon queen suddenly crashes her lips against his. Pulling back, she claims her only desired reward is his body. Completely caught off guard, his eyes widen in shock as he stammers, asking if she is just messing with him. She smirks, declaring she doesn't care if the dragon mother herself ends up with a swollen belly. But she gives him a chilling warning to disappoint her, and she will be absolutely furious. He sweats, begging her not to take offense. After all, how could a lowly goblin ever be worthy of the legendary dragon mother? Hearing this, her eyes completely light up. She leans in, whispering that he is no ordinary goblin. Deep within his soul, she senses the terrifying potential of a true goblin king. Her ancient dragon bloodline demands one thing above all: absolute strength. It is her destiny to seek out overpowered beings and forge an unstoppable legacy. A smirk crosses his face. Well, he has no choice but to accept this majestic burden. The surrounding dragons watch in stunned silence. Ding! The system chimes. He unlocks an epic achievement, and a massive wave of bonus stats floods his body. The sheer power surge leaves him ecstatic, but survival instincts kick in. He decides to slip away before the formidable dragon mother wakes up. Retreating silently, he sweats, knowing another round with her terrifying stamina might kill him. Yet, deep inside the shadowy cavern, a pair of ancient eyes watches his every move. She smiles. He is exactly the anomaly she envisioned. Perhaps this little goblin truly will conquer the world. Meanwhile, back at the goblin village, a terrified scream shatters the peace. The beautiful elf woman looks at him in shock, asking if he is seriously banishing them from the tribe. He casually explains that human captives are handling the manual labor now. They are free to go. Secretly, he knows elves are far more valuable, playing a psychological game for their absolute loyalty. He tells Kasana and the others that the path to freedom is open, but instead of leaving, she makes a shocking move, leaving our hero utterly speechless. She gracefully falls to her knees. Looking up with unwavering resolve, she declares that, from what she has witnessed, he is far beyond any normal monster. To everyone's shock, she refuses freedom. She vows to bind her fate to the tribe and serve him faithfully. He smirks, praising her sharp intellect. Promising that she will be a highly valued asset, he guarantees the elves will remain untouched. He knows she sees him as their ultimate protector. Tears stream down the young elf girl's face. She screams for her mother, begging to know why they are choosing captivity over freedom. But the elf mother's conviction is absolute. Seeing her resolve, the daughters dry their tears. If their mother stays, they stay too. The trap is fully sprung. The leader smiles wickedly, everything going exactly according to plan. He officially promotes them no longer mere captives, but his trusted subordinates. He solemnly vows to guarantee everyone's safety. Overwhelmed by his unexpected mercy, the elves bow in deep gratitude. His mind races with grand ambitions. With the holy sword defeated and zero external threats, this is the perfect golden era to forge a terrifying new heroic race. One of his loyal servants grumbles, complaining that the fragile humans are way too weak for their grand plans. Stepping up, the elf mother offers their mystical assistance in cultivating the bloodline. Our hero nods. It seems like the only logical path forward. Suddenly, panic erupts. A goblin screams for his leader, reporting that one of their own has mysteriously collapsed and might be dying. Our hero jolts and instantly dashes to the scene, demanding answers. The crowd parts. They have no clue what happened. The infected goblin had been hiding in the shadows, clawing at his own skin like a complete madman. Right before their eyes, a grotesque transformation begins. His bones crack, and his flesh twists into something unnatural. The beast rises with a blood-curdling laugh. The goblins gasp in horror as their fallen comrade mutates into a terrifying level 50 abomination, radiating dark, unstable power. A cold sweat drips down our hero's face. If it were not for the massive stat boost he received from the Dragon Mother, this mutant would have easily slaughtered him. The beast roars, claiming it did not die, but evolved. Impressed by its skyrocketing intellect, the leader decides to mass-produce this monstrous generation. 3 months flash by. Cut to the bustling city of Brightite. Inside a dimly lit tavern, an anxious man asks for the latest rumors. It has been ages since the catastrophic defeat. He wonders if the legendary Holy Sword will ever fully heal. Another patron simply shakes his head in heavy doubt. A heavily armored knight scoffs, brushing off the threat. They are just filthy goblins, and the elite Bloodstorm heroes will easily eradicate them. The tavern falls dead silent. Everyone turns to stare at the arrogant speaker. It is none other than His Highness, Sir Earl, a legendary diamond-ranked hero captain. Meanwhile, deep in the monster territory, 3 months of relentless expansion have birthed a terrifying army of 153rd-generation goblins. But danger is approaching. The royal family slaps a massive 100 gold coin bounty on the tribe. Elite adventurer guilds from across the realm converge, thirsting for goblin blood. The system terminal blares a crimson warning. This time, he is facing monstrous diamond and epic tier opponents. He must prepare for absolute war. His eyes narrow. Diamond-ranked hunters are humanity's apex predators, and epic tier existences surpass even the Holy Sword itself. A chilling realization hits him. The system offers no tutorials or safety nets this time. Survival rests entirely on his own ruthless decisions. Kasana suddenly bursts into his chambers, her face pale with urgent news. He sharply demands the report. She reveals a critical crisis. The new mutant army is fully grown, but the forest is stripped bare. They are facing mass starvation. Our hero clenches his fist in agreement. Worse yet, the human city's forces are swarming the perimeter. Staying here is suicide. They need a heavily fortified stronghold. Immediately, he rises to his feet, his aura exploding outwards. He orders a full-scale evacuation. Kasana bows, instantly handling the complex preparations. Sometime later, they arrive at a massive, mist-shrouded mountain lake. A scout points out a hidden cavern behind a roaring waterfall, a perfect, impenetrable fortress. Our hero marches the horde inside. He commands 2 elite goblin generals to lock down the perimeter, secure the tunnels, and protect the vulnerable captives and children at all costs. The monstrous army snaps into action. Blazing torches ignite the pitch-black tunnels, claiming the deep depths as their own. Standing before his loyal followers, he makes a booming declaration. This impenetrable cavern is their new kingdom. If they follow him, he will forge an era of absolute supremacy. But rule-breakers face absolute death. With the tribe finally established, the main character turns his gaze outward. Now, he must investigate the city's hidden movements. If the system's warnings are right, those greedy adventurers are already launching their deadly plan. Meanwhile, inside a bustling city tavern, someone slams down a heavy beer mug. A nervous attendant asks His Highness why he isn't hunting high-tier beasts. Is he seriously targeting mere goblins again? Earl scoffs bitterly. He must handle this bloody mess himself to save his utterly worthless cousin, Loader. The innkeeper nods in silent understanding. Suddenly, a rough voice shatters the room's chatter, loudly demanding Zir. He claims Zir handles all the dirty work and hogs the rewards. So, what is his true motive? Confused murmurs ripple across the packed tavern. Caesar declares he will claim the bounty to obliterate the goblins, but in exchange, he demands exactly 1,000 gold coins. Whispers erupt, asking why that specific mage is here. Another gasps, revealing him as the leader of the Diamond Rank heroes, Grey Hat. A bystander mutters that the old man is surprisingly fired up, questioning his sheer audacity. Suddenly, booming laughter echoes through the hall. He mocks them, asking if they feel invincible just because the Holy Sword went berserk. He sharply reminds them not to forget the deadly adventurer, Lucilina, is here too. Faces drain of color instantly. The terrified crowd whispers about this lethal killer, rumored to slaughter even innocent people for the right pile of gold. Earl demands to know if this wandering hero also came to hunt goblins. The mysterious man smirks, claiming zero interest in green trash. His only true target is dragons. If he slays a massive worm, he might finally ascend into an epic rank adventurer. However, he drops a grim warning to never underestimate goblins. They may be bottom tier, but their terrifying evolution speed, especially the mutant variants, is absolute nightmare fuel. The veteran mage nods in solemn agreement. Having lived over a century, he casually jokes about seeing far more goblins than actual women. These vile creatures have existed since ancient eras as the ultimate enemy of all races. Despite endless centuries of slaughter, their filthy bloodline survives. Taking a deep swig, he complains that exterminating goblins is a massive headache. Without the massive bounty, he absolutely would not bother. Earl agrees with a heavy sigh. Even the revered saint and elite knights suffered brutal casualties, demanding they move with extreme caution. He turns to the veteran mage with a tempting proposal. Why not forge an alliance right here to crush this goblin threat together? Once the massacre is complete, the old man can claim the entire bounty. The mage barks out a greedy laugh, immediately accepting the deal. Praising his majesty's deep pockets, he agrees to join forces. However, a sly, treacherous glint flashes in the old man's eyes as time slowly passes. They dive deep into brutal battle strategies, totally focused on violence. He warns that charging blindly invites deadly variables, demanding flawless tactical planning. A mercenary scoffs, claiming this excessive caution is a glaring weakness. He mockingly adds, the noble might completely avoid fighting personally. The young man stares back in sheer confusion. Suddenly, a warrior clad in strangely exquisite armor approaches, instantly setting off Earl's internal alarms. The old mage gasps, completely shocked to see the legendary Goblin Slayer in the flesh. He requests an audience, making the youth freeze in awe. The Goblin Slayer, he stammers a frantic apology for his blindness. The masked slayer coldly replies anonymity is his goal, bluntly demanding to know what they need. His Highness narrows his eyes at this bizarre figure. Even the mysterious warrior's chilling voice sounds artificially disguised. The veteran reveals a terrifying truth: this man once slaughtered a goblin chief. He has butchered thousands in bloody combat, leaving Earl utterly shocked. He desperately invites the legend to join their goblin extermination squad, but the masked warrior flatly rejects them. To him, a party just gets in his way. The insulted mage sneers, questioning this arrogant pride. He spits a venomous warning, telling him not to beg for mercy when captured by those dark monsters. Furious, he urges the group to stop wasting precious time. They must strike first before this lone wolf steals their bloody glory. Still, reason prevails as someone suggests preparing first. Hours later, the silent goblin hunter finally departs the city gates. High up on a distant ridge, the main character watches. He instantly triggers Sharp Eyes, analyzing the lone warrior. The results are staggering: a level 65 human goblin slayer, wielding a massive arsenal of specialized execution skills. Absolute panic grips him as the man's combat power violently surges from 1,000 straight to 3,000. He questions if his system is completely glitching out. The system coldly apologizes, confirming 0 errors on their end. Soon after, heavily armed cavalry thunders out through the city gates. The main character's curiosity ignites like wildfire. He locks his gaze onto Geyser, an imposing holy knight radiating 1,300 combat power. Beside him rides Gru, an archmage boasting 400 power, a deceptively tricky opponent. He calculates these 2 diamond rank elites shouldn't be impossible to handle. However, his survival instincts scream a dire warning. He absolutely must keep a microscopic watch on this unpredictable goblin slayer. Sometime later, deep within the desolate Sky Fury tribe ruins, the heavily armed expedition advances. Surveying the eerie silence, the veteran mage notes something is weird. A monster colony of this massive scale should have triggered alarms long ago. The dark forest should be absolutely stained with obvious footprints. The expedition leader suddenly calls the old mage over for his expert analysis. With sheer grimness, he drops a shimmering blonde lock of hair into his palm. The elderly mage lifts the golden strand, inhaling its faint essence. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief. If his senses are correct, this definitely belongs to an elf. The young knight scoffs, outraged at the impossible notion of elven women aiding filthy goblins. The old man grimly insists they sweep the entire forest. They couldn't just vanish into thin air. Most likely, they relocated and masked their vile tracks. He summons magical butterflies, creatures forged specifically to hunt elven mana. With this arcane trick, they can track down both the elusive elves and the wretched goblins. Suddenly, the mystical butterfly takes flight toward a deadly, unknown destiny. He notes the tracking butterfly lost the scent. Did their prey finally cross the river? He suggests waiting for the goblin slayer to strike first. But the old mage scoffs. Such caution is totally unnecessary. The mage points across the water. A lone goblin wanders into view. Instantly, the young boy orders his men to capture it. Hidden nearby, our hero watches the scene unfold. The prey took the bait perfectly. But suddenly, a strange presence shifts his focus. The Goblin Slayer stands at the lake's edge. He planned to crush the other two first. He never expected this mysterious hunter to appear with such a chilling smile. Our hero completely freezes. The adventurer strips off her armor and steps into the water. The deadly hunter is actually an elf. He is absolutely stunned. Is the infamous Goblin Slayer really a woman? Her aura isn't entirely human, and her skills are legendary. Who casually takes a bath in a deadly war zone? This is far from normal. For the very first time, an eerie chill runs down his spine. Did she already notice him? Is this a trap to lure him out? He immediately mounts his dragon and takes to the sky. This elven woman is dangerously crafty. He decides to crush the other two targets first. Below, the elven huntress gazes at the sky, fascinated by the intelligent creature flying above. A thrilled smile creeps across her face. She wants to savor this hunt. Moments later, the weak bait goblin lies utterly defeated. The young leader signals a halt, ordering his men to stay highly alert. The goblin tribe is dangerously close. Suddenly, a lethal rain of flaming arrows darkens the sky. The old mage screams to fall back as he violently hurls his own fire to counter the ambush. It is a deadly trap. The young leader gasps at their near death. The veteran mage still has his edge, but the nightmare is just beginning. Silence, the mage roars. They are here. A massive mutant goblin charges straight out of the shadows. Gru screams that it is a hero-class monster, ordering everyone to focus their fire. The old mage blasts it with a massive fireball, catching the beast off guard. It is a flawless direct hit. Yet, when the smoke clears, only its armor is scorched. The old mage stares in absolute disbelief. How did it survive that blast? The giant monster keeps advancing. Panic sets in as the leader yells for everyone to check their surroundings. Elite goblins are swarming them from every angle. How do mere monsters possess heavy iron armor? They cannot let them close the distance. Cecil steps up to the front line. He chants Font of Life, surging divine energy into the squad. Beside him, an adventurer launches a deadly mid-tier ice spike. Another mage activates Quicksand Field. A third unleashes Rain of Judgment, smashing the goblin vanguard with holy magic as they desperately raise their shields. High above the chaos, a hidden mastermind watches the slaughter. The unseen leader commands his creature to tear open their defenses, clearing a path for Gabukong. With an earth-shattering roar, the mutant goblin launches himself from above, slamming into the battlefield like a meteor. Fueled by bloodlust, the beast charges the adventurers. The old mage is paralyzed by the monster's blinding speed, viciously cursing these unnatural goblins. Across the blood-soaked dirt, the colossal mutant goblin advances, flanked by its elite heavy guard. The commander begs his men to show no fear, ordering the squires to hold the defensive line, but overwhelming goblin brute force crushes the elite knights instantly. Desperate, he prays to the Holy Lord for divine retribution. He channels his life force, triggering the advanced magic combo of Holy Light and Haste. He screams for everyone to form a defensive circle. They must protect the wounded and mass heal before the line completely breaks. Boiling with righteous fury, he vows to slaughter every last monster. Watching from afar, our hero admits this diamond rank squad's teamwork completely exceeds his expectations. An ordinary goblin tribe would be wiped out in seconds. But tragically for these humans, they stepped into the wrong territory today. A fresh wave of nightmare creatures emerges. The mutant goblin steps forward, making the old mage panic and curse their doomed fate. A true mutant goblin. Nearby, the elven slayer observes with a chilling smirk. These creatures are fascinatingly powerful. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shatters the battle. Grub is brutally impaled. The mutant beast lifts the dying knight off the ground like a broken toy. These goblins fight with the perfect sync of a deadly combat trance. The young leader collapses, his spirit entirely broken. He cannot comprehend this nightmare. The old mage desperately begs the boy for help. But the young leader's sword arm trembles. He is completely paralyzed by genuine, soul-crushing terror. He scrambles through the mud and flees, screaming that these creatures are absolute demons. Ignoring the coward, the mutant locks onto the helpless old mage. The young leader sprints for his life in pure desperation. He frantically dodges lethal arrows, cursing his horrible luck. He realizes too late that elite elven archers were hiding in the trees. Suddenly, a mysterious figure intercepts a fatal blow. He looks up, absolutely terrified. The legendary Goblin Slayer stands right before him. He begs for salvation just as several vicious goblins leap toward his throat. A spectacular new battle erupts. Earl watches, violently shaking as the air hums with lethal strikes. In mere seconds, the surrounding goblins are flawlessly slaughtered. Weeping with pure joy, Earl falls to his knees. He thanks his savior endlessly, swearing to shower her with massive rewards. But the elven huntress scoffs at his pathetic bribe. She orders him to back away instantly. The further he runs, the better, calling him a completely ridiculous child. Earl frantically warns her of a terrifying goblin overlord hiding nearby, but the Slayer simply grins. A greater challenge brings far more satisfaction. Meanwhile, back at the blood-soaked massacre, the giant mutant goblin slowly lifts the old mage's severed head into the air. A massive weapon slams directly into its target. The goblin takes the brutal hit and instantly drops unconscious. Watching from above, our hero mutters, "Goblin frenzy. What is going on?" A goblin horde turns as an intimidating presence finally approaches. The armored slayer steps forward, mocking the creature. Is that ugly thing really the goblin leader? With a face that stupid? I highly doubt it. The mutant creature shrieks that it will slaughter him. Lunging forward, it prepares for a bloody fight. The goblin slayer instantly readies himself. In the blink of an eye, goblins are sent flying everywhere. Our hero stares in absolute shock, questioning this broken system. The system promised only basic, normal strikes. But this devastating power? This looks like high-tier magic. The mutant goblin steps up, triggering a terrifying skill called Mad War Transformation. Consumed by an absolute frenzy, it blindly charges. The adventurer laughs, joking if he is fighting an enraged bull. With a single brutal swing, he chops the creature into bloody pieces. Gripping his massive weapon with both hands, the hunter moves nimbly, rushing straight at the remaining beast. He declares the monster is already dead as he strikes. Suddenly, a mysterious force hits him from nowhere. The hunter curses, his body completely paralyzed. Our hero debates falling back while they still can. Yet, he realizes this mysterious newcomer is full of secrets and could be a great tool. However, a direct fight right now is suicide. He orders everyone to retreat and form a defensive circle. They must keep their distance and launch long-range attacks with whatever they have. The goblin huntress is stunned. A goblin taming a dragon? She smirks, declaring that this cursed place definitely did not let her down. Suddenly, massive boulders come crashing down the dangerous slope, bouncing directly toward the adventurer. Without hesitation, she wildly swings her deadly blade, cleanly slicing the rocks completely apart. Exhausted, she violently drives her sword into the earth, leaning on it to desperately catch her breath. Our hero calculates the battle. They have fought for an hour, and she looks absolutely ready to collapse. Suddenly, the huntress tosses her heavy helmet to the dirt, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman. The surrounding goblins instantly act like absolute idiots, completely enchanted. Our hero just stares in utter disbelief. Without warning, she smashes the old goblin mage's remains, sinisterly claiming that a heart offers the very best nourishment. Pure horror washes over our hero, realizing he dangerously underestimated her. The deadly huntress keeps striking monsters down one after another. Suddenly, her cold gaze snaps towards something specific. The mutant creature spits venom, calling her a filthy woman and demanding she die. Instantly, a blade crackling with explosive energy violently strikes it. The huntress unleashes her terrifying ability on the monster, and in the very next instant, it violently explodes. Our hero tenses up. Who the hell is she? If she possesses a goblin-devouring ability, retreating is our absolute best option. He frantically yells for the elf to follow, ordering his squad to fall back immediately. But the terrifying goblin huntress commands him to wait. She admits she has not seen a goblin this remarkably smart and powerful in ages. If he lets her observe closely, she will not just spare their lives, she will also heal his dagger-struck ally. Our hero glares, asking if she honestly expects him to believe such absolute nonsense. The mysterious girl looks genuinely surprised, asking why he doubts her. Slowly, she begins undoing the heavy straps on her armor. One by one, the metal plates crash to the dirt. Stripped of her armor, she asks if he believes her now. He is absolutely shocked she dropped her weapon and stripped her armor. Wondering what sick game she is planning, he cautiously heads down, overthinking. Deciding to play along, he announces they should have a proper conversation. She purrs that, for a mere low-tier goblin, his intellect is far beyond her expectations. He points out he revealed himself as requested, demanding to know if she will heal his ally. Pulling out a strange, glowing needle, she tells him not to worry. She will definitely keep her promise. But first, he must completely satisfy her. She whispers that while he looks like lowly trash, he possesses the brilliant mind of a goblin king. Totally her type. Her twisted excitement spikes. Our hero nervously asks if she is joking, realizing with dread that he dropped his guard and walked blindly into a crazy woman's trap. Suddenly, every single goblin around them perfectly turns their backs. Confused, our hero demands to know what is happening. The unhinged woman strolls up with a sweet smile, declaring they are all under her absolute control. They will not see a single thing we do. She laughs darkly. Jumping on him, she wraps him in a tight hug, telling him to relax because she will not kill him. She boldly claims she will stay with him, already mapping out what to do next. But in the very next heartbeat, she tackles the goblin straight to the dirt. Hovering over him, she morbidly wonders what kind of magnificent creature he will become. Before he can even react, she attacks. Our hero desperately wonders if this nightmare is real. Meanwhile, hiding by a bush, Earl watches, utterly incapable of believing his own eyes. The shocking truth finally hits him, and he is completely horrified. The fierce goblin slayer is actually a woman, and she is right there with the goblin. Suddenly, a sinister shadow starts creeping toward Earl. He freezes in pure terror. Back on the ground, our hero desperately warns her that this is a lethal goblin den, and she will face deadly consequences. The deranged woman ignores the threat, simply stating she wants to see exactly how strong he is. Trapped, he demands answers. Who exactly is she, and what is this terrifying power? How can she effortlessly control his subordinates, and possibly even him? The goblin huntress strikes a deal. If she reveals all her secrets, can she follow him? He states it depends on her story. Her confession drops like a bomb. She carries the bloodline of a goblin king. Our main character freezes in pure shock. How could she possess royal goblin blood, while looking entirely human? She smirks, crediting her human mother. Besides, the world has seen more than one goblin king throughout history. High-ranking goblins rarely produce offspring. It defies the laws of nature. Yet, against all odds, she survived and thrived in the shadows. 10 brutal years passed. Then, she slaughtered the Goblin King with her own hands when the monster tried to claim her. By devouring his flesh completely, she awakened the king's authority to command the horde. With absolute dominance, she annihilated every single monster inside that dungeon. Does the king's life force grant this control? He asks. She reveals her trump card. She forged a fraction of that royal aura directly into her blade. One strike implants a cursed suicide command. Once marked, her victims are stripped of their free will entirely. Pure hatred forged her into a goblin slayer. Torturing the king before his death was a deeply personal vengeance. Listening to this, our main character understands why her mind became so wonderfully twisted. He senses her agonizing trauma. It has morphed into the ultimate weapon against the goblin race. Realizing they share the same darkness, he formally invites her to join his party. She chuckles, expecting fear. She admits there is no need for any cheap tricks now. He blinks, slightly caught off guard. She warns him clearly. The capital city's situation is incredibly complex. She offers to return as his personal spy. It beats rotting in this cave. Squinting, our main character questions if she truly possesses that kind of loyalty. She smirks. Since he belongs to her now, protecting him is her top priority. He instantly tenses up at her bold words. Later in the shadowy cave, he accesses his system terminal. Glaring at his points, he clicks his tongue. A woman harboring a king's life force should have yielded a far greater reward. Suddenly, a trembling voice breaks the silence. Someone asks if his cousin is actually still alive. The question catches our main character completely off guard. Captives whisper that his cousin is a total disgrace. No wonder the legendary holy sword abandoned him to rot. But the man violently snaps back, calling him a pathetic fool. He points wildly at a monstrous figure, swearing he will meet his death long before the idiot does. Suddenly, a hulking goblin brutally snatches the young noble. Paralyzed by pure terror, he screams out, demanding answers. The beast drags him toward a boiling cauldron. He sobs and begs for his life. He flaunts his noble status, promising them endless human women in exchange. His cousin desperately orders the monster to stop, demanding an audience with their leader. Our main character steps from the shadows. He calls the man a pathetic mutt. Why finally speak up after hiding in cowardly silence? The desperate man strikes a bargain. Free his cousin, and he will grant absolutely any request. Earl's cousin swallows his immense pride. He admits his past mistakes, deeply regretting his arrogance, and ever calling him a mutt. Lin scoffs in disbelief. How can a chained prisoner dare to negotiate? The coward counters with a sickening offer. Torture the cousin instead, and let him escape. Once free, he will lure more rescue parties here, for the monsters to feast upon. Earl listens to this ultimate betrayal in pure, sickening horror. Staring with dead eyes, the traitor mutters that everyone deserves to perish. He vows to slaughter them all himself. Our main character raises an eyebrow. The madness is genuine. Intrigued, he accepts the dark proposal from the utterly unhinged man. The elf panics, warning that releasing him will expose their hidden location, but our main character dismisses the risk. He smirks, asking if she doubts his grand design. A long, tense silence follows. Back in the bustling capital, a terrified scream shatters the peace. They are all doomed. The alarmed innkeeper demands answers. The messenger desperately tries to calm the rising panic. He gasps the dreadful news. He saw a one-legged visor fleeing toward the royal city on a carnivorous horse. The tavern erupts into sheer chaos. How could such a legendary squad face total defeat? Were the elite Grey Hats and Blizzard Braves entirely wiped out? Was Scissor truly the sole survivor? Suddenly, the tavern doors swing open. The goblin hunter steps inside, confirming the devastating truth. Every single warrior was slaughtered. Only Scissor managed to escape the bloodbath. Exhausted, she collapses heavily into a chair. A trembling adventurer locks eyes with the Goblin Slayer. Did she fight in that blood-soaked battle? She grimly nods her confirmation. A hooded figure demands details about the enemy forces. Hundreds of massive goblins and grotesque mutants swarmed them. But with chilling calmness, she claims she exterminated them all. A deathly silence suffocates the tavern. Finally, an awestruck whisper breaks the quiet. Truly worthy of the Goblin Slayer title. The stunned innkeeper offers her free drinks. The entire room simply stares in absolute disbelief, trying to process the impossible massacre. Suddenly, shadows streak through the open doorway. A swarm of sinister bats swoops into the tavern. They latch onto the rafters as the terrified crowd watches. The goblin hunter smirks at the spectacle. Are these the infamous cold mercenaries? She casually praises their incredibly dramatic entrance. A harsh voice echoes toward the Goblin Slayer. Did she locate their main nesting ground? Since hundreds were slaughtered, those filthy bastards must be hiding in some deep underground labyrinth. So, how could she possibly know? The hunter shrugs. She never found their hidden lair. She simply retreated after the bloodbath. She challenges him. Can he even handle those monsters? One hanging bat scoffs in amusement. Is that all? There is nothing to fear. Tracking down the nest is their specialty. The creature invites her to join their elite raid. Slowly, the goblin hunter rises to her feet. She declines, claiming she despises the night shift. Besides, her skills pale in comparison to their legendary power. The bat spits in absolute disgust. What a total disgrace. It seems this glorious hunt will belong to them alone. Under night's cover, those creatures swarm the dark forest, hunting for the hidden goblin den. A subordinate questions the captain's hesitation. After all, not a single trace of powerful aura lingers in this area. The captain states the trail ends right here. They must enter. Agreeing, the bats dive straight into the pitch-black abyss. The goblin guards dismiss it as nothing serious, yet remain vigilant. Meanwhile, the shadow bats press deeper into the cavern. A minion scoffs. Is this really it? Just a few goblins and a mutant? He wonders if they stumbled into some average tribe. But the captain sharply insists they are in the right place. It perfectly matches the hunter's intel. Giant goblins. Absolutely perfect for draining dry before they even wake up. He orders the swarm to charge and drain every last drop. Fang bared, he strikes. Suddenly, a terrifying energy blast slams right into him. He crashes down, utterly defeated. A mysterious woman steps from the shadows. The bat gasps in pure disbelief. This is a goblin den. He stares in total shock. Torches suddenly blaze to life as countless goblins pour in, entirely surrounding them. He curses under his breath. Escape is entirely impossible now. A blazing wall of fire traps them completely. A panicked bat begs the captain for orders. Suddenly, our main character steps forward. He smirks, asking if they truly dared to drain his kind. He challenges them to prove their true strength. The bat captain glares at the goblin leader. With a swift hand gesture, absolute chaos erupts. The swarm violently spins into a raging dark tornado. In the very next heartbeat, an elegant woman touches the ground. Her voice drips with malice. Since their cover is blown, they must slaughter absolutely everyone. Confident they are mere goblins, she attacks. The system scans Lilith, a level 61 vampire boasting 2,800 power. Our main character grins. Her stats are insane. He smirks in deep satisfaction. Obtaining their attack intel early allowed him to prepare the perfect, deadly trap. The vampire takes flight, mercilessly attacking the goblins. She mocks if the flames or her fangs will kill them first. Suddenly, Lin erupts in blinding light. Majestic golden energy coils around the entire tribe. The vampires flinch violently, shielding their eyes from the agonizing brilliance. She snarls in pure frustration. How can a filthy goblin wield divine magic? Holy energy violently surges, slamming a vampire straight into the dirt. He steps forward confidently. Nobody benefits from this pointless bloodshed, so why not negotiate? The vampire glares, her expression twisting in absolute fury. She accuses him of hunting them for bounty rewards. He tilts his head, curiously asking why ancient vampires would ever need mortal money. A flash of deep embarrassment crosses her face before she snaps. Does he honestly think surviving the relentless church is easy? Bound by a strict pact to spare humans, they must literally buy their meals. Lin's mind races. Recruiting these vampires could drastically evolve his entire clan's ancient bloodline. Our main character nods in understanding. He boldly proposes a grand alliance. If they cooperate, he promises to provide an endless supply of nourishment. Restless murmurs ripple through the goblin ranks. But she interrupts sharply. Their meager resources could never sustain the vampire coven long term. She reveals ancient documents detailing a miraculous life source. an essential essence capable of completely replacing a bloodthirsty monster's grim diet. The vampires exchange utterly shocked glances, instantly erupting into frantic whispers. Our main character clears his throat and unveils an ancient legend. Centuries ago, succubi discovered that extracting vital essence from men yields miraculous, empowering effects. It became the very core of their entire existence. No murder is required. This potent essence can be safely extracted anywhere, providing endless nourishment and vital energy reserves. He smirks, noting his goblins possess this essence in absolute abundance. Seal this pact, and the vampires will never go hungry. A vampire gasps, recognizing those legendary creatures. Another asks if this is a deceptive trap. Their leader narrows her piercing eyes. They will only know the real truth by testing it. Suddenly, a panicked vampire grabs her captain. She fiercely protests. As noble countesses, they must remain pure while their great count lies sealed. Isn't this crossing a sacred line? Shouldn't they wait? The leader fiercely fires back. Over centuries, how many more sisters must die for that foolish loyalty? If this method works, they gain endless sustenance with zero risk. Stealing her resolve, the girl steps up and begins the bold extraction. The others shift in extreme awkwardness until a sudden change occurs. She freezes in awe. This essence truly can replace their bloodthirsty diet. Wild excitement ripples through the coven. Desperate to try, a chaotic shoving match instantly erupts. Overwhelmed, our main character urgently signals Leah for backup. The elf praises her boss for his brilliant work. He chuckles, noting the vampires were simply starving to the brink of madness. Breathing heavily, the captain summons the goblin leader. She formally agrees to the Grand Alliance. Now, what exactly does he demand in return? Lin explains this eternal darkness is their perfect sanctuary. In exchange, they must fiercely guard the caves against all intruders. The woman slowly nods in deep understanding. She firmly accepts the deal. Our main character smiles, deeply satisfied with this powerful new alliance. Later, that dead of night in the capital, the ruthless mercenaries remain totally silent. The guild heavily assumes they have been completely wiped out. A warrior roars, sick of that useless trash. Another sharply fires back. He is the true coward. How dare a man terrified of goblins claim the diamond rank? The man aggressively snarls. He absolutely refuses to take a humiliating lecture from his bitter rival. Tension violently chokes the tavern air. Suddenly, the holy sword gracefully enters. One adventurer goes deathly pale, while the other grins with pure relief. The ultimate strategy is set. She will march alone into the perilous land of dragons. Meanwhile, the guild will crush the goblins, annihilating both threats simultaneously. A survivor trembles, asking if mere mortals like them can truly pull this dangerous mission off. Another warrior smirks, claiming it only takes a little sweat. He arrogantly tells everyone to trust him. He vows to carve a protected path for the holy sword, promising to lead the vanguard into the forest to slaughter every goblin. The heroine nods, trusting him with this bloody crusade. This arrogant man is Ellison, a diamond-ranked marksman. To reach the legendary land of dragons, they must travel by ship. Knowing he wields rare object manipulation magic, she asks if he will act as her escort. He deeply bows. To him, shedding blood alongside the legendary holy sword is his absolute greatest honor. But his true dark desire is surviving this suicide mission to snatch an epic rank promotion in a distant realm where dragons rule the skies. The mother of dragons tenderly cradles a precious egg. Suddenly, a disturbance shatters the peace, and she roars, demanding answers. A frantic subordinate crashes through the cavern in a panic. Her eyes narrow in realization, utterly shocked that the wretched human woman healed this quickly. With trembling claws, she gently lowers her unhatched child, dreading why this tragedy is happening right now. She showers the shell with kisses, whispering a final plea. She begs her child to remember its legacy. Its father was an extraordinary goblin. Ancient mana erupts. Cursing the holy sword, she unleashes her terrifying power and violently shifts into her massive dragon form. Rocketing into the sky, she vows to end this feud. Down below, the unstoppable holy sword carves a bloody path, slaughtering lesser dragons flawlessly. Fresh battle scars paint the heroine's legs. Suddenly, the furious mother of dragons crashes down right in front of her. The righteous warrior scoffs, declaring the beast finally showed up. She calls out her true name, Amethyst. Mother of dragons. Amethyst snarls in pure disgust. She mocks the human for surviving a pathetic goblin beating, demanding how she dares to keep acting so cowardly. The holy sword flashes cold fury, rejecting the monster's lectures. Since she threatens humanity, the heroine vows to take her absolute life. Exploding forward with blinding speed, the heroine dares the dragon to fight. Consumed by wrath, Amethyst retaliates with a devastating breath attack. The two godlike attacks collide, sending apocalyptic shockwaves across the battlefield. Trembling nearby, Ellison mutters that the beast's size is a nightmare. Suddenly, a comrade violently yanks his cape backward. The very ground shatters into dust, a near-death escape that Amethyst watches closely. The holy sword screams at the pathetic marksman to fall back and stop being useless deadweight. Seizing the opening, Amethyst roars, weaving catastrophic spells. A towering tsunami of razor-sharp amethysts surges toward the heroine. She parries desperately, while a rogue crystal nearly impales the terrified marksman. Ellison panics and curses loudly. The heroine seizes this fleeting opening, gracefully leaping directly across the deadly flying amethysts. Reaching the monstrous beast's head, her blade glows with transcendent aura. She descends like a divine meteor, mercilessly striking the dragoness with the legendary steel storm. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoes nearby. The precious egg has finally shattered. A tiny emerald-green hatchling gazes at the chaotic world and unleashes its first roar. Blood heavily soaks the torn battlefield. Standing victoriously atop a jagged boulder, the holy sword glares down at the seemingly defeated mother of dragons. She mutters in bitter frustration that she almost had it, aiming her ultimate strike perfectly for the beast's head. But she barely missed, obliterating the dragon's eye instead. Blinded and bleeding, the enraged mother screams a blood-curdling curse, vowing a fight to the bitter death today. "Don't you dare hurt my mother!" a tiny voice violently yells. The newborn green dragon recklessly swoops into the war zone. Stunning both exhausted fighters, Amethyst shrieks in absolute terror. She begs her precious son to flee immediately, urging him to seek the hidden sanctuary buried deep within his inherited memories. The helpless hatchling watches the holy sword brutally defeat his mother. Crying a heartbroken growl, he violently takes off into the sky. Ellison smirks, telling his swordmaster to leave the tiny pest to him. He instantly hurls a deadly barrage of crackling energy orbs at the fleeing dragon, but the creature fiercely fires back, spitting acidic venom. It directly hits his face, sending him dropping to the dirt, screaming and rolling in agony. Thrashing in pain, he frantically splashes a healing potion over his melting flesh. With a horrifically disfigured face, he curses loudly, swearing to roast that little lizard alive. The holy sword coldly decides that if the little beast doesn't cause trouble, he will be spared. She declares it is time to move out. If they march now, they can still arrive in time to butcher the remaining goblin horde. Ellison whines that his magic cannot move their colossal ship, suggesting only dragonfire can devour the lingering barriers. Hours later, the heartbroken hatchling weeps bitterly beside his fallen mother. Between heavy sobs, he desperately promises that he will carry her all the way back to the true dragon's den. He swears they will find a way to resurrect her, but no matter how fiercely he tries, he cannot lift her massive body, and he utterly collapses. Panting weakly, he whispers a gut-wrenching apology. To gain the terrifying strength needed to carry her, he must consume her flesh. In a flash of pure fury, he roars and takes flight. Sometime later, deep within the ominous dragon's lair, the exhausted little survivor finally arrives and crashes to the ground. He nervously scans the giant cavern, gripping his mother's severed head. Without warning, a massive predator swoops from the shadows, brutally pinning the tiny hatchling to the stone floor. His mother's gruesome head tumbles away across the cold floor. The ambush predator sneers, eagerly reporting to the legendary Dragon King that they have captured the weird intruder. An utterly colossal crimson dragon stares down, recognizing the severed trophy as Philbus's head. The fiery monarch steps toward the trembling hatchling, demanding his identity. The weeping child reveals it belongs to his mother, guided here by inherited memories. With his face pressed into the dirt, he begs the monstrous kings to save her. The massive crimson dragon confirms the bitter truth. This was all that woman's doing, and it is a complete tragedy that Philbus inherited the Dragon King's power crystal. The Dragon King himself leans in, his piercing gaze analyzing the hybrid before him. Straightening up, the king acknowledges the boy is indeed her son. However, noting his impure bloodline, he demands to know the father's identity. The young hybrid trembles, admitting his mother claimed his father was a lowly goblin. Everyone around him is absolutely horrified. An enraged dragon lunges forward, roaring that this goblin spawn is an unforgivable disgrace to their proud race. He begs the king for execution rites. The colossal red dragon observes in silence, then commands him to hold his ground. He declares this creature carries the dead Dragon King's legendary bloodline. With their entire majestic race now reduced to this singular crystal dragon bloodline, a trial by combat is absolutely necessary. The colossal beast lays down the ultimate ultimatum. If the boy wishes to save his mother, he must survive and slaughter the dragon standing beside him. The challenger's eyes gleam with bloodlust. Thanking the king for this entertaining appetizer, the beast lunges, snapping its massive razor-sharp jaws at the young hybrid. In a blinding flash, the young dragon dives recklessly straight into the beast's gaping maw. The surrounding dragons freeze in utter shock, while the bold move only makes his opponent thrash in fury. The beast violently jerks upward, spewing chaotic blasts of fire. It screams in absolute agony, shrieking that the little monster is tearing apart its belly. Another dragon fiercely holds the line, barking that this is the king's absolute decree. The hybrid must claim victory alone, and interference is strictly forbidden. The very next second, the young dragon explosively bursts straight out from inside the creature. Soaring into the sky, triumph washes over him. He survived, he conquered, and now his mother's salvation is guaranteed. As he touches the ground, the Dragon King makes his royal decree. From this day forward, he belongs to the dragon's nest, and his legendary name shall be Nidhogg. Panting heavily, the young warrior desperately asks if they will finally bring his mother back from the brink. The king's eyes narrow as he commands his guards to carry Phylus's severed head straight to the World Tree. He reveals that grafting the head into the sacred roots will birth a wooden dragon, the only possible method to resurrect her. Shifting back to the system terminal, our hero smirks. Despite the heavy casualties, this battle was a monumental triumph. Watching him, Lin realizes he has already laid down the perfect trap to crush those incoming adventurers. The system terminal prompts him for a battle simulation. Without hesitation, our fearless hero slams the confirmation button. The cave erupts into deafening cheers as the monsters celebrate their master's glorious success. Our hero realizes this mountain of corpses is the perfect fuel to evolve his surviving goblins into dominant heroic species. Gorging themselves on the fallen flesh, the goblin horde violently reaches level 50, completing their terrifying evolutionary awakening. One mutates into a ravenous glutton goblin. Another transforms into a hulking giant hammer goblin, boasting a devastating combat power between 900 and 1000. The rest awaken as sinister dark goblins, radiating an overwhelming aura equivalent to 1200. Witnessing this, Lin completely understands why humanity despises their kind. Unlike humans who simply defeat foes to grow stronger, goblins must consume flesh to level up, and to them, meat is meat, completely regardless of race or allegiance. A shadowy figure steps forward, purring that she never expected our hero to be this ruthlessly resourceful. The seductive vampire licks her lips, whispering that it has been ages since she feasted on human blood. As a special reward, she reveals her spies are already hunting down the saint's exact location, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. Our hero demands she spill the intel immediately. She reports that after discovering the slaughtered adventurers, the saint fled the city on horseback. Her ultimate goal? Summoning the legendary adventurer party to wipe them out. The vampire issues a grave warning. The saint is a former core member of the Holy Sword. Hearing she is outside the city walls, our hero maliciously smirks, declaring it is the perfect time for a bloody breath of fresh air. The vampire's eyes widen in sheer astonishment. Instead of trembling in fear, this absolute madman is actually smiling. Suddenly, a panicked goblin scrambles into the chamber. Falling to its knees, it frantically screams to the boss that disaster has struck. Just miles away, a massive, heavily armed goblin tribe is marching aggressively toward their cave. Our hero's eyes widen in genuine surprise. He mentally calculates the territory. There should not be a single goblin tribe within hundreds of miles. Could these invaders be the original, vengeful owners of this very dungeon? Outside, the invading scavengers silently scale the rugged cliffs. From the shadows above, our hero and his elite monsters watch them like hawks, stalking their prey. Down in the gorge, the horde rallies behind an absolute titan of a goblin leader. The hulking brute violently barks at his grunts to speed up. He is a level 50 beast goblin, radiating a terrifying combat power around 800. Our hero narrows his eyes, analyzing this mysterious faction. The leader possesses overwhelming strength, but a rare mutant like him should merely be a squad captain, not a tribal chief. A predatory grin spreads across his face. He orders his elites to capture them alive, suspecting they are a special vanguard unit from a colossal empire. His loyal commander nods with a bloodthirsty gleam, promising to handle the trash. Below, the clueless invaders begin wading across the dark waters. Midway across, an invader halts, nervously asking about a foul stench in the air. The other grunts arrogantly dismiss him, claiming they smell absolutely nothing. The grunt drools, guessing some stray prey, wandered into the cave and hyping the crew up for a massive feast. Suddenly, a blur of pure shadow violently descends. It lunges straight for the hulking leader. The giant beast roars in furious shock, warning his horde of an ambush and commanding them to draw steel. His loyal grunts screech, forming a desperate defensive wall around their boss. Crash! Another terrifying monster explodes straight through the cascading waterfall. The invaders scream in sheer mind-numbing terror as the mutant fiercely charges. The invading alpha completely loses his mind in a fit of blazing rage. But a split second later, he is forced to watch his entire vanguard get effortlessly, brutally pulverized. A tiny scout turns and bolts for his life, shrieking that their nest has been hijacked, and he must warn the Lord. Thwack! A lethal crossbow bolt ruthlessly snaps through the air. In the blink of an eye, the entire invading force is completely suppressed. Crushed into the dirt, the defeated leader violently curses under his breath. He was promised a den of pathetic, low-level trash. Little did he know. He just walked straight into the jaws of a monster lord. Useless cowards, he spits, before collapsing onto the toxic earth, utterly defeated. Our hero just stares down at him, his eyes completely merciless. Moments later, the arrogant leader is heavily chained to a damp wall. He thrashes like a madman, screaming at everyone to release him at once. He snarls like a rabid dog. How dare low-level trash question me? I will devour you. But Lin simply smirks. Someone needs a harsh reality check. The monstrous creature scoffs at the threat. A beating from him? It boasts of its primal strength, acting like an entirely untamed, wild beast. Why would it ever fear a human? 10 minutes later, heavy torture tools are scattered across the floor. The broken creature hysterically screams that it was wrong. I will answer. I cannot take this anymore. Lin coldly stares it down, demanding its exact tribe name, their hidden location, and its true purpose here. Trembling in pure terror, the broken creature finally confesses. It belongs to the fearsome Beast King tribe, hidden deep within the demonic forest. This territory once belonged to its boss. It was ordered to return and retrieve a sacred item. Lin narrows his eyes. What class is your tribe leader? A goblin lord, it cries out. And soon, he will evolve into a dominator. Lin's face instantly pales. The creature adds they are retrieving a crucial artifact for him. If you do not believe me, you can go see the terrifying truth for yourself. Lin interrogates further. Is this treasure the magic ring forged by the Ghoul clan leader? The one capable of sealing an opponent's soul based on their sheer strength? Lin never expected such a godly artifact to be hidden here. The creature begs. It told him everything, and he already holds the ring. Set me free. A dark smile crosses Lin's face. Of course, he whispers, tightly grabbing the monster's hand. The beast panics. What are you doing? Lin smirks. Your body can go, but your soul stays. Activating the cursed ring, he violently rips the creature's soul from its flesh. The monster unleashes a scream of absolute despair. Without hesitation, Lin begins absorbing the captured soul. His strength instantly surges by 200 points. It feels slightly underwhelming, but perhaps devouring a much stronger soul will trigger a true evolution. The beast tribe's overall power rivals human cities. A wicked idea forms in his mind. He could manipulate them to wipe out his human enemies. As he calculates this deadly plot, the goblin hunter questions him about the Beast King tribe. Lin is shocked she knows them, but she claims it is common knowledge. Her voice drops into a chilling, dark tone. You absolutely cannot afford to offend them. She reveals the tribe serves under the Great Tomb's terrifying jurisdiction. Even the mighty Lionheart Empire lacks the qualifications to challenge their supreme authority. Lin's curiosity peaks regarding this mysterious Great Tomb. The fierce woman suddenly interrupts, asking if he actually managed to kill that monstrous beast. She explains the Great Tomb rules thousands of miles of the demonic forest. Furthermore, it houses at least one 12th-tier, world-class apocalyptic monster. Lin feels a wave of confusion before the brilliant pieces finally click together. When she asks about his master plan, he requests her help to manipulate the surviving creature. Lin wants the pawn to return to the Beast King. It must report that the sacred ring was violently stolen. But he adds a venomous twist to the message. He will frame the royal aristocracy of the Lionheart Empire, making them the prime suspects of the theft. The woman gasps, completely and utterly shocked by this ruthless, cunning idea. Lin adds, this frame-up creates a perfect ambush opportunity. He plans to use their hostage to farm massive experience points. Smirking, he thinks, while the fierce fish fight, the patient fisherman reaps the rewards. Sometime later, deep inside the grand walls of the Lionheart capital, a furious noble brutally humiliates his son. He screams that the family's pristine reputation is ruined, while the young man desperately tries to explain himself. He frantically argues these goblins possess terrifying strength and intelligence. He reveals the elite Grey Hat squad was entirely annihilated, and mentions his cousin's furious survival. The old man slams his fist down. How could the family's eldest son lose to mere goblins? He roars that the entire high society is laughing at them. The trembling young man throws himself onto the cold floor, desperately begging for absolute forgiveness. Desperate, he cries that the goblin leader is an absolute nightmare. But the old man snarls, ordering the pathetic piece of trash to get out of his sight. Suddenly, a mysterious voice calls out to the count. Do not worry. The shadowy figure steps forward, offering to wipe clean their family's stained reputation. Still seething with rage, the Count demands his true motive. He firmly reminds him the king ordered all soldiers on strict standby. Unauthorized mobilization is a crime. He adds the king has already consulted the legendary sacred sword. What could we possibly do on our own? The mysterious man smirks. Count, your vision is simply too small. If the sacred sword solves this crisis, the king will brand their family as completely useless. Does he want that eternal shame? Pheromone visibly sweats at that dark thought. The master plan is simple. Have the son report the tragedy directly to his majesty. If the nobles secretly mobilize 1,000 soldiers each, those wretched goblins will be crushed. The surrounding nobles immediately tense up at the daring, treasonous idea. Finally, the shadowy man smiles with dark satisfaction. The Count firmly agrees. He declares that his pathetic piece of trash son is coming right along with him. Sometime later, back inside the gloomy goblin den, the monsters tremble in pure fear. A desperate prisoner cries out, asking if he survived the shot. Lin lowers a smoking pistol, having perfectly shot an apple off the captive's head. Lin is deeply impressed by the pistol's lethal power. It definitely was not a waste. Meanwhile, his beautiful elf companion is practically dying to test it out herself. She persistently begs him for a shooting lesson. Exhausted by her pleading, Lin finally gives in and says yes. Suddenly, a frantic scout summons the boss. A massive, fully armed human army is marching out of the city. Even worse, another goblin shrieks that a colossal monster horde is approaching, and it bears the terrifying banners of the Beast King tribe. Thrilled, Lin smirks. Everything is falling perfectly into his master plan. Elsewhere, the monster reports to its master. A human army stole the ring, and it barely failed to retrieve it, but the boss just coldly brands it useless trash. The beast unleashes a roar of pure hatred. Unfazed, the boss commands his forces to mobilize and slaughter the humans. He demands that ring returned immediately. On the human front, war banners pierce the sky as soldiers brace for bloodshed. Meanwhile, the city's citizens warmly welcome the arriving counts. Stamen demands the Holy Sword's location. Its wielder stammers that she had urgent matters to handle, nervously asking why two powerful counts have suddenly appeared. The count scoffs. With the swordmaster absent, he refuses to waste breath on a nobody. The man angrily retorts that he is a valiant dragon slayer who fought beside her. Smirking, the count drops the attitude, declaring their true mission is slaughtering goblins. Suddenly, a panicked voice screams in terror. Bloodthirsty goblins pour from the shadows, launching a savage ambush. The stunned soldiers frantically wonder how these monsters breached the walls. Cursing the filthy beasts, the count commands his elite knights to slaughter every last one. High atop his warhorse, he charges fearlessly into the bloody fray. The knights quickly seize the overwhelming advantage. Shockingly, even that utterly useless dragon slayer is managing to hold his own in combat. But the very next moment, our main character steps onto the battlefield, thoroughly enjoying the chaos. Watching, the count scoffs, wondering how such pathetic goblins could ever pose a threat. He arrogantly calculates this massacre will end in under an hour. Suddenly, a massive warhorse is violently hurled through the air. Our main character freezes at the sight of the colossal monstrosity. Pure terror descends. It is the Beast King Goblin, level 79, boasting 3,000 power. He is utterly paralyzed by its suffocating aura and vile appearance. Trembling in panic, the count screams for everyone to fall back immediately. He stares in disbelief at the nightmare creature. Suddenly, crucial reinforcements arrive. Lorna, the count's cousin, boldly declares her elite squad will hunt the Titan while the soldiers clear the trash. The count warns her not to die a pathetic loser like her brother. She fearlessly charges the towering behemoth, her fierce vanguard rushing in right behind her. Yet, the hulking nightmare does not even flinch. It begins hunting them, falling right into their trap. But our main character realizes this spells absolute disaster. If the monster heads that direction, it will crash straight into his hidden tribe. Forced to watch helplessly, he pities the reckless girl. She is walking into a lethal nightmare. Deep in the cursed woods, the unstoppable monster begins crushing the elite vanguard. Battered but defiant, the warriors swear its fangs will become their ultimate trophy. A comrade roars at them to hold the line. They just need one flawless opening for Lorna to deliver the killing strike. Staring into the eyes of death, Lorna fiercely vows she must emerge victorious. As the Academy's ultimate prodigy, she channels her fierce resolve into a devastating martial arts technique. But the monster instantly retaliates with a world-shattering counterattack. Our main character watches in absolute shock. Despite being completely outclassed in raw power, the desperate squad is somehow keeping the behemoth distracted. Blazing with fury, the goblin roars, enraged that she dared strike it. Suddenly, the nightmare shifts tactics, awakening a terrifying power. Dread chokes our main character as the monstrosity inhales deep, unleashing the apocalyptic Beast King's roar. High above the bloody battlefield, a dragon rider is violently struck by the invisible blast. The devastating sound wave hits with an absolutely catastrophic, flesh-tearing force. The dragon Xian thrashes in panic as his rider desperately yells to calm down. Below, a shattered warrior heavily drops to their knees. They instantly black out beside a fallen comrade. Standing among her broken squad, a trembling Lorna questions reality itself. How could a goblin possess such godlike strength? Suffocating despair crushes her soul. Sobbing that she cannot defeat this nightmare, she pictures her proud father and master. Utterly ashamed of her own pathetic, broken state, the gigantic beast glares down, burning with murderous fury. Paralyzed by primal terror, the proud warrior wets herself, desperately crying out, "Please, help me." Instantly, a blood-curdling shriek violently rips through the silent forest. Far away, the main battalion freezes, instantly recognizing Lorna's horrifying scream. They realize disaster has struck. A loyal soldier frantically begs His Highness to stay calm. As commanders, they cannot afford a single mistake. Suddenly, a shadow cloaked in blood-red aura approaches. Someone frantically asks what it is. It is the absolute king of beasts, but the nightmare is not alone. It drags the young woman's limp, seemingly lifeless body. One horrified soldier instantly spots the brutalized girl. Blazing with fury, he demands the vile goblin release his daughter. Another soldier desperately begs the leader to fall back. They are almost winning. The Goblin King simply watches, smirking as if waiting for his true prey. Roaring, the human ruler leaps forward, closing in to unleash a devastating sword strike. The monstrous beast flashes a sickening grin and readies a colossal punch. The earth-shattering blow strikes the ground, instantly dropping the charging man. In a flash, the proud lord eats dirt. Desperate soldiers surge forward, raising heavy iron shields and violently jabbing their spears into the beast's mountainous flesh. "Quick, Lord Hero, land the finishing blow!" A desperate warrior screams. The hero focuses his absolute limits, instantly forming a blazing hot fireball. The fireball spins violently. Stepping onto a comrade's shield, he launches himself high into the air, vaulting directly over the beast. His blade carves the air inches from its face. The sheer intensity ignites a blinding white-hot flash. The goblin horde scatters, convinced their boss is dead. The exhausted warrior stares up at the sky. A fierce, uncontrollable trembling overtakes his body. Pure adrenaline, he covers his face, unleashing a deep, echoing roar of laughter. Turning his back to the beast, he boasts to his comrades. He claims his title as a true epic adventurer, but their faces are frozen in absolute terror. Impossible. The monster survived the lethal strike. Now, the hunter becomes the hunted. The beast lunges with jaws wide open, and the warrior realizes his doom. Crunch. The goblin's jaws snap shut, instantly extinguishing the poor warrior's life. Savoring the bloody appetizer, the monster hungers for its next meal. The remaining warriors freeze in absolute horror. Desperate, they scream for Xiao Huan to advance. His knight watches, dreading a terrifying thought. Is the beast evolving? The abomination raises an arm bristling with fangs. Its demonic face twists, revealing a nightmare of impossibly long, razor-sharp teeth. A complete mutation. It has become a level 80 brutal goblin. Its strength skyrockets to 3,100, towering like a supreme lord. Despite this sudden evolution, its raw combat power cannot possibly stabilize and multiply this quickly. Yet, its horrifying aura paralyzes the battlefield as it prepares to devour another victim. The Goblin King watches the slaughter unfold. The soldiers are devoured instantly. That monster easily wiped out their absolute strongest. Someone must stop this carnage, or nothing will remain of our protagonist's tribe. Suddenly, the beast crushes its own minion underfoot. Desperate and terrified, the tiny goblin screams that he will never run. Shaking with pure terror, the chief roars at the horde to hold their ground. Any coward who dares take a single step backward will face brutal execution. The savage beast snarls. Driven by blind panic, the stragglers charge straight toward the human soldiers. The desperate command echoes, retreat to the city and seal the gates. But the goblin army surges forward, commanded by the beast to slaughter every fleeing human. Lin observes from above. They retreated into the city. A dangerous plan sparks in his mind. He places 2 fingers to his lips and whistles, commanding his majestic dragon. The horde is ordered to capture every survivor instantly. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts afar. Violent lightning streaks low across the shattered earth. The young master wonders if their rival has returned, frantically ordering his squad to fall back. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, the situation grows hopelessly grim. The chief orders them to flee, promising to die quickly. But the captive snaps, screaming that he lacks the prized item, begging for a swift end. He realizes negotiating with these beasts is absolutely pointless. No, the creature hisses, vanishing at the speed of light. A microsecond later, its massive claws crush the warrior's neck. It roars, demanding the truth about the missing ring. Suddenly, a devastating bolt of pure lightning slams directly into the beast's chest. The stunned monster gasps as a glowing blade stops inches from its face. Bleeding, it watches its mysterious attacker crash land right before its eyes. A mysterious figure rests completely unfazed. He balances effortlessly on one foot atop the weapon's razor-sharp hilt. A strange blue aura violently erupts, leaving the chief completely stunned. The ethereal energy binds the creature, unleashing what looks like a devastating phantom strike. A new warrior readies his weapon. It is Marshall, a legendary spearman whose arm and blade are engulfed in a menacing, twisting black shadow. Reinforcements arrive. Emma steps forward with Austin, who casually asks if such a dramatic entrance is truly necessary. Tears streaming down his face, a survivor announces the legendary Holy Swordmaster has finally arrived with the elite Hunter Guild. Deep within the city, our protagonist watches from the shadows. The Hunter Guild's sudden arrival completely ruins his master plan to assassinate the Goblin. Total war erupts in the dead center of the city. The bizarre mutant charges blindly, slaughtering friend and foe alike. Devouring its own kin unlocks a brutally savage, blood-soaked new power. Cannibalism grants it rapid regeneration. Lin is shocked by this dark talent, but considering its massive injuries, full recovery will still take time. He smiles, almost satisfied with this bloody result. The adventurers whisper in shock that a direct neck strike failed to kill it. But against a Lord-class beast, they need more power. The monster clearly understands their words. It begs them to stop, claiming it is merely a lowly goblin with absolutely zero desire to fight. If allowed to retreat to the Great Tomb, it swears the goblin horde will never return. Hearing this, the Holy Swordmaster's eyes narrow. The beast nods, blaming the human for stealing the ring. But the furious warrior swears he would never steal from filthy trash mobs. The Holy Swordmaster senses danger. Everything traces back to that insanely troublesome man. Austin asks if she means the previous goblin. She explains the Great Tomb is thousands of miles away, making this entire monstrous invasion feel completely unnatural. The guild members gasp. Was this a master trap designed to destroy both sides simultaneously? Her comrade doubts a mere goblin could orchestrate this. Her eyes turn cold. She doesn't care. It murdered Stanman, and that blood debt must be paid. Austin flashes a battle-crazed grin, begging to butcher the monster himself. The grotesque creature instinctively shivers in fear. Boom! A massive whirlwind of wild energy erupts dead center in the battlefield. Shielding its face, the cunning beast exploits the chaos to vanish into the shadows. The holy sword shields her face, instantly realizing the source. A massive dragon casts its shadow overhead. Our hero has returned to the battlefield. Lin smirks, knowing that Goblin is prime upgrade material. It would be a total waste to let them kill it, so he will orchestrate its great escape. He commands his majestic dragon to pursue the savage beast. However, the glowing holy sword absolutely refuses to let her prey slip away. She curses the beast, refusing to believe a mere monster can control the wind. She violently leaps upward, roaring that the culprit must be him. She unleashes a devastating flurry of holy strikes. Lin instantly orders his dragon into a steep, evasive dive. He tears through the sky, but the relentless warrior stays glued to his tail. He knows her strikes will not kill him, but they would definitely cause massive trouble. Powerless to catch up, the holy sword watches her prey slip away. She screams a blood-curdling vow into the sky, swearing she will hunt him down and rip him apart with her bare hands. Lin senses her overwhelming aura. He will deal with this dangerous woman when the odds favor him. Deep inside the forest, a shadow sprints. The brutal goblin violently smashes through trees, deciding to lay low in a dark cavern before its next move. Inside the dark cavern, its instincts flare. It smells other goblins hiding nearby. It remembers the mysterious creature claiming a human stole the magical ring. Suddenly, all the pieces fall into place. That thief wanted the treasure, and he might still be hiding inside. Roaring in fury, it drives a devastating punch into the stone, shattering the hidden wall. Inside, the frightened elves huddle together, while that female goblin asks what she should do if he breaches the wall. One fighter wants to ambush him, but another strictly repeats their leader's absolute order to stay completely hidden. Suddenly, the goblin huntress steps out, reassuring them everything is fine. She smiles confidently, stating her absolute faith in him. He would never let any harm reach them. Without warning, a terrifying presence grabs the creature's attention. It spins around, coming face to face with our hero, who is shocked by its blazing speed. Lin declares, this beast will never escape his hunting grounds. The mighty dragon unleashes a torrent of scorching fire, while our hero readies his deadly weapon. The agile monster leaps to evade the flames, delivering a crushing counterattack directly to the dragon. Thick smoke billows, building suffocating tension. As the dust clears, the monster spots the stolen magic ring right on our hero's finger. The furious creature demands to know how its precious treasure ended up there. It snarls, completely disgusted that an inferior life form stole its artifact, roaring at him to hand it over. Our hero smirks and plays dumb. Holding up the glowing ring, he boldly asks what happens if he refuses. Burning with absolute hatred, the creature promises a gruesome death. It charges like a wild beast, leaping to crush him, but its earth-shattering blow only violently craters the empty ground. Lin flawlessly dodges the strike. He mocks the beast, asking how that bulky, muscular body could ever match his incredible speed. Our hero violently springs forward to counterattack. Right then, the system chimes. He has awakened a brand new super skill, Remnant Howl. The monster screams in pure rage, while the hidden goblin watches in awe. Lin instantly activates his newly acquired power. In a flash, he unleashes a devastating energy blast that violently sends the monster crashing into the dirt. The brutal creature lies totally paralyzed as Lin casually steps forward. Taking that hit was a massive gamble, but securing the skill was worth it. Suddenly, a catastrophic punch caves in his stomach, sending him flying backwards into the hard ground. The relentless monster refuses to back down. It hammers him with brutal, bone-crushing punches while he desperately blocks the onslaught. He quickly checks his terminal. That monster's combat strength is roughly 2,100. He is incredibly lucky it is still wounded from its previous battle with those adventurers. The raging creature cannot believe this human is surviving its heaviest blows. It assumes the stolen food is rapidly boosting his durability. Using a lightning-fast feint, our hero lands a devastating strike. The stunned beast screams in absolute agony, completely shocked that it could not finish him. In the next heartbeat, the massive monster collapses to the ground, completely defeated. Our hero realizes the beast has zero food left to heal its critical wounds. This time, its death is absolutely certain. He coldly states he only spared it earlier because it was the last survivor. The goblin huntress emerges, asking if he still plans to seal its corrupted soul inside the magic ring. Our hero sighs, admitting that initial strategy completely failed. An unexpected enemy intervention ruined everything, leaving his true identity completely exposed. He intentionally hides the fact that their enemy possesses terrifying earth-burrowing powers, making underground tracking totally effortless. Concerned, the huntress gently asks what his next move will be. Our hero smirks, pointing out the beast's connection to the infamous Great Tomb. He suggests spinning a brilliant lie so the monster gets dragged back and executed there. Trembling slightly, the huntress asks if provoking the terrifying forces of the Great Tomb is basically a death wish, but our hero declares it is their best path forward. He smoothly slips the magic ring onto his hand. He orders her to contact the Great Tomb's forces, offering them the ring as bait to avenge this beast's cruelty. She nervously replies that fighting back is utterly hopeless. Taking a deep breath, she agrees to his crazy master plan. Gripping her weapon, she unleashes her mind control ability, commanding the fallen creature to rise from the dirt. The brutal goblin rigidly stands up. With glowing eyes, it mutters that its humble servant is a tactical genius, and it must immediately fulfill the Dark King's absolute command. Far away, another group of savage goblins violently feasts. A system prompt flashes. His terminal shows the host has gathered 300 health points, unlocking the ability to summon a completely loyal, level 6 monster. He briefly considers summoning it as a meat shield. However, a level 6 beast barely rivals this brutal goblin, and that terrifying holy sword could easily slaughter 3 of those at once. Choosing the right skill is his only path to true power. Twisted Fusion steals enemy body parts for raw stats, but ignores their innate talents. Meanwhile, Ruin Strikes can shatter holy powers, crippling foes while unleashing devastating damage. Combining Distortion with his Gene skill unlocks legendary power. He could manifest dragon wings or devour Medusa's petrification curse. Ruin is the absolute key to shattering the holy system. However, he currently lacks a worthy monster for fusion. The Ruin swap succeeds flawlessly. The system grants the miracle of life, instantly restoring 3,000 vitality points. Linten smiles, leaving his goblins completely bewildered. This flawlessly fixes the goblin gene defect. Seeing this miracle, his loyal maids gasp and question their master. The young woman boldly offers her intimate services. Linten swiftly declines, ordering her to bury those thoughts for now. A subordinate reports that a rogue human stole 2 weapons. In the dungeon, the battered warrior begs his family for forgiveness. As Linten approaches the cell, the shattered prisoner collapses. He desperately chants the Overlord's name like a broken record. Consumed by delirium, he frantically begs to know if his family survived. Tragically, the Supreme Lord had already crushed them. Linten chuckles darkly. The crazed captive screams regrets, realizing he never should have provoked the boss or played smart. Clinging to false hope, the prisoner desperately prays his sister survived and awaits rescue. Suddenly, madness takes control. He violently bashes his skull against the stone wall, crumbling into a lifeless heap. Linten sighs, noting the man was tortured until his soul broke. His hatred has faded, simply hoping the blade finally grants the fool some peace. Time slowly passes. Deep within the Great Tomb's forest, a goblin approaches a dark cave. Claiming to lead the Beast King tribe, he calls for Lord Niu. Boom! A massive hoof slams down, terrifying the goblin. A colossal, nightmare-inducing beast emerges from the abyssal shadows. The behemoth demands a reason. The goblin swears he only seeks to reclaim what humans stole. This titan is the legendary man-eating ghost bull. The goblin presents a ring, forged by the bull's own spectral ancestors. Offering this treasure is merely returning it to its rightful bloodline. The titanic monster inspects the glowing artifact, narrowing his eyes as he demands a price. Trembling before the absolute nightmare, the goblin begs for the beast's military aid. The beast rumbles about a sacred church pact, forbidding entry into human lands. However, he promises to crown this goblin as a lord. He commands the goblin to unleash vengeance upon humanity. Backed by immortals, the ghost bull craves the long-forgotten taste of fresh human flesh. Back in the shadowy den, Linten opens his system interface. His glowing status screen displays a staggering level 70. Despite his relentless training, the Holy Sword wields over 4,000 combat power. Defeating such divine force requires every ounce of cunning. But victory is finally within grasp. Through sheer will, they have forged an unstoppable legion of heroes. The days of hiding are over. The huntress suddenly interrupts, announcing the brutal goblin commander and his forces await at the cave entrance. As Linten strides toward the exit, the alluring huntress begs him to wait. She embraces him, begging to join the assault on Guangming City. He firmly refuses, stating his only target tonight is the Holy Sword. If the battle turns south and retreat is necessary, having extra baggage would only seal their doom. She pouts, claiming she ordered the brutal goblin to obey. If he fails, she promises a truly agonizing punishment. Linten smirks, highly doubting who will actually deliver the punishment. The huntress shivers with thrill as he departs. Approaching the monstrous vanguard, Linten casually asks if his backup is just some sickly goblin with terrible blood flow. The massive creatures glare down at him. Their killing intent radiates like an army of flesh-eating phantoms hungry for slaughter. The most absurd part is dealing with this dominant Phoenix-class goblin. Tension hangs heavy, and the odds look remarkably grim. The creature tells Lord Niu to relax, boasting the goblin's sheer power rivals his own. He barks at them to stop sprouting nonsense and lead. Linten watches coldly. Miles away, the monster horde arms for war. Whispers spread of a terrifying, sword-wielding human woman. The beastly general sneers, craving tough food. Suddenly, a massive earthquake shatters the silence. The guards freeze in terror. Before they can react, an apocalyptic stampede of ghost bulls breaches the horizon. Absolute panic erupts. Agonizing screams shatter the night. Linten questions their terror, admitting his highly intelligent goblins are infinitely deadlier. Linten smiles coldly. Guangming City will soon fall. Meanwhile, the rampaging bulls revel in slaughter, excited by fresh meat. But just as a beast lunges, boom! A devastating strike crashes down, pinning the monster. The trembling civilian scrambles backward, witnessing adventurers led by the Holy Sword. A veteran warrior curses, questioning this massive ghostly herd. Another adventurer points, recognizing the dark aura from the Great Tomb. Annoyed, he realizes they should have eradicated him immediately. The Holy Sword admits her careless mistake. Eyes burning with determination, she swears to correct it and charges head-on at the massive beast. Slashing her path, she effortlessly cuts down multiple ghost bulls. The split second she drops her guard, the monster strikes. Rubble violently explodes everywhere. But as the deadly dust clears, the woman stands firm, blocking the blow. The beast is utterly stunned. Our main character watches from above, realizing their power levels match. With the Holy Sword distracted, it is his perfect window to strike. Then, movement catches his eye. That fierce man glaring down the brutal goblin. The man sinks into the earth, furiously swearing to slaughter the beast. A dark smirk crosses our hero's face. This is exactly the opening he awaited. He unleashes a terrifying skill, raining a deadly barrage of projectiles at him. The man stands zero chance and collapses instantly. The beast eagerly moves in to feed. Watching Marshall fall, his elven companion desperately tries to save him. She fires a rapid volley of arrows, but a swirling magical tornado violently blocks them all. Completely confused, she demands what just happened. Our hero emerges, smirking. Luckily, I have sharp skills too. He orders the brutal goblin to leave the prey to him and reinforce the ghosts. Without hesitation, the loyal monster obeys. Licking his lips in wicked anticipation, he steps toward the fallen warrior and activates Devour. The horrified elf watches the absolute gruesome nightmare unfold. Nearby, the old warrior crushes another ghost bull, cursing the wretched beasts. He launches at our hero with a devastating martial arts technique, but our hero stands perfectly still. At the absolute last millisecond, he effortlessly dodges. The veteran warrior completely explodes with rage. Activating an overwhelming super skill, our hero gives the old warrior zero chance to react. The elf screams in total despair, watching from above as he feasts upon her fallen comrades. The seasoned veteran is utterly defeated. The elven archer cannot fathom how her incredibly powerful friends fell so easily. A system notification rings. He has finally hit level 75, and tremendous power violently surges. Nearby, the furious elf fires, striking an arrow dead into his shoulder. He violently flinches from the completely unexpected ambush, immediately spotting another deadly shaft hurtling closer. He barely twists away from the lethal volley. Cursing his near-fatal carelessness, he glares at the furious elf. She is absolutely relentless in her bloody pursuit. Evading behind a stone wall, he realizes he cannot dodge forever. He instantly commands his monstrous subordinate to entirely level her sniper tower. The giant beast violently charges, slamming into the structure with earth-shattering force and smashing it. The terrified elf desperately scrambles to escape the crumbling ruins, but our hero is already prepared to counterattack, firing his heavy crossbow directly at her, retreating back. The agile elf flinches at the incoming bolt, miraculously dodging backward and bounding across the shattered battlefield. Seeing her impressive evasion, our hero tactically decides to wait out her skill cooldowns. He completely shifts his stance and takes off sprinting like a coward. She frantically readies another shot, screaming that he can never hide from her sight. He continues his wild, evasive dodging until his sharp senses pick up a crucial weakness. The elf's stamina is completely drained. Her remaining strength rapidly fades. She forces her trembling body to push forward, but ultimately collapses hard into the dirt. The brutal goblin aggressively stalks toward her, drooling to devour her. Our hero fiercely barks an order to step back. She is his prize. He approaches the helpless girl, smirking that she has a remarkably strong spirit. Eating her now would be an absolute waste. He effortlessly lifts her limp body and carries her away. Sometime later, the elf violently jolts awake in an unfamiliar place, hyperventilating in pure panic. Her terrified eyes instantly lock onto our hero. She frantically thrashes, realizing her limbs are completely bound and paralyzed. In total despair, she demands to know what this monster did to her. He coldly promises she will find out soon. Meanwhile, the Holy Sword relentlessly slaughters more ghost bulls, securing another bloody victory. She mutters that the last beast was surprisingly tough. Suddenly, an ear-piercing noise violently shatters the air. She spots Emma raising a blade to her own throat. Panic surges as the warrior sprints across the rubble. The broken girl collapses just as she catches her, tearfully begging her comrade to stay alive. The sobbing elf reveals their entire party was wiped out. Trembling, she tells Alice she would rather die than bear a monster's child, begging her to avenge them. The surrounding ghost bulls wildly sneer, declaring whoever devours her becomes their new war chief. But the woman slowly tightens her grip on her divine blade. Standing tall, eyes blazing with fury, she glares at the grotesque monsters, promising their absolute deaths. Suddenly, she violently drives the weapon into herself. Guards and monsters completely freeze in absolute shock. A single heartbeat later, she violently rockets into the sky, overflowing with blinding divine energy. As the Count frantically demands answers, she coldly commands every soldier to run for their lives or die. Everyone bolts in absolute panic. They scream they have never witnessed such terrifying power, calling her scarier than the monsters themselves. Miles away in the ruined city, our hero suddenly feels a chilling presence. He snaps his head up, absolutely paralyzed by the saint's blazing new form. The suffocating holy energy screams that ultimate destruction approaches. The ghost bull herd loses their nerve and flees, but the overwhelming power traps them. The holy sword ruthlessly unleashes her ultimate awakening, casting down the devastating Holy Inquisition. The creatures are instantly vaporized, and a massive rift violently tears straight through the ruined city. Afterwards, she gracefully descends, shifting back to normal. On the terminal, her overwhelming power reads 5,000. The entire city is left completely wrecked. Our hero realizes he was incredibly lucky to survive. He entirely believed she was a swordswoman, so why on earth does she fight like a supreme mage? Utterly stunned, he acknowledges her as the unbeatable holy sword who will ruthlessly protect the kingdom. Meanwhile, the surviving soldiers erupt into deafening cheers, paying glorious tribute to their savior, but a sharp gasp escapes her lips. The self-inflicted wound takes its toll, and the terminal flashes a warning. Her combat power has plummeted to 2,500. Our MC smirks darkly. The Holy Knight glares back, her voice shaking with resolve. It is not over. The mastermind still breathes. She scrambles for a healing potion, but a devastating shockwave violently interrupts her. The sheer force of the strike sends everyone staggering back. High above, our monstrous MC finally reveals himself atop the ruined tower. A furious soldier spits blood, cursing his despicable ambush. He orders her to heal up while they handle this trash. The MC dangerously asks him to repeat that insult. The man recklessly charges, roaring, "Despicable!" A split second later, his body hits the dirt. The Goblin King scoffs, correcting the dying man. That was the wrong line. He wanted the line before that. Leaning in, he asks if the fool realizes he is facing a mere goblin. Avenge the Duke. Kill him. The soldiers surge forward in blind rage, but our MC simply smirks, blasting through their formation and slaughtering them with ease. Do not hold back, a desperate soldier screams over the bloodbath. We must buy time for the holy sword to recover. He commands his brothers to dedicate their dying hearts, but before he can blink, a terrifying force brutally pierces his heavy armor. The MC materializes right in front of him, arm buried deep in his chest. The soldier chokes as the goblin whispers he is free, but his heart is taken. In a single breath, the elite knight is utterly defeated. A massive hole decorates his shattered armor. Witnessing this, the holy sword erupts in blinding fury and charges. He attempts to counter, but her speed is supernatural. She unleashes a devastating kick he barely blocks, but the monstrous kinetic impact still sends him rocketing backward through the air. Even with slash stats, her holy aura is dangerously overwhelming. Feeling the pressure, Lin triggers an area skill hitting everyone around them. She flinches in surprise, instantly retaliating with holy energy. Our MC effortlessly evades, realizing standard monster debuffs are completely useless against her grace. A war of attrition guarantees mutual destruction. And worse, her holy attribute acts as a natural, lethal counter to permanently suppress him. She lunges forward, vowing to end this once and for all. Dodging the holy blade, Lin casually asks if she enjoys the bitter taste of failure. "Shut your filthy mouth!" she roars, leaping for a catastrophic strike. The ground explodes, but she realizes the goblin has completely vanished. Panic setting in, she commands everyone to group up. But from the shadows, our MC viciously hurls a screaming soldier directly at her. While the flying human projectile shatters her focus, the Goblin King blitzes in and mercilessly drops the remaining vanguard. He completely outclasses her in raw agility, sickeningly using bodies to dodge. The Holy Knight gives chase, screaming at his filthy tactics. The MC's dark goal is to shatter her defenses for ruin magic. An agonizing hour passes. Mangled soldiers beg the commander for death to escape the torture. Feigning mercy, our hero suggests calling it a day. A dying soldier coughs up blood, muttering they are doomed regardless. The mockery pushes her over the edge. Roaring at him to stop running, she relentlessly attacks again. Lin flawlessly pulls another human shield. His twisted strategy is working flawlessly. She swings in a blind, non-stop frenzy, while our MC violently sacrifices her own troops for cover. Lin chuckles at the massacre, sadistically praising her for being better at butchering humans than monsters. The words leave her utterly horrified. The horrific truth shatters her mind. Her holy blade slips from her fingers. She slaughtered the very innocents she swore to protect. Her spirit completely breaks, eyes going hollow. Checkmate, our MC thinks, instantly readying his devastating ruin magic for the final blow. Boom! A concentrated dark blast slams directly into her chest. The heavens weep as rain pours, and the heroine collapses, her sacred aura violently scattering. Clutching her chest, she desperately begs her god, sobbing that she just wanted to protect everyone. "Have the heavens abandoned me?" she whispers, collapsing entirely. The Goblin King coldly stares down. He knows once her soul is tainted by ruin, her divine holy powers are permanently eradicated. A dark ambition blooms. He thinks they could join his cause, crushing the church's pathetic superstitions and ruling this entire world from the shadows. Thunder cracks across the sky as a violent storm rolls in. Our MC finally prepares to trigger his monstrous species evolution, but suddenly, his mutant goblin sprints over, screeching a frantic warning about incoming church forces. The leader's blood runs instantly cold. Before he can rest, a terrifying church army crests the hill. The legendary bishops of the Holy Cross. Lin snaps to attention before the corpses. Their towering grandmaster gazes down coldly at the fallen heroine. He simply assumes the disgraced knight had suffered a fatal tactical accident. He sizes up our MC as just a pathetic goblin. But his veteran instincts scream that this innocent look hides catastrophic power. A typical demon, he declares. Raising his blinding sword, he orders his paladins to execute the beast in God's glorious name. Erupting with blinding sacred energy, the battalion roars to purge the devil. The sheer holy pressure makes Lin sweat as the armored paladins charge. They unleash a relentless storm of attacks against his magic barrier. Despite wearing hundreds of pounds of steel, their speed is completely unbelievable. The terminal flashes a red alert. Their combat power is 3,000. Lin desperately weaves through lethal strikes, realizing he is vastly outgunned, but he has absolutely no intention of fleeing. So what? He snarls, channeling all his mana into a brand new ruin strike. The dark blast drops a vanguard instantly. The Holy Knight screams in agony as his sacred aura decays. The terrified paladins shout to fall back. Exploiting their sheer terror, our hero vanishes into the stormy shadows. The Holy Knights finally realize he is no monster, but a true demon lord. Panic grips Lin. The church soldiers boast 3,000 combat power. It is time to abandon the plan and fall back. The Knight Commander orders an immediate retreat. He declares the child must be cleansed and guided by a high priest, or her soul will fall into absolute disgrace. A soldier questions if the bishop will ignore this goblin plague, but the commander shakes his head. It is already too late. Just as the bishop prophesied, the heavens have already chosen a brand new servant. There is no reason to hunt for her anymore. Meanwhile, our protagonist successfully slips through their fingers. Most corpses are reduced to ashes, but the ghost bowl remains intact. He grins, claiming this loot. Returning to the den, his girls eagerly swarm him. They ask about his glorious victory, instantly sensing his terrifying aura has grown even stronger. Lin chuckles at their reaction. He proudly declares, the holy sword is finally his. The huntress gasps, asking if he truly defeated and dominated her. He smirks, confirming his absolute victory. He groans about the church scum, interrupting his fun. Suddenly, the woman pounces on him. She whispers that he is absolutely perfect and fiercely claims him. He gently pushes her back, begging for mercy. He has deadly serious news to share. Today's triumph buys them precious time to evolve, but they desperately need a new sanctuary, completely hidden from human raids, and their endless revenge. He knows a forbidden zone where the church dogs would never dare step foot. It is legendary. The Great Tomb. Soon after, the entire tribe prepares for migration under his watchful eye. Within that massive tomb, he can breed an unstoppable goblin army. Thanks to the dark pact between the church and the Great Tomb, they are perfectly safe. But to build an empire, he needs more women. He commands his horde to capture prisoners. Anyone foolish enough to resist will face brutal consequences. Days later, they captured 230 women across 10 villages. But it is not enough. He locks his sights on fresh targets and soon discovers a bustling small town. He points his blade forward, commanding his monstrous legion to prepare for a devastating raid. Inside the town, arrogant guards mock them as mere looting goblins. One laughs, bragging he has slaughtered mountains of them. A soldier sneers, asking if anyone actually fears goblins. His captain sharply orders him to guard the gates. Rumors claim they are dangerous, but a cocky fighter dismisses them as oversized pests. He boasts he could even crush a legendary hero with ease. He is a level 50 adventurer. Meanwhile, the panicked mayor screams for the town to brace for the incoming attack. The watchman screams. The goblin horde approaches, forcing terrified townsfolk to arm themselves. The cocky adventurer proposes a deadly bet on who slaughters the most goblins. He smirks, claiming he could wipe them out alone, telling everyone to just go sleep. Suddenly, a chilling shadow eclipses the sun. The boastful man looks up, his jaw dropping at the sight of a colossal dragon. Our protagonist descends upon his majestic dragon. The humans tremble in pure terror, utterly shocked to see goblins commanding mythical beasts. Cowardly soldiers flee in terror, screaming that the legends lied. These are true apocalyptic monsters. Our hero smirks at their pathetic defense line. He commands the merciless charge. Instantly, a brutal wave of slaughter consumes the entire city. Amidst the bloody chaos, a desperate guard screams for the adventurer who promised them salvation. But that level 50 coward is hiding, sobbing that these cannot be mere goblins. A monstrous shadow discovers him under a table. With a brutal strike, the creature crushes him instantly, complaining this hunt was way too boring. Later, a massive gathering of terrifying monsters begins. A colossal demonic bird eyes them. It asks if this is their first Great Tomb expedition, warning that their human stench will attract endless bloodthirsty beasts. Lin agrees. They captured so many humans that the goblin musk cannot mask the scent. It makes perfect sense why humans fear this absolute death zone. The bird reminds him to bow and thank his lord properly this time, stating this sanctuary is exactly what was promised. The creature stares in absolute shock, questioning this massive human army. Are these just goblin breeding tools? Did he forget the sacred non-aggression pact between the Great Tomb and the human church? Our protagonist smirks, telling him to relax. Every single one was captured before crossing the borders. The giant bird nods in approval. It promises to assist them anytime, guaranteeing their tribe can evolve and multiply peacefully within these dark walls. Lin bows, thanking the beast for its guidance. He adds that the creature is always welcome in their new domain. The beast chuckles. It warns that future visits will not be this casual, promising to notify the supreme overlords first. Satisfied with his new untouchable fortress, our hero finally relaxes. He turns to Gobble, demanding the exact count of their new breeding stock. Gobble reports 3,000 captives. Their numbers will multiply rapidly. However, a grim reality hits. Not a single mutant or dominant species survived the vicious testing. Our hero clicks his tongue in frustration. Realizing he cannot breed high-tier mutants yet, he steps out of his war tent. Their new objective is clear. They must hunt down beast-type monsters to rapidly multiply their low-level goblin fodder. Why hunt manually when he possesses a divine cheat? He activates his simulation system. Instantly, a digital scenario projects before his very eyes. In the simulation, he successfully hunts monsters for food and evolution materials. But suddenly, absolute shock paralyzes him. The simulated goblin horde is brutally ambushed by humans. How dare humans invade the forbidden Great Tomb? But before he can react, the bloody simulation ends in total catastrophe. Crushed and forced to flee with few survivors, the defeated hero realizes he needs a new survival plan. He turns to his loyal subordinates, demanding to know exactly where the human lords reside. A beast reveals the stronghold is in the high forest, providing a golden chance to end this war. A month later, his avian ally insists humans can never reach that sacred territory. The majestic bird explains the Great Tomb holds an ancient church contract, but our hero points out an approaching army, noting their bitter past guarantees a brutal attack regardless of treaties. The beast nods in understanding, yet firmly guarantees no monster will ever let humans cross the Great Tomb. Taking flight, the bird promises to reunite later, earning Lun's thanks. Meanwhile, an arriving holy knight vows to permanently exterminate the goblins. Blinded by pure arrogance, they are determined to breach the Great Tomb with their soldiers. A massive dragon shadows the sky. The commander squints, shocked to see a mounted goblin matching their terrifying intel perfectly. He demands to know if that is the infamous goblin warlord who reduced human cities to ashes. Looking down, our hero boldly mocks them, asking if the church forgot their sacred Great Tomb Treaty. The human snarls that Lun is just a fleeing rat, boasting that the treaty means nothing once they finally slaughter him. Gesturing to his endless troops, he declares this army is here to exact bloody revenge for Alice and his fallen grandfather. Reading the room, Lun strikes a nerve by mentioning the holy sword. The human leader instantly explodes, screaming at him to shut up. Blinded by wrath, he vows to grind everyone into dust. Even our hero is somewhat surprised by his unhinged meltdown. A cautious knight quickly intervenes, begging him to wait, since charging in without their elite scouts is pure suicide. With a wicked smirk, Lun brings up those scouts, tossing down a captured spy as proof. 10 minutes earlier, those horrified scouts spied on the massive enslaved human camp. But before escaping, a ruthless goblin patrol instantly ambushed and captured them. Boiling with total rage, the commander orders his army to march forward. Weapons are drawn for a bloody massacre. The arrogant leader screams at the sky, mocking the frightened monsters. That is the price of waking a lion. Suddenly, the mighty man-eater eagle descends, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Absolute panic flashes across the young man's face. He screams a warning about the legendary eagle. The monstrous avian notes, it has been ages since the church appeared, coldly asking if they broke their sacred non-aggression pact. A stubborn knight claims he follows papal orders and refuses beast negotiations. The eagle scoffs, promising to personally crush his mortal bones for that arrogance. Refusing to yield, the holy knight swears to annihilate the goblins at any cost. He levels his weapon, threatening the mighty eagle with instant death. Spurring his armored warhorse, he orders the army forward. Soaring into the sky, the furious beast declares these mortals are treating the sacred Great Tomb like their own personal playground. The knight furiously asks if the tomb protects goblin filth. The fierce avian guardian coldly says he can believe that. The knight falls totally silent. Realizing the devastating odds, he begs his majesty to retreat, but the bloodthirsty emperor absolutely refuses to stand down. The knight insists it is not cowardice, but a strategic tactical withdrawal for a larger battle. Watching the chaotic human army from above, our hero quietly chuckles, realizing the monster lords stirred up an apocalyptic mess. The majestic eagle clarifies it is merely a show of dominance against the church. Truthfully, the monster lords are absolutely thrilled for a bloody massacre. He urges Lun to evolve his tribe quickly. Awakening as a true goblin king grants access to the royal tomb. Lun's eyes light up with ambition for divine resources. Meanwhile, furious citizens protest at the church, demanding the goblin's immediate execution. Angry whispers echo through corrupt halls, calling the holy saint absolutely disgusting. The reigning emperor is losing patience with the goblin disaster. Toxic advisors force him to choose between the beloved saint and the public. Boiling with absolute rage, he violently rips open Alice's door. As his eyes adjust, he freezes, utterly horrified by the scene. The holy woman is gently cradling a goblin child. Disgusted, the Emperor snarls that he should have slaughtered the beast before she fell this low. With a murderous glare, he orders her aside. Without hesitation, guards swing their steel at the child. Moving like lightning, Alice catches the lethal blade with bare bleeding hands. She demands to know what absolute madness possesses His Majesty. He coldly states this cruelty ensures the Empire's glorious future, insisting he is forcing a fallen saint back to the righteous path. Refusing to submit, Alice draws her weapon against her ruler. Utterly stunned by her lethal stance, he hesitates as she questions his brutal betrayal. Out of nowhere, a devastating shockwave of concentrated holy energy slams into her back. The blinding impact catches even His Majesty off guard. A treacherous cardinal emerges, boasting of his supreme divine skill. Instantly, glowing bars of solid light violently erupt, trapping the saint inside. Furious, His Majesty snaps that he had it handled, demanding he just look at her. Desperate tears stream down her face. She screams to bear any divine punishment, crying that her power is gone. The cold cardinal simply smirks. God did not abandon her. She abandoned God. He demands she surrender the goblin child to him, his voice dripping with venom as he mocks her royal title. Princess Alice. Blinding holy aura violently pours into the frail boy. The helpless mother thrashes against the iron bars, screaming in utter agony. Meanwhile, the ignorant masses outside continue their loud celebration. The cheering mob rejoices, declaring the vile monster is finally purged. They blindly demand the whereabouts of that cursed holy sword. Meanwhile, the battered child is ruthlessly thrown at their feet. A shadowy figure confirms the grim task is complete. His chilling voice echoes with a dark warning. Anyone daring to slander the holy sword will face absolute devastation. The terrified crowd instantly freezes in dead silence. By dawn, a frantic messenger bursts in. Princess Alice has vanished without a trace. While His Majesty spirals into panic, deep in the shadows, a mutant goblin grins with thrilling anticipation. Magic finally surges through his veins. The entire goblin tribe erupts in a frenzied uproar, chattering about devouring prey to awaken terrifying new strength. But our main character refuses that weak mindset. They must take the initiative and grow stronger. Yet, cowardice grips the tribe as they tremble at going outside. Lion snaps at them, questioning their pathetic illusion of safety. Driven by desperation, the trembling goblins finally agree to go outside to avoid the boss's blinding wrath. A monstrous ally steps up, claiming it needs to unleash its explosive power to help them. Our hero just scoffs internally. He knows he orchestrated this setup, yet these freeloaders still want a free meal. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence shifts his focus. His trusted ally, the Eagle Lord, arrives from the sky, announcing he wants to recommend a new lord. Our hero flashes a wicked grin, claiming he is thrilled to meet fellow rulers. Deep down, he is already excited about finding new scapegoats for his future master plans. The Eagle Man hopes he doesn't mind the intrusion. Stepping from the towering shadows behind him is a terrifying beast. The legendary Golden Lizard Lord. Our hero instantly analyzes the beast's aura. A combat power of nearly 4,000 at level 88. Yet, the goblin remains completely unfazed. He calmly questions if the monstrous reptile craves human flesh. The giant lizard praises their delicious taste and proposes they split the feast. But the Eagle Man instantly blocks the idea. He firmly reminds the beast of their pact. He would only accept a share once formally accepted as a true ally. The arrogant lizard sneers, claiming this entire domain belongs to them. He laughs at how utterly worthless a lowly goblin is. But the Eagle Man stands tall, declaring his absolute authority over this territory. The furious reptile snarls, demanding he stop playing foolish games. He mocks the Eagle Man for never tasting human flesh, insisting his own terms have been more than generous. They should feast now, but our hero boldly interrupts the heavy tension. He orders the beast to stop bothering them, sharply doubting the lizard could even stomach that much prey. The colossal lizard violently snaps. He furiously demands if this pathetic, inferior pest actually dares speak to him. Without hesitation, the Eagle Man shields our hero. His aura explodes with a lethal warning as he delivers his final ultimatum. Walk away this instant, or be torn to pieces. The sinister creature grins wickedly. If the eagle wants the human prey all to himself, the lizard offers to slaughter the goblin first, clearing the path for their grand feast. Boom! The Eagle Man launches a devastating preemptive strike. Roaring in blind fury, the battered creature vows absolute vengeance. When the eagle is gone, he will return to annihilate this entire territory. The bleeding creature quickly retreats. The noble Eagle Man apologizes, deeply regretting bringing such blind ambition to their doorstep. He mutters darkly about the terrifying power the ruler of the Great Tomb holds. If he truly wanted that arrogant lizard dead, his fate would already be sealed. They hold the power to brutally condemn and punish the beast, or, in a twisted stroke of fate, they could let him rule the lizardmen's sprawling lands. Our hero's mind races with dark calculations. He realizes he possesses the ultimate ability to summon such legendary mythical beasts, but accepting that path means sacrificing his absolute freedom to ruthlessly slaughter monsters. He firmly declares he would never lead them, even if they groveled. Meanwhile, his loyal subordinates ravage their bloody feast. Suddenly, a massive surge of evolutionary power courses through his veins. He violently tests his newborn strength against the ancient trees. He trembles with pure excitement, completely awestruck by witnessing his terrifying new limits. Nearby, a small creature approaches a misty lake to feed. Splash! A sinister hand violently bursts from the depths, snatching the prey and dragging it down into the dark abyss. A shadowy figure coldly remarks on the fresh kill. It looked young, yet measured a full meter. They praise its savory taste and mouth-watering scent, directly comparing the delicacy to the sweetness of human flesh. Instantly, a terrifying spark ignites in his mind. He just formulated a wicked, brilliant strategy to endlessly harvest this delicious meat. Inside the monster's village, an agitated lizard man loudly complains. That human woman's son keeps carelessly lurking around, practically begging to be captured by the ruthless guards. The arrogant woman casually brushes off the danger. She boasts her lord husband will handle everything, but the chilling silence is shattered by a sinister voice from the dense brush. Are you looking for this? A blood-stained skeleton is violently tossed at her trembling feet. Pure horror paralyzes her soul. She screams, demanding the intruder's identity, while desperately shouting that this is a lord's protected territory. The cunning goblin coldly asks what that is, mocking her threats. He tells her to forget about it, flashing a wicked smile because she is incredibly pretty. An armed lizard man charges in furiously. He roars, demanding how this filthy pest dares disrespect the lord's noble lady. The furious reptile lunges for a lethal strike, but a towering mutant goblin effortlessly crushes him into the dirt. The terrifying goblin forces are completely dominating the battlefield. The terrified woman shrieks for salvation as the goblin ruthlessly declares she will be dragged to their boss. Panic explodes through the tribe. A massive goblin invasion is happening, and their all-powerful lord is missing. Driven by survival instinct, the cornered lizardmen draw their weapons and brace for war. The bloodthirsty creatures charge forward with deafening, furious roars. The muscular goblin answers their resistance with a single, bone-shattering strike. His massive mutant brother swiftly obliterates the remaining lizardmen, leaving nothing but absolute devastation in their wake. In the aftermath, they begin a gruesome feast on the fallen beasts. A desperate survivor attempts a cowardly ambush, but they answer by instantly crushing him with another earth-shattering attack. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the leader orders a full retreat. Their hunger is satisfied, and the boss strictly commanded them not to exterminate the entire species to give them time to recover. The ruthless invaders now drag their prized captive away. Behind them, a broken survivor cries out to the blood-soaked sky, desperately asking where his lord might be. Making their way back, the lizard man questions if this is truly his tribe. Suddenly, another warrior sprints forward in sheer panic. He begs him to hurry and save his wife and daughter from the goblin horde. The devastating news hits him like a physical blow. He simply cannot believe his ears. He just returned from the goblin camp, and there is no way they could have slaughtered his people this quickly. But as the lord sniffs the air, a sickening, mixed scent hits his senses. Leaving his wife behind, the lord bolts into the shadows. Cursing the miserable goblins, he swears he will ruthlessly crush every last one. Back at the tribe, a minion yells for the boss, praising their glorious loot. Our hero steps up, realizing his troops have actually evolved. He is genuinely impressed they came this far. Sizing up their auras, his mind races through countless theories on how this incredible power-up happened. He quickly realizes equipping them with premium gear will make their battle strength entirely unstoppable. Suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the air. A captive woman demands release, proudly declaring herself the lord's wife. She threatens her husband will slaughter their entire tribe. Without any hesitation, he fiercely grabs her head, snarling a strict order to behave. Trembling with extreme excitement, the underling presents his prize to the boss. One young, one older, entirely depending on his personal taste. Our hero narrows his eyes, wondering where they found them, especially with this bold lord talk. Are these the cursed temple's infamous lizardmen? The arrogant woman confirms her husband is indeed the lord. She asks if he is terrified, coldly adding, "It is way too late for mercy." Lin asks with a deadly dark aura. Was it her husband, the lizardman lord, who threatened to brutally annihilate his entire tribe? The haughty woman instantly pales at the deadly threat. Suddenly, in a flash of steel, he draws his weapon and viciously strikes a captive down. The goblin leader casually declares those two belong to his men. The tribe lights up with savage joy, showering their magnificent boss with endless praise. The greedy creatures scramble, viciously fighting over who goes first. Ignoring the absolute chaos, Lin calmly asks what they did with the rest. The loyal underling proudly reports devouring most of them. However, he strategically left a few alive to breed again. Lin looks genuinely surprised. Goblins immediately tense up, terrified they angered their leader. But instead, he completely shocks them, declaring the merciless tactic absolutely splendid. He heartily congratulates them as absolute masterminds of entertainment. The massive creature awkwardly rubs its head, insisting he is merely fulfilling his sacred duty. Lin smirks, his battle intent fiercely flaring. After witnessing this ruined tribe, he is dying to see what this lizardman lord is really like. Back at the ruined settlement, the lizardman lord vibrates with pure, unadulterated fury. He curses the vile goblins, demanding his beloved family back. But then, his blood runs ice cold. He witnesses a massive pile of goblins violently feasting on his kin. He instantly recognizes his beloved wife and daughter. Stepping from the shadows, our hero smirks, claiming he arrived a little late. The grieving lord snarls, vowing no goblin will survive and this blood debt will be fully paid. The enraged monster fiercely spits at our hero. Lin instantly fires back with explosive speed, landing a devastatingly clean hit. Before recovering, Lin violently rushes in, driving a lethal strike straight into its chest. Realizing the danger too late, the monster leaps back, desperately clutching the gushing wound. Panting heavily, he demands to know what the hell that terrifying strike was. Admitting with pure shock he completely blacked out for a moment. Our hero chuckles darkly. If the lizard wants to die, he will gladly assist. Lin strictly reminds him this is the East, and summoning monsters here is completely impossible. The furious lizardman roars. He needs no extra monsters to slaughter them. He violently draws his dormant power, and the gaping chest wound instantly starts closing. He grows overwhelmingly stronger and totally terrifying. Finally, he mockingly demands to know what a mere goblin can possibly do against his absolute might. The goblins completely panic, warning their boss this mutated monster is no joke. Meanwhile, our hero's eyes intensely glow, already mapping out the perfect combination to take him down. But in the very next heartbeat, a cold blade violently pierces the monster's chest. Our hero freezes, totally unable to process the impossible sight unfolding before him. The colossal creature is effortlessly sliced from head to toe. Behind it stands the legendary holy sword, utterly tattered and holding a chilling, empty stare. A faint whisper escapes her lips. She finally found him. Total panic erupts among the goblins. They are dead certain she will massacre them, yet her swaying body is in no shape to fight, and the next moment she completely collapses. Lin is utterly stunned, even exhausted and wielding a terribly crappy sword. She still completely obliterated the lizard man in a single second. He figures he is incredibly lucky she passed out. His savage underlings eagerly beg for the chance to execute her. They passionately declare this execution is entirely in their magnificent boss's name. Meanwhile, the other two high-ranking elites simply stand frozen, watching like it is a legendary historical event. Our hero snaps them out of it, stating she is entirely passed out. Another elite freaks out, frantically asking who even gave the absolute authority to brutally kill her. With a calculating smirk, he strictly declares she is worth far more alive than dead. Watching her lie there unconscious, heavy nightfall finally blankets the monster tribe. A deeply curious female goblin aggressively checks the unconscious woman out. Getting fiercely excited, she squeals to the boss that human skin is surprisingly soft and ridiculously stretchy. Slowly but surely, the legendary holy sword starts to react. Crossing his arms, our hero mockingly whispers that it has been a very long time since they last met. Surprisingly, she shows absolutely no fear. She starts deliriously yelling about seeing goblins, screaming she finally found him at last, and that this fateful moment is wonderful. The goblin leader tenses up defensively, sternly warning her not to try anything rash. He points out her broken body is far too weak to ever defeat them. Defying all logic, she violently forces herself up, wildly shouting "Goblin" over and over. Our hero breaks into a cold sweat, completely baffled. Frustrated, he frantically roars at his underlings to do something. He screams they were not raised here just to stand and stare like idiots. With a booming command, he strictly orders them to hold the absolute maniac down. The biggest brute steps in, aggressively grabbing the thin rope holding her, but in the next heartbeat, she flawlessly slips free. In a terrifying blink, she materializes right in front of our boss, catching him entirely off guard. Absolute chaos violently erupts as his servants lose their minds. They wail in utter panic, crying they are completely done for, and their magnificent boss will die entirely because of them. But then, the unbeatable warrior violently drops to her knees, completely throwing him off. She swears she is not here to fight. She desperately begs the goblin boss to simply give her another child. The entire tribe goes dead silent in absolute disbelief. Jaw dropping to the floor, our stunned hero asks if this crazy woman genuinely thinks he is some legendary god of childbirth. Her eyes burn with seriousness. This bloody hatred can end, but only if he gives her another child. Otherwise, she will absolutely never forgive him. Our hero narrows his eyes. Did she bear his child before? What happened to that kid? She falls to her knees, begging God for forgiveness. Her divine punishment remains unfinished. It was those damned villagers' fault, she cries, pleading for another chance. Lin realizes she views the child as divine punishment, and the severe trauma has shattered her sanity. In reality, she is desperately trying to hide from the dark sin of murder. Playing along, Lin declares, "The heavens are furious, she slaughtered her own kind. If she wants his seed, there are absolute conditions." The desperate woman violently agrees to anything. Her absolute obedience is required. He commands her to embrace this atonement period, forcing her to understand that submitting is her ultimate divine punishment. She will become an unstoppable combat pawn. Blinded by delusion, she vows to carry out heaven's punishment flawlessly. Satisfied with his broken toy, Lin orders his subordinates away. The fallen saint eagerly prepares herself, begging for his touch. The goblin leader smirks. Since she asked, he won't hold back. Bizarrely, she seems completely lost in pleasure. Outside, the vampire sharply scolds the peeping hunter. That woman is the invincible sword saint. The hunter refuses to believe it. But seeing the legendary hero sleeping soundly beside a goblin leaves her frozen in absolute shock. A cold sweat drops. If this absolute scandal ever reached the human empire, the resulting chaos would be utterly apocalyptic. A loyal subordinate steps forward, asking Lin about his grand plans. "Keep a strict watch so she cannot escape," he orders. "Wash her and change her clothes." The woman bows deeply, immediately rushing off to complete it. Lin demands the death toll of the diseased humans. "Prepare those rotting corpses immediately today," he commands, an icy glare revealing a dark, twisted purpose. Slaying the lizard man will definitely attract the terrifying Tomb Lord's wrath. He needs to pay the Hawkman another strategic visit right away. Arriving at the Hawkman tribe, the winged warriors are utterly stunned by his unbelievable victory. His winged ally waves off the explanations. If Lin ascends to the dead lizard man's throne, they can safely justify this to the Great Tomb. But the cunning goblin has zero interest in becoming a flashy lord. Instead, he asks if a loyal underling can steal the throne. The Hawkman warns that sending a mere subordinate is incredibly risky. Lin's eyes narrow, demanding to know why. A vicious demon is hunting for that empty throne. While he could crush it, the Hawkman warns his underlings would surely be slaughtered. Lin's ears twitch with dark interest. This monster possesses a terrifying skill to completely dominate human dreams. The Hawkman scoffs at its pathetic physical combat power. It cannot defeat true lords, a weakness Lin finds incredibly fascinating. This is the perfect puzzle piece. He can invade the Sword Saint's dreams, forging an unbreakable chain of absolute obedience. Wasting no time, he commands the Avian Lord to lead the way immediately. A dark pact awaits. Deep within a shadowy abyss, they breach the demon's lair. A swirling nightmare emerges, offering sweet, eternal dreams. Utterly baffled to see the Hawkman escorting a goblin, the entity halts. Lin coldly demands to negotiate. Lin offers the Southern Lord title in exchange for its dream manipulation. The demon sneers at a lowly goblin's sheer audacity. The Hawkman steps forward, chillingly stating that this goblin brutally slaughtered the invincible lizard. The nightmare creature bursts into mocking laughter, hiding its doubt. It purrs, asking whose precious mind he wishes to shatter. Lin smirks. Just a human. His winged ally whispers a dire warning about an unbeatable rival lord, questioning this reckless promotion. Lin simply raises a hand. A far more sinister plan has already formed. The Avian Lord sweats, warning that this phantom has no physical body to devour. Cross it, and it effortlessly assassinates anyone uncooperative. Lin just grins, remembering his terrifying innate skill to devour enemies and completely steal powers. Normal, trash-tier goblins are completely helpless, but he is fundamentally different. He invites the shadowy demon to iron out the contract. In truth, he merely needs to analyze its power principles before completely stealing them for himself. Boasting arrogantly, the nightmare explains its absolute condition. Lock eyes, and your soul is enslaved forever, unless the victim miraculously realizes they are dreaming. Lin's demonic aura flares. He challenges the phantom, eager to test if illusions surpass a steel blade. Panicking, the Hawkman screams at him to look away. Too late, the demon unleashes its hypnotic curse. Lin's eyes glaze over, and his body lifelessly collapses. Scoffing at the unresponsive goblin, the demon claims victory. Meanwhile, Lin snaps awake near a scorching volcano. Annoyance flashes as the earth violently shatters, plunging him toward boiling magma. The demon's booming laughter echoes, declaring this dream his eternal, blazing grave. The phantom taunts his survival. Without warning, Lin unleashes a devastating aura blast straight at it. The nightmare screams in shock, demanding how a sleeper could fight back. Lin smirks coldly. He saw the trap. In this realm, death only exists through belief. Is this trick your ultimate ability? Lin taunts mercilessly. It is pure garbage against a true king. He charges the trembling demon lord. A world-shattering blow lands. As its spectral body disintegrates, the terrified creature cannot comprehend this impossibility. Suddenly, to Len's absolute shock, the creature spits a venomous curse, swearing it will never forgive him. Unfazed as the bloody battle rages on, Len raises his weapon and fires another devastating shot. This time, the monstrous beast completely collapses. Len does not waste a single second. He violently bites into its flesh, instantly absorbing its mysterious dream-weaving ability. The dying monster stares up at him in pure, unadulterated terror. Right before his eyes, its twisted body begins a grotesque transformation. A moment later, Len fully assimilates the dark power. His Hawklord companions stand frozen in absolute awe. Stepping closer, the worried Hawkman cautiously asks if he is all right. He admits that Len's aura truly terrified him, begging to know how he pulled off such a miracle. But the stoic goblin merely replies that they are finally ready to move out. Now that the demonic threat is completely eradicated, Len declares he has the perfect goblin for the leadership role. His loyal friend tells him to rest easy, promising to speak on his behalf. Sometime later, back at the goblin encampment, the legendary Sword Saint slumbers completely unaware. Our hero activates his stolen power, seamlessly slipping into her peaceful dreams. He drags her consciousness to a nightmare realm, where an angry mob demands a goblin's execution and her immediate punishment. The entire city surrounds her, hurling vicious insults and screaming for her blood. Len realizes this is the exact same memory where society humiliated him, and it is precisely the stage he wanted to set. Suddenly, a blinding light pierces the darkness. A divine, angelic entity slowly descends from the heavens. Instantly, the enraged mob drops to their knees in absolute worship. Completely convinced this being is God, the crowd weeps with twisted joy. They aggressively point at the woman, branding her a vile demonist who defiled their sacred laws. Accusing fingers lock onto her, demanding she be brutally executed for her sins. Without warning, a massive, bottomless abyss tears open right behind her heels. She throws herself against the cold ground, desperately begging the divine entity for salvation and forgiveness. In response, the angelic being extends a glowing hand, bathing the fanatics in pure, holy energy. The booming voice demands to know if she truly grasps the weight of her sins. Trembling, she confesses her ultimate failure. She slaughtered the very people she swore to protect, but the false god dismisses it as a trivial offense. He offers a twisted salvation. If she bears a goblin's child and raises it, all her sins will be washed away. Confused, she asks what other terrible crimes stain her soul. He declares that she shielded a filthy pack of demons. His voice drips with disgust as he lists their selfish, greedy, and truly ugly natures. For that ultimate betrayal, he vows she will never find forgiveness. Driven to absolute despair, she desperately screams that she was only trying to keep them safe. She whips her head around, only to watch those very people contort into hideous demons. The divine voice echoes, stating that without these parasites, her fallen comrades would still be alive. The twisted demons begin spitting absolute venom at her, shoving her deeper into crushing despair. They chant relentlessly for her brutal demise. Something inside her completely shatters. Screaming for them to shut their filthy mouths, she fiercely charges forward. She unleashes a storm of devastating strikes, granting them absolutely zero mercy. Breathless, she collapses to her knees and tells the divine being that the deed is done. The glowing entity peers down, asking if her eyes are finally open to the bitter truth. These parasites begged for her protection, yet never once cared about keeping her safe. And when she fell exhausted before the church steps, they were the very first to stab her in the back. She freezes in absolute shock as the grim realization sets in, quietly whispering that she finally understands. As their hands touch, he commands her new destiny. From this day forward, she is the blade that will exterminate these demons. Desperate for redemption, she asks how she can reclaim his divine grace. The answer is absolute. Her holy power will only return when every last demon is wiped from existence. Before fading, he reveals that a chosen messenger has been sent to guide her holy crusade, warning her never to forget this vow. In the waking world, the Sword Saint continues to peacefully rest. Breaking the dream link, our hero gasps in surprise. He never expected this mental manipulation to drain his stamina so intensely. But the deed is done. She will no longer be the naive saint they once knew. Later that day, the Goblin Lord commands her to eat and prepare for her divine mission. Her eyes widen in suspicion, demanding to know how he could possibly know about her sacred dream. She still cannot fathom that she is standing before her prophesied guide. Playing his part perfectly, he cryptically answers that the will of the heavens must remain hidden. She is utterly stunned. Could the divine messenger from her vision truly be this simple goblin? When she asks for their next move, he merely smirks, promising that she will know when the time is right. Even at level 60, possessing less than 100,000 combat power, her determination burns bright. She pushes her body to the absolute limit, desperate to grow stronger. She modestly admits she has only studied magic for a single year, severely lacking in real battle experience. But our hero sees her hidden potential, declaring that such raw, terrifying talent must never go to waste. Turning his sights outward, the goblin leader declares their next target is a prime city ripe for looting. His battle cry instantly ignites a roaring fire within his savage troops. He orders his warriors to prepare for an immediate march, their bloodthirsty cheers shaking the camp. He knows a wealthy mage resides there, hoarding a mountain of precious magic tomes. He plans to raid the stash, seizing a massive pile of spellbooks to accelerate her training. The fallen saint bows in endless gratitude, interrupted only when a scout arrives to confirm their battle deployment. Stepping into the light, Alice is fully clad in shining battle armor. Our hero smirks at the sight, thoroughly impressed that his new weapon came perfectly prepared for war. Alice coldly states this is a divine crusade for her god. Of course, she would arm herself to the teeth. Those wretched demons inflicted 10 years of pure agony, and today, it is time to pay. Sometime later, the goblin army finally reaches the towering city walls. From the shadows, they notice a massive, festive event taking over the bustling streets. One of the goblin scouts growls, questioning why so many humans are gathered like sheep. Our hero deduces it is a grand celebration. He orders Alice to hold the frontline camp while he slips inside to investigate. Deep down in the central plaza, the lavish ceremony is in full swing. The former ruler's granddaughter, Aviel, is stepping up to claim the throne. She is about to become the youngest city lord in human history, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. Basking in the glory, she thanks her loyal subjects for their unwavering support. She boldly vows to surpass her grandfather's legacy, promising she will never let them down. But her smile suddenly turns cruel. She adds that if anyone spots the disgraced sword saint, they must report it immediately. She intends to drag the traitor back to the church for a proper, agonizing punishment. The crowd erupts into a hypnotic frenzy, completely captivated by her divine grace. Her grandfather beams with pride. High above, our hero watches from his mighty dragon. Stealing the holy sword wasn't the original plan. Still, a thrilled, wicked grin crosses his face. She will be there soon. Nearby, the goblin horde readies for war, as the anxious elf urgently demands a battle report. 6,000 soldiers are holed up inside the castle. It is the perfect time to strike. Lin commands the goblin berserker to obliterate the gate, and the monstrous army surges forward. The goblin horde rams a massive log forward. Panicking soldiers scream to alert the lord, but they are mercilessly gunned down. The elf girls are absolutely loving their new modern firearms, way more than their traditional bows. The heavy gates finally shatter. The bloody invasion has begun. Lin barks his commands, and the city instantly erupts into a sea of flames. As the noblewoman finally realizes the horror, deafening explosions tear through the streets, alongside terrified screams of a dragon. She desperately tries taking control, but no one is listening. High above, the veteran mage watches the slaughter and mobilizes his forces. The young girl freezes in pure shock. Are these just mere goblins? She smirks. Just low-level trash. They will slaughter them quickly and grab celebratory drinks. She orders her men to crush the vanguard. Since it is her birthday, she promises a grand feast in the Klein family name. But down below, the bloodbath tells a different story. The monstrous goblins are brutally dominating the battlefield. High above the burning city, Lin and the old mage finally lock eyes. The old man suddenly realizes, this must be the monster who defeated the holy sword. Lin smirks, surprised his legendary infamy has spread this far. The mage glares, calling his arrogance a mistake, asking if he is ready for the brutal consequences. The grand mage violently shatters a magic crystal. A colossal meteor suddenly plummets toward Lin, catching the hero completely off guard. Lin spurs his dragon and narrowly dodges the catastrophic impact. With a dark grin, he declares he will return the favor and commands his beast straight toward the young noblewoman. Panic erupts as people scatter. The massive meteor continues falling amidst terrified screams. The noblewoman senses impending doom, but Lin executes his flawless strategy. His mighty dragon unleashes devastating hellfire, right where the meteor is crashing. She desperately casts a super-tier spell. A spatial rift opens, swallowing the meteor whole. But then, her blood runs cold. The fearsome dragon has completely vanished. The old mage stares in pure disbelief, muttering that its survival is completely impossible. Lin casually praises the granddaughter's impressive skills. Without her quick thinking, the entire fortress would be nothing but smoldering ashes. A bloodied soldier staggers forward, gasping that his strength is fading, and the Grand Mage quickly heals him. Suddenly, a deadly inferno hurtles toward them. The veteran mage instantly raises a magical shield. Furious, he demands the monster stop these cheap tricks and face him in direct combat. Lin mocks his attempt at guilt. Goblins do not possess a single shred of morality. The old man's face darkens. He severely underestimated them. They might actually lose. He desperately orders a full retreat to the castle defenses. The panicked troops frantically sprint inside before the massive iron gates violently slam shut. Trembling soldiers whisper in terror. This enemy vanguard is undeniably an elite force. A desperate guard prays for the Holy Sword's protection, but the noblewoman fiercely promises their absolute safety. This fortress is utterly impenetrable, and no monster will ever breach its holy walls. Outside, the Goblin vanguard faces heavy resistance, forcing their savage commander to signal a tactical retreat. The arrogant lady scoffs, boasting they easily repelled the filthy goblins and secured their ultimate victory. The old mage smugly agrees that their foes are pathetic. The young prodigy's eyes gleam with ambition. Was that really the monster who defeated the Holy Sword? If she completely destroys him, she will become an absolute legend. The Grand Mage confidently encourages her pursuit. Meanwhile, Lin never intended a complete massacre, but since these humans are so foolishly reckless, their total annihilation is their own fault. The noblewoman laughs wickedly. She mocks his blinding arrogance, asking if he still foolishly dreams of turning the tables. She quickly signals her elite subordinates. Her strongest warrior is ordered to follow him, while the rest are commanded to wait. A terrified mage screams about the advancing horde, but the woman smugly flaunts their unbreakable magic barrier. Suddenly, a hulking goblin steps forward, demanding his master leave this shield to him. The beast channels explosive aura and marches forward. The old mage curses under his breath, a terrifying realization hitting him. This ultimate magical protection might not hold. Suddenly, the absolute magic barrier begins to crack. Inside the walls, weeping civilians desperately pray for the Holy Sword's salvation. Lin smirks coldly. Since these cowards refuse to abandon their fortress, his army will violently smoke them out. The brutal siege drags on, and the savage goblins completely dominate the battlefield. Heroic soldiers beg to rescue the trapped civilians, but the Grand Mage coldly blocks their path. This is their final sanctuary. The old man trembles in sheer disbelief. The masterpiece barrier he spent decades perfecting is crumbling like fragile glass before mere goblins. Furious soldiers scream that their innocent families are dying outside. Driven by pure desperation, they violently rally a massive mob to break rank and fight. The massive mob surges toward the heavy gates, as loyal guards struggle to restrain them. The noblewoman furiously demands order, swearing to protect them all. Suddenly, an ominous magical glow forces her to quickly turn around. Her elite guards lie completely lifeless in pools of blood. A stunning elf casually blows the smoking barrel of her sniper rifle, before her entire squad coldly aims their next volley. The Grand Mage gasps in horror. Why are proud elves allied with filthy goblins? And how are their strange weapons dealing such accurate, terrifying devastation? The elven warrior smirks with cold vengeance. Humans ruthlessly traded her kind as slaves. Now, it is finally time to settle the bloody score. Gritting his teeth, the veteran mage casts a desperate defensive barrier. He screams at his granddaughter to retreat immediately, warning that this fragile shield will not last. A panicked soldier reports the back exit is completely swarmed by goblins. The old man trembles, wondering how these lowly beasts possess such terrifying strength. Are these monsters fueled by some dark, unnatural power? That cliffhanger ends our chapter. If you want part 2, drop a like, leave a comment, and stay tuned.